Hello.
Hello.
So, how did installing the mods go? Were you able to find everything?
I couldn't find Waterfall.
Oh, okay. Even without with CCAN.
I got CCAN, but do I have to launch from CCAN?
Yeah.
Okay, then I need to power off the game and start it up again. Try it again.
Waterfall should be in CCAN. I installed it myself through there.
Oh, well then maybe I do have it. We'll see. And just for your information, we are live right now, in case that changes
Oh yeah,
anything.
sure. Yeah, I
Okay.
don't mind.
So I'm running CCAN. Yes, check for updates. Requires permission, sure. Arrow Ariki is asking who's teaching me. Why? It's my good friend Weebow. Did I pronounce it right this time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes! Right on. Oh man, there are a lot of mods in here.
There is an insane amount of mods. Yep.
Okay, so Waterfall Core.
Mm-hmm.
And there's another one you recommended, just for visual.
Yeah, that was Scatterer.
Spectra Scatter Vibrant Sunsets or Stock Scatter Textures?
I would go for stock.
Okay. And then
Keeps the stock visuals, but adds lightning effects like bloom, the sun scattering through the atmosphere, and all that stuff.
I just want visual mods for now because I feel like the vanilla is going to be enough of a bite to chew on for a while. So I'm just going to apply changes and we're going to launch.
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool, cool. See, I wanted to do all this downloading while I was out today. I made a mistake. I didn't download these the right way. I went to the workshop.
Ah, right, yeah. Yeah, it usually works through the workshop, but CCAN has a lot more availability in mods and automatic version control and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
Really good.
Hey there, thanks for checking out my cover of Ghost Battle.
Oh, this would be a good song. Let's see.
So once you start up the game, there will be 3 different kind of game modes you can play. One is sandbox, the other is science mode, and the other is career mode.
Yeah.
I would highly recommend going for science mode. You'll start with low tech parts, a very limited amount of parts, but it will help you not get overwhelmed by getting all the parts at the start available to you.
Sure. I think I'm going to start with Sandbox just to see what I can do. Well, you know, this is a hefty download. I didn't expect it to take this long.
Yeah, it's checking through a lot of dependencies.
Hey, bud, thank you for looking out for me and making me stretch. See if the game is coming through on the stream. It is. Excellent. So, Arrow Ariki, do you know Kerbal Space Program? This is my first ever foray. I'm just gonna move us into a different voice chat. There we go. Just so nobody hops in and surprises us. Hey, what's up, Agent Snap Crackle? You've been streaming Kerbal Space Program, Arrow? Well, I would love pointers and whatnot. Okay. I'm going in a bit into the deep end. Okay.
Arrow, it's very useful to have someone get you through the first stages of the game.
I believe it. So I'm gonna put a command pod in. We're gonna get an engine. We should probably get a. Parachute.
All parachutes are under utility.
Oh, I am way ahead of you right now.
Yeah, you already found the search function.
Oh yeah. Let's see.
Yeah, for your first launch, I would just pop underneath a very small flea booster rocket. It should be down.
How about might? Is might okay?
Nah, it has very low thrust to weight ratio. It's useful for outer space if you're not having to push through a atmosphere.
Okay. If I want to triple up on these fins.
Press X for symmetry.
And if I want like triple.
Oh, if
Like
you
I want
press
3.
In the bottom left, you see the radial options. If you middle mouse click on it, you go to a different symmetry mode. Or
I see.
Then if you press X more times,
Beautiful.
and Shift X to go down in radial symmetry.
Oh, lovely. Cool.
You have snapping off. I recommend turning it on. That's
I
the
thought
circle next to the radial button.
I thought I had it on.
This way you are sure it goes straight on.
Here, I'll stream my gameplay to Discord so that you don't have to deal with any delay. Everyone is very enthusiastic about me just shooting this thing into the air.
Absolutely.
You know, I think maybe we go launch. I don't even know the controls. And to answer your question, Minnie, I don't have any DLC.
Well, it's pretty straightforward. You control your pitch with W, A, S, and D, and Q and E for rotation.
Okay.
With space, you progress through the stages. You see the stages on the left. So if you press space now, it will start going up. But as you can see, you have both your parachute and your booster on the same stage, so they will fire at the same time.
Oh, that's not okay. No, I'm not dumb.
You should be able to change that in the settings right now if you hover over the staging on the left.
Okay. Oh, so I can take
see the plus?
this and I can drag it to another stage?
Yeah, you first need to create a new plus, hover over it and plus the plus.
I see.
There you go.
Okay. So
And it goes from
Mhm.
1 first and 0 last. So now you're deploying the parachute first and the rocket last.
So these are the controls that I'm looking for. I want to know how to launch. I want to know how to change stage.
Yeah. So you can also change the order of those stages by dragging the orange bar.
Okay. So
Stage.
it says that we're in stage 1 right now. I actually want to be in stage 0. How do we change that stage?
You can drag the orange bar of the stage to go to the other, to change the order.
I'm okay with the order. I would like to currently be in stage 0. I'm looking at my stage.
Oh, yeah,
and it says we're in
it goes
stage-
from high to low.
Oh, it goes from high to low. Goes from high to low. Okay. Excellent. Here, hold on. I have a song that I had planned for the first launch.
That's important.
Okay. I'm just gonna mute my game audio real quick. Okay, no sound? No sound. Good. I just want to make sure this is the right version of the song. Okay. We're all good. So, we start in stage 1, which means we need to reorder this. So I launch first, and then I parachute. Now, what is that launch button?
That's space.
I hit space?
Progress.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
And because
then,
it's a solid fuel booster, it will just go for 100% thrust right off the bat.
that's what I'm hoping for. So, what is my change stage button?
Space.
So I press space and it just launches, and then when I press space, it's immediately going to shoot out a parachute?
Yep. If it's able to.
I don't want that. I want to cut the engine with one of my stages.
It's a solid fuel booster. They will keep firing until they're empty. They cannot be stopped.
I can't stop it.
Yeah. Later you'll start using liquid fuel boosters. You can control the amount of thrust they deliver with shift and control. Then you see the throttle on the left of your navigation bar go up and down. But that's for different engines and fuel tanks.
You know what? I think that we need to put this thing in the air.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens. Here we go. Oh my god. It hasn't blown up yet.
Yeah, and on the left you see the solid fuel, how much you have left, and it is out.
So now we're just soaring with our momentum.
Yep. And as you can see, the parachute is red right now. That means you are either going too fast or you are too high for the parachute to work. Yellow means it's in a dangerous area. For that.
Oh, I deployed my parachute. That might have been a little too early.
Oh, that's fine. It's not on a speed that will rip it apart just yet.
I'm surprised that we are so high up.
Yeah. It's a very light craft, and that little fleet booster does a lot of work.
And now we are upside down.
Yeah.
Excellent. Our parachute is not deploying. Is it because the air is too thin?
It is in thin air, so it stays very compact. And once it reaches about 200 meters or maybe 1000, I don't know what the standard setting was, it will deploy fully and reduce your speed all the way down.
I really hope that we land. You better deploy a parachute. Parachute! Parachute!
There it is.
Oh my god. Is it gonna land?
Yeah.
Oh my god, we actually landed! Holy shit!
Successful first launch.
What the
Well
fuck?
done.
People warned me about this game. They're like, your first crafts are going to explode. We actually landed.
It was
Holy
about
shit.
to if you didn't change the staging on it. You can, if you go to the top of the screen next to the altimeter, if you hover over that, a window will pop up where you can end the flight.
Oh my god.
So
I
right
kind of
above
want to
the
see.
tab.
I just want to see what would happen if I set it up that way. So how do I like
Yeah.
restart?
What I just said, if you go to the altimeter,
That's what you're saying,
just
the
right
altimeter.
above the 7.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there you go. Recover vessel.
Thank you. God damn.
Exactly. Give them a false sense of hope.
Thanks, Atarexy, for your optimism. So now we go back to the vehicle assembly building. I don't think I saved my craft, but it saved it for me.
You know, saved. Yep.
Lovely. So let's go launch the exact same one, but I'm going to fuck up the staging. I'm going to put both of those on the same stage. It's probably going to burn or rip the parachute. So I'm just going to hit space and see what happens. Is it burning the parachute?
I don't think it's actually burning it, but yeah, this happens.
Okay. But honestly, I think we still would have been okay, even doing that.
Yeah.
Wow.
You see the difference in height?
Yeah, pretty big difference. I mean, we put a lot of drag on it.
Yeah. You can change the time warp with comma and period.
Excellent. Excellent. Using physics warp can affect the structural stability of the vessel. Okay.
Yeah. If you're in an atmosphere, the warp will be max warp will be ×4, and it will still calculate all physics. So, and if you have
Very
a
cool.
really big craft with a couple hundred parts, and you're using physics warps, and there's a lot of force working on it. Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh, that was just the wings. That's fine.
Cool.
And
Well,
boosting.
hey, that's pretty neat stuff. I'm very excited. I'm very excited about this. Good day to everyone. This is my first time playing Kerbal Space Program, and thankfully I have a co-pilot with me today. I'm joined by Weebow. Now I'm noticing some like graphical issues when I'm panning the screen.
Yeah, that's just because the game is, I think, 12 years old by now.
Oh my, so that's not something we can fix then?
No.
Okay. Looks like my mods are done, my visual mods are done downloading, so I'm going to launch through there.
Oh.
And we'll
Yep.
give it a try. I was just playing vanilla just to see what it was all about.
So
That
I think
was-
your next step would be a suborbital flight. So go all the way up until you exit the atmosphere. The atmosphere ends at
Sure.
exactly 70k meters.
Sure. You're right about this game taking a long time to start up.
Yeah.
I wonder if Kerbal Space Program 2 activates a little quicker. Have you tried it,
know.
by the way?
I have not tried it yet. I've seen a lot about it, and from what I've seen, the launch of that game is less successful than most of my launches in the game itself. So
Okay.
that's not a good sign.
Okay.
Like it's very broken at the moment. The early release.
Ooh.
So
Okay.
I'm gonna wait till the full release probably.
Check it.
Yeah, it got very bad reviews. At the moment.
Really? That's sad.
Like the only thing that is holding those reviews up still is the nostalgia for KSP1.
I gotcha. You know, maybe Kerbal Space Program 1 right now is good for Twitch because
Yeah.
some of the hardcore fans are probably going back and checking that out.
Absolutely. It's actually why I started playing KSP again about a week ago.
Heck yeah. Okay, my music is still down. Turn that down a bit. Need to go back.
I recommend putting on music for your first
I heard it.
level 5 fantasy atmosphere.
Maybe some other time. I wasn't a big fan.
Yeah, okay.
Also, I played Dwarf Fortress back in the day when the Sound Sense mod was around, and they took a lot of Kerbal Space Program music, so
Yeah,
I'm
okay,
a
then
little,
you
a little
know
tired of it.
Yeah.
Terrain shader. Where's that terrain shader? There it is. They want this to be on high or ultra. We'll just try high. Apply. Accept. Okay. So, are you recommending that I try science?
Yeah, I would go for science mode. You will have to collect science to unlock next stages and more difficult tech, but there's less overwhelming part choice as in Sandbox, but you have unlimited funds.
Okay. I think
And if you're
eventually
playing-
getting into career sounds really fun.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But the thing with career is, if you have a couple of failed launches back to back, you'll be running out of funds, and that save will be
reputation, too.
unplayable. Oh yeah, absolutely.
You're gonna be like, this guy just sends Kerbals to their death. Can't do that.
Yeah.
Okay, so here we are. Now the plan of science sounds like we're gonna want to use R&D to develop bigger and badder technologies.
Yeah. So you can go to the R&D lab. That's on the bottom left. And then you can see what the skill tree is all about.
Looks like we don't have any research points at all, so we can't really get into this yet. Should I start off in the admin building?
No. There's basically no need for the admin building in science mode.
If I want to start making research points, what should we do? Like achieve an orbit? Should I start research projects?
If you go to the vehicle assembly building,
Okay.
so where you built your last rocket,
Yep.
there is a tab named Science, and in there will be parts that you can use to conduct experiments that will give you more science points.
All I have is a mystery goo containment unit. That's all I have.
Yeah, that's all you have for now.
And
So
all
if you place a manned pod, yeah, basically make the same as you just made.
Sure. It looks like... Oh, wow. They really start you with little.
Yeah.
Very little. And then we were talking about science. Guess what?
I would put 2 of those on there,
Sure.
so they're at least
Here,
symmetrical.
I will be back in just a minute. Important stuff has come up. It won't take long. Okay, I'm back. Thank you for the patience.
Welcome back.
So we are going to launch a rocket. We have some mystery goo. Can I get more goo if I put additional modules on here, or is it just like one is the same as 10?
No, you need one for every time you do a science experiment, and you can do a science experiment in basically every single biome on this planet.
Oh.
So,
Oh.
and for the mystery goo even, you can do a experiment while landed. You can do one while flying. You can do one in low atmosphere, high atmosphere, and
Outstanding.
yeah. So I would recommend bringing 3 of them with you. One for before you lift off, and one for when you're flying in the air, and one for wherever you land.
I like that idea. I like that idea. I'm gonna put some fins on here as well. It just seems wise for stabilization. I
For
don't
this
know.
current design, it's not really necessary yet, but for later it is
Is
good
it going to
introduce.
cost us extra to include fins?
If you're playing career mode, it will cost money, but not now.
We're on science.
It
so everything's
does.
fine.
Yeah, you have infinite money in science.
Interesting. Okay. Is cargo
The
going
one
to be
thing that
necessary for any of us? This seems like this is literally for Kerbals to exit the vehicle and fly around.
They have those equipped by default as well.
Okay, cool.
If you right-click on the pod, you can see the inventory in it in the vehicle that you've built.
Oh, okay. So
You have to right-click on the parachute again.
There they are. So Jebediah has both. Excellent.
Yeah.
So the goal is to shoot this into the air. And okay, we have our stages set up. And then we're going to perform experiments at different phases, is what it sounds like. So I think we're ready to launch.
Yeah, absolutely.
Cool.
Staging looks correct. Yeah. So right now, if you right-click on one of the goo containers, you can zoom in with the mouse wheel, of course. Yeah, if you then observe, you can either transmit the data, which you need an antenna for, or keep the experiment and return it once your Kerbal survives.
Okay, so I think it's time to launch.
And you can also right-click on the pod itself for a crew report, which will also give you science. But you can only do that once every launch, unless you have a place to store that report.
This is the liter Peter. All right, let's launch. We are going to be running out of fuel soon. There goes our fuel.
If you press D a little bit, it will go. It will move over to the 90-degree angle, which is the angle you want to launch at.
We are flying, so we should keep this.
Yep.
And then we have one more container. Should I do it when we are at the absolute apex, or?
You're not going to be reaching high atmosphere.
So we're only getting 2 experiments in this one.
Yeah, if you'd angled your spacecraft a bit during launch, you would have landed in the water, and then you'd had another science experiment.
I see. We're tilting.
Did you do the? Oh, yeah, that doesn't really matter. You're gonna be landing with the parachute anyway.
The parachute will deploy automatically, right?
No, you need to stage it. Did you do a crew report?
Crew report? No.
Right-click on the pod which the Kerbal is in, and then the bottom blue button.
Crew report. Okay. And then hopefully this thing lands successfully. Now here's a question. If I deployed the parachute a lot later, we'd still be fine, wouldn't we? Okay. It just scares me so much that the parachute deploys so late. Great.
Yeah, usually if you are under 9 meters a second, when you touch down, you'll be fine. No parts will explode. Some parts will be able to handle a bit more of an impact, some a bit less. But usually 9 meters a second is fine.
Successful landing. So then we recover our vessel then. And then I assume it automatically cashes in on our experiments?
Yeah, you get a nice report on what the amount of funds you get refunded if you're playing in career mode, from recovered parts, and all the science you get. So you got a total of 18.5 science.
Excellent. So now we can go to R&D, and we can research some stuff.
Yeah.
So let's do engineering. Oh, we have to... Oh, it just gets bought. Okay, that's great. That's great.
Yeah.
Can't afford that, but we can afford that. There we go. Can't afford these things. Okay, so now we go and we do more experiments, is what it sounds like.
Exactly. Yeah.
So now we might be able to reach atmosphere, is what I'm expecting. Maybe with our new engines. Because this one gives a max thrust, 162 kilonewtons. Oh yeah,
the first
baby.
First number is in a atmosphere, and the second number is in a vacuum.
Beautiful, beautiful.
So almost every kind of rocket design, also in real life, is more efficient in a vacuum than on the surface.
So glad that I paid attention in science class. I feel like I'm way ahead.
Yeah, the next part to pay attention to is the blue numbers you see on your stages on the right. So for your booster stage, you see 703 meters a second.
Yeah.
That means that you have 703 meters a second of delta V. Delta means a difference in, and V is velocity. So you can change the velocity by a total of 703 meters a second.
Before we explode?
No, before you run out of fuel.
Interesting.
But yeah, that's just a quick calculation the game will do for you based on the efficiency of the engine, the amount of fuel you have, and the weight of the craft.
We have fuel tanks now.
Yeah. These are liquid fuel tanks. Liquid fuel tanks only work with liquid fuel engines, of course. So it will not prolong your booster stage. So the one you were looking at before, the
solid fuel, and then this one is liquid fuel.
Yeah.
So this one will probably tell me what kind of fuel it had. Let's see. How much fuel did you have? It had 140 units. And then, does this contain anything? Doesn't look like it. It looks like I have to use...
That one needs the liquid fuel tanks.
So these are 45 each. And I've already forgotten how much the other one was.
110, but it's easier to look at the delta V change you get.
Okay.
So if you just plot that engine on the calculator, the game will calculate it.
Oh wow, that is a lot. That is a lot.
Oh yeah. Yeah, on average, if you know just about what you have to do to get into orbit, about 3.4k is enough to get into a low orbit.
Is there a way to pull parts off of the old chassis and put it on the new one?
No. You have to place it underneath and then just move it.
Okay, so if I do this...
You can place that booster underneath the liquid fuel stage you just made. and then move like that, the parts. So what you're seeing right now is a engine shroud. That's just something to cover up the engine from aerodynamic forces.
Oh, so
That's-
we could use this one and then disengage in a stage,
Yeah.
and then it would reveal this one, and that would be our second. Oh, that's so cool! I like this
You
game.
would need something to decouple it, of course,
This is
if
so
you want to do that. And that's on the left, those two magnets pointing towards each other.
There's
Those
our
are your couplers.
decoupler. This is so cool. So we only have basic fins right now.
Yeah.
But we do have a satellite, it looks like. Not a satellite, an antenna.
Yeah. The antennas you can use to transmit science experiments.
Do you think that it would be wise for us to do that?
It would be useful for transmitting at least the crew reports and the temperature scans.
Do we need electrical to do this?
You need a little bit of electricity, but the pod itself has electricity, and liquid fuel engines have a generator inside of it.
Okay, so
So
this
if
is
the
inside
engine is-
inventory. So does that mean that you need to have a manned crew to use the Communotron 16, but anything could use the 16S?
No, there a lot of parts have inventory capacity, and when you are in outer space, you can actually exit your spacecraft, go on EVA, and then manipulate some of those parts that are in those inventories and just place them on your craft, so you can actually build in space itself.
I'm excited to do that. One of my goals with the game is I want to make like an international space station.
Oh yeah,
I think
I'm actually working on one right now as well.
Beautiful. So I'm trying to understand the difference between these besides the mass and the packed volume. Antenna rating 500K, they're the same.
Only difference is that one is combined as a combinable strength and the other doesn't.
We'll probably just be fine.
And one of those is strong enough to send a message all the way to Minmus, the outer moon of that planet you're on right now,
Excellent.
and back.
We'll try and land on that eventually. I don't think we need it right now. So
Watch out for symmetry and aerodynamic forces.
So I'm a little bit worried about the instability of this new craft because
The instability on this one will be a lot better actually. The swivel engine, if you go to the engine on the left, so you can see the stats, like in the part picker.
yeah.
You can see that it has a gimbal if you scroll down that right
Gimbal?
list.
I don't even
Gimbal means that the engine can aim. It can move. on its own.
so I can use WASD to move it.
And your command module has a what's it called? A reaction wheel inside of it, which also gives you a little bit of limited movement capability.
See a couple different variants here. Do these affect performance or is it purely aesthetic?
Purely aesthetic.
I like this one. Oh, very nice. So let's... There we go. Nice little striped rocket. Okay. So the goal is to go up very high, very, very high, do a crew report, and get some goo and some temperature readings, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
So I want to look at the...
What you could do is place a decoupler underneath that current engine.
Okay. And put more engine and more fuel so we can really get going?
Yeah, put a booster underneath that decoupler.
That sounds fun. So... I'm just trying to understand how I can read these stats to understand differences between engines.
Yeah, the engine, the first thing you have to look at is what kind of fuel it uses. So the hammer and the flea both use solid fuel.
Right.
That will mean that they have the fuel incorporated inside of it,
Yes.
but it will always deliver 100% trust.
We can't stop it. Once it's lit, it is lit, is what it sounds
Yeah, it will keep going until it's empty.
Okay.
No stopping that boy. The liquid fuel engines are all engines that have no fuel contained inside of them, except for 2 or 3 maybe that you get way later. But those you can usually have a gimbal function on it, and you can throttle them from 0 to 100%.
I saw that.
just
I saw
shut
that
off.
when I was looking at
Yeah,
our liquid fuel
those are.
thrust limiter.
Yeah, in the VAB, every engine has a thrust limiter, so you can actually put a solid rocket booster there and limit the thrust to like 50%, so it will burn longer, but has slower thrust to weight ratio. But yeah, the liquid fuel engine will be your main use for maneuvering in space.
Gotcha. I'm just trying to figure out if it's better for us to have a liquid fuel engine to have this specific engine with fuel, or to have this solid fuel booster as our first stage rocket. Just
usually it is lighter to use solid fuel low in the atmosphere. Liquid fuel is heavier than solid fuel for the same amount of delta fuel.
What did you say? It's lighter to have.
It's lighter to have the solid fuel.
Lighter to have solid. Okay.
As a early stage.
So our first stage is launching this. Our second is disengaging and firing our liquid fuel, and our final stage, I should say, is parachute.
Yeah.
So
But you will be running into an issue here. This is a heavy craft. Even with after staging, you have a lot of weight for just one parachute to come down again.
Really?
So what you can do is also place a decoupler underneath your command module, which you will decouple when you want to.
Oh, I see. So we take that off. We add a coupler.
Also useful to put a heat shield first and then the decoupler.
I don't think we have heat shields.
It should be under thermals.
Should be under what?
Say under thermal.
No thermal. Not yet.
Okay.
We don't have it yet. So first stage is all of these rockets, which is going to be crazy. And then we decouple. And then I think we want another stage to... Wait, which decoupler is this? Yeah, there we go. So I'm imagining these fire off, and we'll probably have some catastrophic failure, but that might be fun. And then we separate, and then we fire this, and then we separate when it's time to land. So we probably want to keep some of our science things up here. Can I rotate this?
Yep. WASD and QNE all rotate.
Lovely. We also don't need 3 of them. Holy cow. I think we just need 1. Maybe I'll move this a little bit. Intense music. All right. I think I'm ready, and I don't want to know if anything is going to go wrong with this. I kind of just want to save this. So if it blows up, do I have to build it again?
You get the option to revert back to the launch or even back to the vehicle assembly building.
I'd say send it.
Yeah.
Is there a then case to use liquid? Yeah, you know, that's actually a good question. Can I do like if else then and nor XOR? Are there any logic gates in this game?
No, not really.
Damn.
You can set up, yeah, you can set up action groups to automate a lot of stuff, but you still have to press it on your by yourself.
Yeah. And you know what, Ataraxy? I see your comment about putting aerodynamics on the side boosters. I say no.
Yeah, I'm gonna teach you about center of lift later. If you aim a little, oh yeah, there you go.
I was kind of hoping for this.
So you can try and build now to save the Kerbal that's in there.
Didn't decouple.
You have to go through all the stages first. There's one more stage, and then the parachute.
So did we hit the water so hard that we died?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Cool.
You hit it with 148 meters a second.
Excellent. So, is there any way that I can use this craft to not make it flip out and kill us?
Yeah, that was exactly what Ataraxy just said. If you press escape, you can revert to the vehicle assembly building.
I should rephrase. Is this design completely non-viable? I knew going into it that it was going to be unstable.
You can help this one by having your pilot, Jebediah Gurman, help you in keeping it straight. So on the nav ball, you see the SAS button on the top right. The nav ball, the big ball in the middle.
Oh.
So SAS is stability assist, and then you get a couple of options on the left. The one that's on right now is stability assist. The other buttons are for maneuvers you're going to do later if you're in space.
Okay.
But it can hold shorten angles for you as well. So what stability assist will do is try and keep the noise pointed or just reduce all movements to one side. You can still override it by steering yourself, and then it will hold that new angle.
So stability assist was on that last launch. So what I'm hearing is this is a very unstable build.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so we're gonna go back, and I'm going to stick some more fins. And Ataraxy was saying that we had a lot of G-forces. Lot of G-forces, and that's completely understandable.
There is a difficulty option that actually makes your Kerbals pass out if they go over certain G limits.
I think we'll get there someday.
So the best way to fix this plane is just grab those fins you have right now and move them all the way down to those boosters.
That's not right.
So above the symmetry buttons, you have 3 buttons. One is for the center of mass, one is for the center of thrust, and one is for the center of lift. The one you want to look at right now is center of lift and center of mass. You want your center of lift to be below your center of mass. Or aerodynamic overlay, yeah.
There's our center of mass, there's our center of thrust. Are you saying that this is
aerodynamic overlay? Yeah, that blue ball, you want that to get below the center of mass. And it's really high right now because of those fins you have up there.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Are you saying that doing this alone is enough to save our craft?
Yeah. There's a bit of center though, but yeah.
Yeah, is there a way to get this to snap to...
Yeah, you just have to be a bit more straight.
Oh, it rotated in. Yeah, that's exactly what I was trying to do. Come on, man.
Absolutely. Control C works as well.
Oh, lovely. Oh, there's just a fin hanging out inside there.
Oh yeah, it will remove itself once you launch.
Okay, good.
No worries.
I love the Z fighting.
Oh. That looks like there are multiple boosters inside of each other there.
Yeah, it looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's not. I'm looking at the boosters. It's just Z fighting with itself.
No, there is one, but it isn't coupled. Looks like you see the light
Oh, look at that.
blue mark.
Okay. So this one is the longer donger.
This will go up.
Anything else that you think we should slap on this bad boy before we go?
I don't think you have aerodynamic nose cones, right, for those boosters? No, you only have the fins. Never mind. Yeah, I think that's about all you need.
Okay, let's do it.
This should get you into a suborbital flight.
Cool. So, I realized last time, it was just a fun experiment because I knew it would go wrong. Should I be doing crew reports and everything right now? I just want to maximize the science that we get.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Crew reports and everything. If you get nothing new out of it, it'll show it and you can reset the experiment.
I can transmit.
Yeah,
and then
you can actually transmit it and you can do another one later.
We observe the goo, and then it says 0% because we've already done this.
Yeah, but you get a little bit if you do recover it.
And then we also have temperature. Logging the temperature. So we're only getting a portion because we're transmitting it, so we should keep it and just try to stay alive, right?
Yep.
Okay. Is there anything else that we can do right now to maximize that?
Going up. And the temperature scan can be done multiple times. Oh, you're forgetting SAS? Turn that on. But even without SAS, do you see how straight it goes up now? Just because of those fins?
I mean, okay, I think we're good. Oh, override existing temperature scan. I think so.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you can only store one of those results at a time. Press C for max thrust.
Press Z or C?
Set. However you pronounce it.
No, I'm totally fine with Z. Z sounds a lot different than the other letter.
Yeah.
Maybe the Canadians can convince us to use that one in the US. The G-forces are approaching danger.
And those G-forces are only because of the amount of trust you have right now.
So we're all in liquid fuel, so we may as well jettison.
Yeah. It's only gonna keep you down. It's more weight.
So I think we should do some mystery goo.
If you press M, you can open the map view and you can actually see how high you're gonna go. But you are in high atmosphere now, so that's a great place to do science. You just reached space.
I don't know what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah, that's the antenna. It has an option to transmit all the data it has available.
The 2 experiment modules will become inoperable. I think that's the 2 goos, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't transmit those. You get more science by returning it.
I see.
Don't forget to do your science now because you're in space, technically.
We'll just keep this one.
Oh, you can't even transmit anymore. You are full on or empty on electrical charge already.
Crew report. Transmit?
You can transmit at the moment.
I can't?
you're out of electrical charge. Your last communication already.
Oh, that's why we have batteries and stuff. So I guess we'll just keep that.
Yep.
And then, I mean, we're in orbit. I'm sure.
You're not in orbit. You can open a map to see your trajectory. That's your orbital speed.
I see.
Or that's your... no, you have to actually press M, the M key.
So it looks like gravity is going to bring us back, but we're going to land in the ocean.
Yeah, you see the AP indicator. That's your apoapsis.
Oh, apoapsis. Okay.
And apoapsis is the highest point of your orbit. So
Now,
to
there's no
achieve orbit,
air up here, so we can't even use. No, we don't have fins at all. We're just kind of at the mercy of gravity now.
all you have is reaction wheels, but they do require electrical charge.
Okay.
One thing you can do is go on a quick EVA.
Ooh, scary.
So if you keep your mouse over the portrait of Kerbal, there you go, go EVA.
All hatches are obstructed. I obstructed the hatches.
Yeah.
Is the hatch on the top?
No, it's on the sides. I think it's under one of those crew containers.
Must be. Oh yeah, there it is. I totally covered it. Okay, now I know what to avoid. So are we just waiting until we descend gracefully back to the Earth and...
Yeah.
Hold on.
And hope you don't burn up.
Our re-entry speed is going to be so high.
That's why I was asking if you had heat shields.
Yeah, we definitely don't. I feel like this is not going to go very well for us. Well, I'm going to speed up time a bit.
Yeah. The time warp will end automatically the moment you re-enter the atmosphere.
Okay.
So I can actually just put it onto max time warp and it will stop automatically.
This is so interesting. I love this game. I really like what I'm seeing here.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'm gonna like career mode a lot.
Yeah, it's fun. I'm doing a playthrough right now with mods that adds life support and everything. I have to discover all the planets. I have completely new planets. I have complete colonization mod packs and everything in there.
I'm pretty sure we're literally just going to impact the ground or the water at extremely high speeds.
Yeah, let's hope your very unaerodynamic shape will blow you down enough without heating up.
I'll tell him to open the door and put his arms out like a bird to increase drag.
Flap. Flap, Jebediah, flap. And there you see.
Oh, he's getting really upset. Oh god.
Yeah, and Jebediah is the most courageous Kerbal there is in the game.
Oh, is that like a health bar for my different?
That's the heat value there. So if it reaches max, parts explode.
You know, we're actually slowing down a bit.
Yeah, you're fine. You can actually open your parachute already. You're basically safe.
That is insane. Yeah. How the fuck? How did we make it? That's crazy. Is it because of the mass? We have such low mass.
Very low mass, so all the atmospheric drag will impact your speed very hard. But see how you went straight up, but you landed to the west of the space center?
Yes.
That's because of the rotation of the planet. It rotated underneath you.
That's so cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's also why the best way to achieve orbit is by going east. So you get to use the speed of the rotation of the planet.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it gives you about a free 250 meters per second of LFV. Yeah. Absolutely. And launching over the water is also a bit safer because you can impact it a bit harder.
Now, if I speed this up, it also... It's not going to make me crash into the ground. That seems illogical for a game like this.
Yeah, you can speed it up, but I do recommend for the last 100 meters to just keep the speed to normal.
Okay.
Because it could be possible that you clip into the ground and get sent back to outer space due to clipping issues and physics.
Sure. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, this is so cool. So we got a bunch of science. And now we can research more things, like stability, please, or maybe heat shields? Heat shields. I mean, we were fine the last time we did it.
Yeah. I think you can get away with researching all three, maybe not.
Landing struts.
Oh yeah, the survivability is a really good one to go. You get the pressurometric barometer, that gives you science as well.
I don't think we need any fancier rockets right now. We're totally good. But aerodynamic nose cone and a radial decoupler, yeah, please.
And the winglet is very useful. They actually move to control your ascent.
Yeah. I'm really happy with our science. Oh, this is KSP1, Codependent. Good to see you, my man. Wait, why did the music start up? I had music disabled. I literally have music disabled.
Oh no.
Hold on. See, my music is at 0. Odd.
Yeah.
Okay, so our longer donger was pretty successful. I do want to reposition these goos. So.
I think you actually have a new item under payload.
I'm going
That's the button under the couplers.
I just want to put these on in a clever way so that we're not blocking our hatch anymore.
Yeah.
And I don't think we've taken a sample of space temperature yet. So we'll want to do that. Oh, and that's blocking our hatch too. Okay. And we have a barometer. Absolutely. So you were talking about payloads.
Yep.
Service bay. A heat-resistant service bay, ideal for protecting delicate instruments or stowing small service components.
So you can place that underneath your command module and the decoupler underneath that. And then you can place all those science instruments inside that service bay.
Like this. And but how will I access them?
That's just ship-wide control. You can right-click it to open.
Oh, okay. So I can put all these guys in there, no problem.
Yep.
Yeah, that's right, Weiss. You love this game, even though I'm not. Well, I have an ace in the hole. You see, I have a Mr. Weebow helping me.
I know just about enough about this game to be able to crash on different planets instead of just Kerbal. That's it.
I don't think I'm doing this right. Am I loading too many things in there?
Right click on the surface bay first, and then open. As you see, nothing has been placed. It's just there. You might need to rotate it to fit in there.
I don't think I'm doing this right.
Yeah, it can be a bit finicky getting stuff in there.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, Weiss, he's kind of amazing. I can add another one of these, can't I?
It's actually better to place them either on the top or the bottom, because they're clipping outside now, and that will give you extra drag that you don't want.
Gosh.
And you can use symmetry in there as well.
It is a bit finicky trying to get in there.
Yeah.
So
You
if I
can
want-
zoom in way.
there we go.
Yeah, remember X and Shift X to change the symmetry.
So those three are good. I think we're okay with just one barometer.
You can also place them on the bottom.
Place them on the bottom?
Yep.
I could put it on the
Or
side.
on the inside.
Is
Yeah,
it
they
okay,
are, but
is it okay that they're moving?
that's fully okay. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So is there any
I
other
don't want
science?
to give any issues.
We
We
have-
have visual.
We have all three science modules. Also, it seems like my camera is off center. Do you know if there's a control to move my camera a bit?
I know that there is, but I still haven't found it.
That's fine. So then there's our rocket, and we can close that. Middle mouse button. Hold and move mouse. It's still off center. Maybe it's because my command module is off center. Oh, that's why. It's because I moved it. Thank you very much, Dunbaratu. Do you know much about this game? This is my first foray. And you know what? I tried clicking it down, but it only does things when I move up and down. That's the
Yeah,
only.
it's only for zooming in.
I'm afraid.
The side-to-side hold middle mouse only works in the spaceplane hangar.
Shift and WASD should work. Thank you, Wretched, but it's not working right now. Maybe that
For all
works outside
spaceplane hangar.
facility. Here, let's rotate this. So hard to see.
That's actually upside down now. So it's
I'm okay with it just sticking out. I know it's going to have drag. Just put it up higher. Okay. So we have new aerodynamic devices like our winglets. I think I'm just going to replace these fins with our winglets. So I'm going to...
The fins you have right now are just static. They don't move at all. The winglets will move or are controlled by your WASD in flight.
Understood. Which means we have a lot more control over SAS.
Yeah.
Perfect. Guys, thank you so much for the tips. I really appreciate it. Oh, I'm pressing S, my bad.
Oh, they were already the right way up.
Okay, so let's take a look at our center of thrust. Okay. Let's look at the center mass. Okay, and our aerodynamic. Hey, not bad.
Yeah.
It could be worse.
Don't forget to remove the old winglets. That's just extra weight. That does nothing for you.
They're not going to do anything for me, really?
No.
Interesting.
You just have to move those those bigger winglets a bit down.
These landing struts are
you
these
have-
going to make it. So I'm assuming that if we're going to take a slightly hard landing, these are going to help us, but only a.
You can see that in the stats. You see the tolerance, 10 meters a second impact. So it will stay in one piece if the impact is underneath that 10 meters a second. If it's higher than that, it will explode.
Sounds a bit wise for us to include these. It is extra weight. I hope.
And extra drag.
Yeah,
I would.
start retracted, please. Oh, we wanted heat shields. I remember. We wanted heat shields.
And keep in mind your the way you're staged right now. You are staging away your surface bay.
I'm staging away my what?
Your surface bay with all your science equipment in there. You have the pod, then you have the coupler, then you have your staging
You're
bay.
right. You're right.
Yeah.
That would have been a funny accident, honestly. this music is not quite what I'm going for. Okay, so there's our decoupler, and we get to keep all of our service stuff.
Yeah.
Great. So this heat shield.
Yeah, the heat sheet you can put in between the decoupler and your service bay.
That's what I was thinking. Here, let's grab our... Oh,
If you
wrong
grab the
order.
decoupler,
That. And then that. And then that. Excellent. So this heat shield is going to keep us safe from our re-entry.
re-entry.
Cool.
Exactly.
Great. Cargo, don't need it. Utility.
If you right-click on the heat sheet, you see that it has a resource inside of it, a blader, and that gets burned away during the re-entry.
Oh, very cool. Now, I see that we have different types of chutes.
Radial mount chutes are, you can place those on the side instead of just on the tip.
I had a feeling.
Drogue chutes you can deploy at higher speeds, but they don't reduce your speed by as much. They're very useful for a bit heavier crafts that you want to slow down first so you can safely open your main parachutes.
Oh, I'm gonna have so much fun with this game once I understand it more. I mean, I'm already having a lot of fun. This is super cool. I just want to throw caution to the wind here and give it a try. We will get electrical later so that we can do more transmissions. I would really like to be able to fly out to like Pluto and send a transmission. I think that would be really cool.
Oh yeah.
So I don't care about giving any
So you have new science now, so you can use that before launching. Make sure you're full throttle, as you
What
just
do I
did.
pan the camera? Because it's just zooming in right here. I wanna go up.
I don't really know if you can, actually.
I just have to zoom out and click a tiny little thing when I'm doing science.
I think you can right-click on a part and then reset the camera or something. Or that might be a mod I have installed that does that for me. Yeah, that's a mod I have. Yeah.
I'm gonna look it up. Kerbal Space Program pan camera.
What you can also do is add the science experiments to an action group. So that way you just press one button and you fire all your science that you have.
Maybe it's C? Whoa. Not quite. Yeah, it's not working, but I think we'll be okay. So you were saying that I should be doing some science right now.
Yeah, you have that new barometer. So you can measure the pressure at the launch pad.
Not gonna transmit anything. Okay, so that's
Actually, do transmit it.
because do I keep all my power?
No, you don't get. You don't keep your power, but otherwise you can't do the science again in space, and you get more points from it if you do it in space.
All right, fine. It just feels like a waste of power.
Yeah.
And then we already have temperature. It
Yeah.
said warning, not enough charge.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So we don't have enough charge to transmit barometer data, I guess.
Nope.
Yeah. So then we have, that's a heat shield. We have our service bay. So that's where we keep our goo. and then maybe crew report? Require complete. I don't know what that means.
That means that it will only send the data if it's able to send everything, or the whole data package at once. So
Okay.
if it sees it doesn't have enough power to transmit, it won't even start transmitting.
Okay. Here we go.
So try and lean it a bit towards the 90-degree factor. That is the D key. Just a very slight amount.
I'm angling it, but it's not doing anything.
Your ship is so aerodynamic at the moment that you just can't steer it. Nice. Oh yeah, there it goes. Try and keep it on that marker you're seeing moving on your.
Oh, I see. Oh.
That's your prograde marker. Oh, you're out of fuel already.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's open this.
So there are two directions which are important to know and get used to using. That's the prograde and the retrograde marker. Prograde is the direction of travel, and retrograde is anti the direction of travel. So,
I think we've done all of the science that we can.
yeah. So I would try and keep your vessel pointed retrograde right now. Which, if you look at the stability control buttons you see in the bottom left, if you count from top left to right and then left to right, it's the fourth button.
1, 2, 3, 4. So retrograde.
Yeah.
Retrograde. Okay. I will get familiar with those over time. We're gonna land in the water. And that ruins our experiments, right?
Nope. That will just give you new data.
Interesting. So I think I'm going to speed up our time.
Yeah, you're suborbital, or not even suborbital at the moment. You're still in the atmosphere.
That way, yeah, because we really fucked up the first one. I didn't have SAS on.
Yeah.
You know,
as you see, your stability assistance, something else.
Stability assistance software, maybe.
That could be it. Yeah. So don't forget your parachutes. As you see, because you're holding retrograde, you're going butt first. That's a bit late.
We did it.
Perfectly timed, actually. Well done.
Thank you. Recover vessel. Wow. Oh, what an appropriate song. Lovely.
Even more science, so now you can probably buy up research upgrades for your fuel tanks and engines.
Lovely. All right.
Yeah.
I think we can do a lot better with what we have. I'm going to add more. It brought the music back. Why?
Yeah, with what you have researched now, you can resort it pretty easily.
Why do you keep giving me music? I keep telling you don't. Hold on.
You can't access the settings from there. You need to exit the VAB.
It's just annoying that I have to keep dragging music off. They just really want me to have music, like really badly. See, it's down. It's down. Codependent, thank you so much, man. I don't even know if they're still here or not. Alright. I want more fuel. I want more liquid fuel. Or, you know, we do have new engines now.
Yeah, take a look through those. I think the only new engine you have. Oh, you have 2 new ones. So you have really big boosters now, solid fuel boosters, and the Reliant liquid fuel engine, which is basically the same, but it doesn't have the gimbaling, and it's a bit more efficient in atmosphere.
It is. I'm okay with the old one. I'm okay with the old one right now.
The old one, you're using it mostly in space, for which you really want that gimbaling effect. You have bigger fuel tanks now as well for the liquid fuel.
Hey, Wretched, thank you so much for the follow. Listen, I normally play Dwarf Fortress. That is my claim to fame on Twitch, but goddamn, this game just looked so cool. So cool for years and years and years, and I'm very lucky that I get to play it now.
So yeah, what you could try now is replacing the boosters you are using now on the side with the really big ones.
And our aerodynamics are a bit fuckered now, because we need that to be below our.
If you put those bigger those bigger solid fuel engines on there, it will the weight will go, center of mass will go up.
So if I just keep stacking fuel, I'm just trying to understand the relationship between the center of mass. Is it because I have these 3 pods down low?
Yeah.
I want to see if I can add fins anywhere, if this is going to do anything for us.
You can add fins to the middle booster. If you put those radial 3 in between those 3 existing boosters, it will fit pretty nicely.
Oh, look at that. That's an interesting design. Okay. I think
if you are going for an orbit, this is still not enough.
still not enough.
No. You see those numbers on the right side? You want at least 3.4k.
Oh,
Total.
whoa.
Yep.
All right. So we want some big guys here.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh my. All right. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, I would replace the small boosters with the big ones.
Yeah, I think.
Just put them on radial decouplers.
It's a great idea. Let's get a little crazy here. Let's do 4.
So yeah, for this we have to be pretty dead on to get them straight up on there. Now they're crooked. So that will give you a lot of extra drag you don't really want. So if you rotate the camera so you're looking dead on your ship, They're not attached to the decouplers at the moment.
They're not?
No. They attach to the point your mouse is hovering over when you're placing.
How do I slide them downwards, though?
If you press 2, you change to the rotate or the translate tool. Just the number 2 key.
I'm just trying to
Once
see.
they're placed.
Okay, so I place it, and then I press 2, select a part to offset. So do I click it now?
You click it, and then you use one of the arrows to move it.
Oh, see, that's what I was looking for. So even if it's all the way down here, is it still attached to the decoupler?
It's still attached.
I'm sorry, what?
Watch out. It's still attached, yeah.
Outstanding. And our aerodynamic circle is low. So we're happy now. Oh, I get it. I get it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Outstanding. That's wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay. If we put it... I just want to know what happens if we put this on. Oh, it doesn't change our aerodynamic. I'm surprised it doesn't move the aerodynamic circle.
It's not calculated for those parts, but those nose cones still reduce the atmospheric drag.
You know what? It looks really good, so we're gonna stick with it. So, good question, War Doggy. This is KSP1. I haven't played it before. First time ever. Alright, where's our barometer? I don't even remember where I put it. There it is. There it is. We'll put it next to the NASA logo, and maybe we just use one.
You can actually change the NASA logo as well.
Oh,
if
I
you
changed
look
it
at the
to
name.
NASA. I wanted NASA.
Okay. And you can actually add custom flags you make yourself.
We'll do it
really
someday.
easy.
We'll do it someday.
Yeah.
Okay.
And later you get parts that allow you to just place flags willy-nilly wherever you want. A lot of people have a lot of flags that are just solid colors, and then they're just placing flags all over the place to match colors on parts.
Alright, I think I'm pretty happy with this crazy ass design. I just need to make sure my staging is good. These fire. Then I detach them, and then when I'm good and ready, no, let's put these in the same state. Whoa, ho, ho, hey now, hey now, hey now. So this is the decoupler. Yep, all 4 of those fire. As this fires, then I detach, and we start doing that one. And then we... just to get an extra weight, I'm making its own stage.
Yeah.
Alright.
That's for the re-entry.
Cool.
So one thing in the delta V calculations isn't correct. This is the delta V calculation for when you're in the atmosphere. So if you look on the bottom right, you see that triangle V sign or button.
Looking for the triangle V sign.
It's a big button all the way on the bottom.
Ah, there's the delta. Oh, delta V. Okay. Is it change in velocity? V for velocity?
Exactly. Yeah.
Haha. Yeah, delta change over time. I'm so glad I paid attention in science. This is great.
And you can set the delta V reference point in that menu as well. So if you set it to a vacuum, you can actually see what your last stage is gonna perform like in the last, while it's in vacuum. So do you see how the numbers change on the right, the blue numbers?
Yeah, in a vacuum we're at 4K, but if we're at sea level it's 3.6, and we can change the altitude. Oh, that's beautiful. Okay, and you said that at sea level we need it to be like 3K at least, right?
You need about 3.4K total to get in space, but that does include the burn you're going to do while you are in a vacuum to circularize your orbit.
Are you saying that we need more power?
No, I'm saying you have more than enough right now. You actually have enough to re-enter as well in the orbit.
We have the longer donger. I think it's time. I'm very excited for this.
Yeah, there has been a really big open letter from all the modding community to the developers of KSP2.
You know, Pirate Phoenix, I think it's going really well, but I have a lot of really good help right now. First, help in acquiring the game, and second, help in learning the game. And I really appreciate it, Mr. Weavow.
Yeah, no problem.
Quite a bit, my man.
It's been a obsession of me, this game, for the last 10 years, and I'm happy to share it with people.
Shit, man, are you saying that you're doing what I do with Dwarf Fortress?
Yeah, I did it together with Dwarf Fortress.
Shit.
I can still remember launching my first rockets while on the side I had Dwarf Fortress running in the background.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
That is a Dutch accent, exactly.
Well, shit. I love having an international audience. It makes me really happy. We have SAS enabled. We have a single crewman. Maybe one day we'll have more crewmen. Is there anything we should do before we leave?
I think you're fine to go.
Do we want to target our retrograde?
No. That will you want to do that later.
Okay.
Retrograde is against the travel of or the direction of travel, so your retrograde marker is actually pointing into the ground right now.
Gotcha.
You want to go up, and then around 10k meters. You want to start angling it towards the 90-degree factor.
Do I angle that with WASD?
Yeah. So that's the D key. To angle it that way.
You got it. You got it. All right. See how it goes. You said at 10k. That 10k meters. That's when we want to angle.
Yeah.
All right.
It's not the most optimal way to get into an orbit, but it's the easier way.
Do I need to hit retrograde at any point?
Only for re-entry.
Only for re-entry, you got it.
Yeah. After you start angling it a little bit towards that 90-degree factor, you're going to press program.
I'm angling as hard as I can, but it won't.
Oh yeah, it's too aerodynamic. Oh, and now it's rotating.
Oh no. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Maybe we should have had fins on this.
Nice recovery though. Yeah. So check your map real quick and see what your epilepsis is at before you're using your thrust right now.
Right, I don't know how to turn it off. I don't know how to turn
X.
it off.
Press the X button.
Okay. Thank you. Alright.
So right now, just aim it all the way diagonal towards the 90-degree. Or actually 135.
I'm trying to understand what you said towards the 90. So
Yeah, 135 is actually better.
90 is that.
Yeah. You want to save this delta V for later to synchronize your orbit, otherwise you won't be able to orbit. You're just going straight up now.
Yeah, I had a feeling I didn't want to be burning at that angle. Not rotating the ways I would expect it.
Yeah, just angle it towards the 135 you're angling at right now. Just keep that edge between the
Fuel?
blue and the red. Yeah.
We're gonna run out of fuel.
So this burn you're doing right now to circularize, you want to do that when you're at your highest point, so at your apoapsis.
We almost got it. We almost got it. I don't know how to rotate the way that I want. It's so goofy.
You just spend a lot of delta V to get your orbit or your apoapsis to 709,000 meters height.
That's not. That's way higher than we want it to be.
All you need for a circular and stable orbit is 70k plus.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Jesus Christ! I do love how we got it to kind of spin around a bit before getting into space. That was pretty cool. Yeah, it's just an order of magnitude of 10,000. We're fine. See, the music says we're fine. I think now is the time for science. I'm pretty sure we've done all of this science already. Exactly. See, I'd rather get a 700% on my homework. Bigger numbers are better. All right. I'm having a hard time moving this camera, I gotta say.
Yeah, the camera takes a bit of getting used to, and especially because you're in a suborbital flight path right now. The camera behaves differently from when it does when you are actually in orbit.
Can't even see my instruments.
Yeah, he's on science mode, so that's unlocked already.
Oh, that one's already done. I have a barometer that I'm trying to find, but it just really likes to show me things I don't care about. There we go. Log pressure. Keep. And then I think we just advance time until we re-enter.
Yeah.
It's going to be a long time. Oh, 9 minutes. It tells you when you're going to reach your apoapsis. That's so cool. Have I unlocked keys?
Right now you can actually test something else out already. It's called patched conics. So if you zoom out a bit, so you can see that apoapsis again. If you left mouse click on any part of that path you are, you can set a maneuver node.
Oh. Whoa!
So you can plan out trajectories you want. So if you put on the retrograde marker, which is the green marker with the fins pointing outwards,
God.
you with that you circularize your orbit. And if you go back to your normal flight plan window now, or view.
Hold on, I want to... There we go. You said flight plan. Where's that at?
Oh no, just your normal flight view. So when you see your rocket, if you press M. So now on the right you see how much delta V that current node you just made is going to cost you. And you also see a dark blue marker, which is the direction you want to burn to conduct that burn you just planned out.
So we angle like this, and then we would perform our burn if we had fuel.
Yeah, and you can also see the node in T minus 3 minutes. That's when you reach that.
And boom, it's time to burn.
Yeah, then you burn for 5 seconds with the power you have, and then you're done.
Awesome.
You want to try to balance the burn. So for example, if you have a burn for 1 minute, you want to start the burn at T minus 30 seconds. So you burn 30 seconds before the mark and 30 seconds after the mark.
This is so cool. So how can I see my delta V value? Where is that?
That you can see that on your staging window on the left. On top of your engine, you see that blue marker, 0.
Is my change in velocity 0 because we're in a vacuum and I have no thrust?
You have no fuel. So you are not able to change your velocity at all.
This game is so cool! Oh my god. I knew I wasn't dumb. I knew I wasn't dumb. This game is proving it. Oh my god. I really enjoyed physics class quite a bit, and
Oh yeah, it's amazing.
yeah.
That was my favorite part of school as well.
I'd really like computer stuff a lot. Okay, I'm gonna jettison, you know, it's time to eject trash into space.
Exactly. Kessler syndrome, never heard of it.
EPA? Fuck them. Alright, so...
Do you know about Kessler syndrome? What it is?
no,
what
what
it
is it?
It's a real-world issue we're dealing with at the moment. Every bit of space debris is orbiting at a couple kilometers a second speed around the Earth. You don't know where it is, so it can collision. The more trash there is, the higher the chance will be you will be hit by anything. And in real world, stuff like flecks of paint is even a danger.
It's basically a bullet, is what I've heard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright.
Oh yeah, Starlink is a big contributor to it.
Oh god. So, our last thing that we can do is parachute. So I think we're just going to speed up time quite a bit.
You're in high space at the moment. The high space is over 600k. So you might have new science you can conduct.
Well, I just fast forward the fuck over. I fast.
Next time.
Oh, something
Oh,
exploded.
there's your re-entry.
Things are exploding.
Oh, there goes your science. Point retrograde.
So the air resistance. Pull us up.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
you
for
have to
the
point the heat shield down.
Yeah.
Oh.
So if you point retrograde at that moment, you're pointing the butt of the aircraft downwards.
I bet we can do this. I bet we can do this better. I bet we can do this better. God damn! This is great. This is great. I'm having a great time. Alright. So we're gonna try it again. Can I make a flight plan on the ground to achieve an orbit?
No.
No.
You first need to get at least suborbital.
Oh god. Alright. It's like the most stressful time.
Absolutely.
Can you confirm what War Doggy has said? I don't speak.
Leonardo Clota, absolutely.
We have an international space station here.
Yeah.
Nice group of people from different countries working together for a common goal.
Yeah. But yeah, if you actually like streaming this and you're building space stations and everything, you can start adding flags to the game from viewers. So you have a collaborative.
Really?
Yeah. So you can have a collaborative space station.
I like that. I like that. We might do channel redemption options for that one.
Yeah.
I think it'd be fun to put like silly images up into space. We are just damn aerodynamic.
Yeah, when that booster ends, just don't touch your liquid fuel yet.
Well,
You can right-click on your apoapsis to lock the value, so you can always see that.
okay, I think we ran out of fuel. Okay, so I want to do this right. So do I aim like...
Yeah, you can make a maneuver planner now at your apoapsis.
So I want to maneuver pretty early, actually.
Yeah, just
Maneuver
put it right on your apoapsis.
and...
If you move
Oh,
the
you're
middle part,
saying put it at the apoapsis.
Yeah.
And then I want to orbit.
and then rotor. Yeah, absolutely. A little bit more. Oh. There you go. That's an orbit. And you have just about enough fuel to manage that orbit.
Okay.
You can also see the apoapsis marker on the other side now.
Yeah.
I would suggest keeping that very low.
It's
Keep that at
it's a 30. Whoa.
yeah. Aim for about 75 kilometers.
75, not 300. Okay.
Yeah.
So we
Because
have
otherwise you won't have.
we have time to play on this. We have time to play on this. Okay, so that's at 300.
Yeah, just right click it and it locks. So apoapsis is highest point. It's gonna switch with the periapsis now. This is your lowest point.
This is not how
inside the planet now.
Yeah, this is
a bit more progress. A bit more out.
So now our parallapsis is 104. Is that okay?
That's okay.
That's okay. All right, so we have 2 minutes until our maneuver.
Yeah, and the burn is going to take 38 seconds. So you want to start the burn 19 seconds before you touch the node.
Whoa, where did that math come from?
Divide by 2.
Interesting. I thought that it was instructions like, when you reach this, do the burn. No,
the node is calculated for a specific impulse, like you put in that delta V instantly. But that's infinite acceleration, and you don't have that.
Am I pointed at the right point?
Yeah.
Okay.
You can also, the marker next to the one on the next to your green stability assist marker is the hold target or hold maneuver node marker. So the stability assist will actually hold that node for you.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what you mean.
On the left side, you have stability assist. All those buttons you can click.
Yeah. Are we going to
you have the one next to the green
maneuver?
One.
Okay. We should probably do some science while we're up here. I forgot to. We have a little time.
You should worry about the burn first.
Crew report. Oh, right. Because if we get it right, then we have all the time in the world.
Exactly.
Whatever. Okay. So when this says 14 seconds, I start my burn and I just let it rip. And when do I stop? Do I just 30 seconds or 30?
No. The burn time will go to 0, and the green bar on the right will empty out. So when you see the bar, when you start doing the burn, it will be self-explanatory.
I see that this point right here is getting closer. Does that mean we're reaching our Kerbin apoapsis?
Yeah.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, burn. And it's making this wider.
As you see, the marker is going down. Once that reaches about 0, you're fine.
So we hit the node. And I hope we had the delta V that we needed.
Yeah, otherwise you would have seen a wrecked portion of that marker. Or that bar.
So cool. This is so cool. And then when it says 0, we just stop.
Yeah.
So, did we achieve orbit? It looks like it. It looks like we're a little off, though.
You just burned all your fuel you needed for your re-entry.
Oh, I meant to press X. I just let go of Z. That's why I did a different orbit.
Yeah.
So...
It's a toggle.
Shit.
So, now that Kerbal is stuck in space.
Forever.
Forever, until you send the rescue craft.
That's amazing. I love this. Yeah. So, I mean, now I guess we just do our science and transmit it with the little fuel that we have left.
Yeah.
I mean, not the little, the only charge that we have. Damn it, I forgot that you have to press X to stop burning. Yeah. That's really important.
Yeah, you can remove the node now as well as you've done the burn now
You're right.
by pressing the X next to the delta V requirement.
Okay. So I mean, this is just dead weight.
Yeah, that way doesn't matter in space.
You're right. We just need to add to the problem. Log temperature. Well, we can't. So if we transmit that, that's 8. Can we do that?
You can't send it. You can't bring it back. So
How do I close this menu?
either recycle.
Recycle or
either
keep,
recycle-
right?
Yep.
Okay.
Recycle, keep, or transmit. That's all the options you have.
All right. Where is my other scientific things? Is this gonna get us any science? 6. That's not very good. What about a barometer? 12. That's pretty good. So we'll send that off. We're gonna do a crew report.
Not enough electric charge.
Yeah, we'll just keep that. And can we do anything with our... I wish I could see the... There.
Absolutely, Fire Phoenix. Those mistakes you make and having to fix them are the best part about the game.
Log temperature. Transmit. All right, so that's it. That's all we can do with poor Jeb. So we go back to this.
Now there is a way to deorbit still, but people might see that as a bit cheaty. You can actually get out of the vehicle and push it.
Really? With the EVA?
With your EVA thruster, yeah.
Oh my god. I don't care if it's
So
cheating. I think that's hilarious and we're gonna do it.
First point your vehicle retrograde.
Fuck. Okay, so I need to learn this a little better. Does that mean pointing at this guy right here?
Retrograde is against the direction of travel, and retrograde is with a cross inside of it. So the marker you just pointed out is prograde. That's with the direction of travel. So it's
You go the opposite.
absolute opposite.
I don't think we have any way to maneuver.
Oh, no, you're out of electric charge, so your reaction wheels don't do anything either.
So we're screwed.
Yeah, you're dead in the water.
That's okay. That's okay. So we're going back to the Space Center then.
Yeah.
Holy cow. Holy cow.
Yeah, I've had some missions with, or lunar landings, which I screwed up somewhere in there. So I didn't have enough delta V to re-enter into the atmosphere. So I actually had to push my spacecrafts back to the orbit.
So it keeps bringing the music back. It's so crazy that it does that.
Yeah, that's called the Ober effect, Fire Phoenix. Burns like that, or adding delta V like that is most efficient at your periapsis.
This seems to work for what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
So
But it is a bit hard to control.
it is.
So
Is it because it's so aerodynamic? How do we solve that problem?
you have very little control on this chip. The only control you truly have is the reaction wheel all the way at the top in your cabin.
I don't think
So what
we
you can
actually
do is-
have access to that yet.
You could make your own boosters with liquid fuel. So you can use swivel engines with gimbal effect.
So you're saying we stick a couple engines.
And remove 2 of those solid fuel boosters, stick a bunch of liquid fuel tanks, and then the engine underneath that. And then instead of a liquid fuel booster, you have a liquid fuel booster.
Hold on. Stand
Or
by.
you could also place those solid fuel boosters higher, like you were just doing, And replace the bottom booster with liquid fuel as well. Then you have the gimbal in the middle.
You're saying we put swivel engines. I think we're going
You'll
to
need a few
decouplers.
things. Yeah. And as it's going to be used for controlling your ascent, you want to put them lower than they are right now.
Interesting.
Otherwise, they will be burning against other parts of your engine, and that.
Oh, we're not going to have them on at the same time.
But you would want them on at the start of the ascent.
Really?
So you can use the gimbling effect of those engines to control your flight.
This is so crazy. The stuff you can do in this game.
Absolutely.
Oh my god, this just seems so overkill.
Mm-hmm. That's the fun part. Overkill usually works.
Wait till you make aircraft too, eventually.
Oh yeah,
We'll get there.
SSTOs are so much fun, but so fucking hard to get right.
Alright, come on now. Attach, you bitch.
If you rotate the camera, it should be a bit easier.
Oh, you know what I want. You know what I want. Just give me what I want.
Look on it from the side. Like you're looking at the 90-degree angle now, look at either 360 or 0, or 180. The right to the left or right.
Glorious.
And then you place it underneath.
Glorious. Okay. Then we need some swivel engines on there. Jesus. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, if you're going with 4 of those, I don't think you need those solid boosters anymore.
You don't think I need the big side ones anymore?
No.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, we're gonna need to do... What about that big center one? Probably still need that.
Yeah, it's useful for a first little hub.
We need some...
Like it's free Delta V you add on to it, basically.
Wow.
Don't forget the aerodynamic nose cones.
Now they look cool. Let's get this on. Okay.
At some point, you're going to be spending more time on visuals than actually making it work.
Excellent. I'm sure that I'll figure it out eventually. That just tends to happen. I mean, you see me play Dwarf Fortress and spend a lot of time on the visuals. Same thing.
Exactly.
So, heat shield. I want to do more things related to thermals. I just don't want us to burn up on re-entry like we did. That was really bad.
The only reason why you burned up on re-entry is because you weren't pointing prograde or retrograde.
So that's the only reason.
Yeah, you didn't use the heat shield at all during that re-entry.
I definitely didn't.
So those heat shields or those radiators you try to add now, those will just be adding extra weight, which will do nothing for you except screw you over.
Hey, so you're saying that the way that we built this, what I need to understand is the relationship between what we had and what we have now. that results in a more maneuverable spacecraft from launch. Why
The
is this
engine
more
you-
why is this more maneuverable?
The engines you have on the bottom now, those liquid
Oh,
fuel
because they
engines.
swivel? Is that why?
Yep.
Because otherwise it was just like a bottle rocket. It just kind of has its.
Yeah, it goes up and there's no way to control at all.
I didn't check my stages.
You can change your staging on the launch pad still.
Random NPC 217. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna turn a light on so you guys don't think I'd spend my hours in a gamer cave. That's not true.
Probably gonna fall asleep to match mine.
Oh shit. Wait. It's Milo? What's up, man? We're gonna be launching things into space. You remember when we worked for a company that launched things into space? Now I get to do it in a video game. D says hi, by the way. Alright, let's make sure our stages are good. Okay. So, we thrust. We decouple. Then we have our extra. Do you think that we should be firing all 5 of these at once?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, let's get a lot of
Maybe-
initial thrust and
You
put
need-
both of these decouples in the same spot.
Maybe not do that. The solid fuel booster all the way in the bottom is going to run out really quickly. Before those outer engines are going to be empty. So you want to remove that flea booster first.
Hold on, do I have extra decouplers? I have decouplers hooked up to nothing.
Oh, nice.
That's extra weight.
Yeah.
Oh, I think I clicked the wrong one.
Yeah, it's only about 25 kilos each, so it's not that much.
I'm pretty sure I weigh 25 kilos.
Probably not, otherwise you would be dead.
I'm pretty close to dead. I don't know if you, I don't know if you know.
Like very low weight for someone that's about 5 feet is about 50 kilos.
No, I'm probably 26 kilos then.
Okay.
All right. Wait a minute. Oh, right, because Jebediah is out lost in space.
Yeah.
I am horribly underweight. All right. So, we have our, let's drop this. We have our 4 thrusters. And you were saying that I don't remember what you said. Did we want to use the solid fuel early, or did we want to preserve that?
Use it early.
Use
The
it early.
most efficient engine you have for this low in atmosphere.
Okay. G. Oh, Flegelshare? I don't know how to pronounce that. Geflegelshare. Hello. This is my first time playing Kerbal. Man, we have so many rockets. So, just so I understand, we are firing 5 rockets, 5 thrusters really early on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And then once we reach... I mean, those are going to get us into space.
Not all the way.
Not all the way?
Oh, well, it will get you out of the atmosphere, yeah.
Okay. So then once we jettison those, then we are relying on only one engine. Oh, hey, kitty.
There's one issue with the staging you have now. You are dumping the solid fuel booster very late, which will be empty very quickly. So it will be that what you will be carrying all the way into the ascent.
So
you
we
want to-
jettison it here.
Yeah.
Got it. We're just gonna shed all that.
Before the radial decouplers, because the radial engines will stay on for a long while.
Oh, because it's gonna burn fast.
Yeah.
So this needs to have its own stage.
Yeah.
So like that. Oh, you're gonna love it. We have only blown up one craft, and how many launches have we had? We've had like
3,
6?
4, maybe 6. Yeah. No. Jeb burned up in the atmosphere. I think it was Bob that is stuck.
We're doing pretty good so far. Hey, Kitty, how am I going to reach the controls if you're sitting there, demanding my attention? What do we do?
If you want, I can show you with a very similar rocket how a ascent path looks like.
I
through
think-
stream. But yeah.
I won't be
Trial
able
and
to
error
do it
is
on
fun.
stream, but I can check it out. Yes, we have a cat at the
Alright.
controls now.
Stream go live. Why doesn't it work?
You can stream your desktop. I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it's not even taking my fucking desktop. What the hell?
There we go.
Yeah. So full power, go up.
Your stream ended.
Oh. Pause it. I will try it different way. Entire screen, go live. The game might be a bit small now. Oh. Why doesn't it? There we go. You've been disconnected. Okay, Discord doesn't want to stream KSP. It looks like.
Stream ended again.
Yeah. It doesn't want to connect the stream for some reason. No, it is not working. OBS. Yeah, that Jeb died in a tragic re-entry accident.
We ran out of fuel and we ran out of electrical, so we couldn't use our retro engines or whatever they are, retro thrusters, boosters.
The reaction wheels to rotate your craft, so you can use the heat shields. Add source, yeah. Display capture.
You are so adorable, little man. Alright. You know what? We learn by failing. I'm ready to fail.
Yeah, absolutely. Share screen.
Here we go.
No, it doesn't even want to take OBS. I think my PC just doesn't like the insane amount of mods I have.
We aren't even lifting off.
Wow, what the hell? You are not using your thrust from the fuel engines. Open your navball. It's the little arrow on the bottom.
You guys are so helpful. You guys are so helpful. You know, we did have SAS turned on. I think I meant to go to the launch pad. Alright. The quadrongus not so longus. I'm gonna launch it into orbit. We will achieve an orbit, I swear.
So for the liquid fuel engines you're using, those are controlled by the amount of thrust you're
We gotta use B for the
assigning.
other ones, is what it sounds
Yeah.
like.
Yeah, shift and control to gradually control it, and set an X for full throttle or no throttle.
You know, we need to redo our staging. And we want to drop this. Whoa. There we go. Yep, all these are firing, but we only jettison one, then we jettison the others later, and then we have our maneuverable rocket, which we can jettison later. I think we're happy. Here we go. Thank you, Richard. I appreciate that. I definitely should next time.
So angle on slightly towards the 90 degree, and just hold that angle. Not too much. This is more than enough. Okay, don't forget the stage. The solid fuel booster is empty, so you can jettison that.
We could have done that earlier. I see. I thought it would stop my other engines. I overthought it.
Yep.
And then when these are done, we jettison them.
Yeah. So in the bottom left, that is currently occupied by your lovely face cam.
Oh yes.
There's more information about your orbit and everything. You can toggle what's it called?
There's my apoaxis, and we will. Whoa. Get out of here.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't care about this. I don't know how to.
Oh yeah, that's to make an alarm for maneuvers that are a couple of years into the future.
Very cool. Add maneuver. I just want it to go away. There we go. Okay, so now we click on this bad boy, we drag it to the apoaxis, and then we want to achieve orbit.
Yeah. And that's it.
And then that apoapsis is at 266. We don't need it to be that. 100. 125. Oh, that's... Nope. No, we don't want that. 31, almost. Yeah, perfect. So now we have a maneuver. So we need to angle ourselves towards it.
Make sure that the angling is only done if you're outside of the atmosphere, otherwise you're creating a lot of extra drag. But I think you're out of the...
Yeah, I don't know how to tell.
It's right click actually, but yeah.
So we're locked in at the maneuver. And then... No, maybe we can move the face cam. The cat cam's not even being used right now.
I think you should be able to change the UI size, because it looks like your UI is very big at the moment.
Yeah, I had to do some weird resolution stuff on my computer to have it work with my stream setup. It's windowed. So 26 divided by 2 is 13. So at 13 seconds, we start our burn. And then when it ends, I'm going to actually turn the engine off instead of not turning it off, which should result in much better results.
Yeah.
Very exciting stuff. Oh yeah. Random NPC. I don't know if you know, but I got a job. Finally got a job, so that looks very good. Fire? Go? Go? It's not going? It's not going.
It's not staged. It's not staged. So first press space.
Oh my god. I hope we didn't miss our moment.
No, it should be fine. It's a little bit less efficient now, but maybe it will cost you about 10 meters a second of delta V more.
I need to make sure
That's
that
fine.
that we are in a good orbit before I kill the power.
Yep.
And kill. Hey, it's
Beautiful.
not that bad. It's not that bad. Ah, great success.
Periapsis of 70.9 kilometers, which is perfect.
Excellent.
Like above 70k, you're still outside of the atmosphere and you're safe.
Okay. Oh my god. I think we've already observed this. Yeah, I thought so. Recovery gives me a tiny amount of science.
Yeah.
Why
not?
Why? I don't think we've done a barometer yet. I don't know what you're going to see, Zerkom Zeus. I don't know what you're going to see. Oh, Fire Phoenix, we got some Pokemon music.
So make sure you're not transmitting any of your data.
Not transmitting anything. Nothing. This is an all or nothing, baby.
You could also turn off SAS now, because otherwise it's going to use a very small amount of
You're right.
electricity.
We can't have that. Crew report. No crew report is gonna help us. All right. So we've reached orbit. You know, we're happy. We could just spend a bunch of time and we would just be flying around. And with SAS off, we're not using any power, right?
Yeah. So if you want to build a space station, this is where this is where you stop basically. Then you add more parts. But because there's a person in there, you might want to get them back to the planet. And all you need to do for that is lower your periapsis to below 70,000 meters, so you start aerobraking through the atmosphere.
So I think I can do an EVA.
Oh yeah, you can do EVA.
Will I maintain velocity? Like, is this going to fly away from me is my question.
Your Kerbin will have the same velocity as your ship.
So I can pop
And,
out, get what I need, and then pop back in?
Yeah, and they will actually start on EVA
Hatches
while
are
holding onto
obstructed.
ladders.
What
Aw.
is this? Is the it's the landing struts.
Like,
Damn.
yeah.
Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. Well,
No spacewalks for Bill.
yeah. I'm sorry, Bill. Are we going to gain anything from just going around in an orbit for a while?
Yeah, you can grab signs from different biomes, but I think the only signs you have that allows you to do that is the EVA, and you're not able to do that.
So if we want to plan a re-entry, I can plot a maneuver and land us in like a completely different neck of the world.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to plan one. Cannot maneuver, control locked. What do you mean?
Control locked? That's weird.
Cannot delete maneuver node, control locked. What do you mean?
Oh, right. Bill is not a pilot. He's a scientist or an engineer. You're flying by wire, basically, right now, and there is no connection to the space station.
Oh, so we need to wait until we can get signal, basically.
Yeah. You're dead in the water, based on...
That's what that line means.
Yeah.
This is so...
That's your connection. So now you can actually remove the node, as long as that line is... Yeah, after this it's best to go back to the... I think it's the... I don't know what it's called again, but where you hire the Kerbals.
Yeah. Is it Geflegelshare? Geflegelshare? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Geflügelschere, I think. Looks German.
Could you say that one, Weeva?
Geflügelschere?
Geflugelshare? Okay.
I think.
Appreciate that.
My German is very bad, so I might be wrong.
Mine is horrendous.
Very close.
German.
Okay.
I can pronounce a little bit of German, but that's it. That's it. That's all I can do. Okay.
Very close is what I was going for. Happy it worked.
Okay, let's plan our maneuver. And
So do you want to land in a specific spot? Do you want to re-enter with the minimum amount of delta V required? What do you want?
I want to land back at base.
You want to... Okay.
I mean, isn't there more science to get from other biomes on Kerbin?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll just...
But keep in mind, the planet will rotate underneath you and you will be aero braking as well. So take about 2/3 of that trajectory off.
Okay. And that requires 971 delta V. We don't have that. We don't have that. Jeez. All right. Okay, we can do that. We can do that. So that's our maneuver. So I toggle my SAS to the maneuver. And then this time I'm going to use the damn heat shield.
Yeah. So once you start, or before you start the re-entry, just put it into retrograde direction and you should be fine.
So 26 is when I start my burn.
Yeah, if you know what you're doing, you can actually complete about half the science log with just driving around the Space Center a couple of times.
It's pretty interesting. Okay.
Every single building in the Space Center is its own biome.
Okay, so now I need to zoom in on us And I need to go to our retrograde.
Yeah, turn it retrograde.
And I want
Uh,
to jettison the rest of my fuel soon.
You could use it inside the atmosphere to slow down a bit, so you get even less heat. But it is more dangerous to do that. Your ship might get unstable if you do that.
Trying to find our velocity.
Orbit speed, 2006 meters a second.
So we're speeding up slowly.
Yeah, because you're going down towards the planet.
Okay. And we have a trajectory that's going to land us on land.
Yep.
Cool. I think we're going to be okay. Yeah, let's keep this view up, and I'm going to speed up a bit.
While you're time warping, SES won't do anything. So keep that in mind.
Sorry, what?
While you're using time warp, at least the non-physical time warp, or the SES won't do anything. Your angle will be locked during that time warp. You are re-entering right now, so you might want to check on your ship.
Very dark. Should I jettison so that we have the heat shield? Because I have a feeling...
Yes, retrograde, yeah, and jettison. Every landing you can walk away from is a successful one.
True. It's already getting hot, I think.
You can right-click on the legs once you're closer to landing to extend the landing legs.
Yes, yes, yes. Okay, so there's the heat shield working. So cool. I love that song, Code. I love that song. How do I tell how much power we have?
In the top right, there are all those buttons. The second from the top shows all your fuel.
Oh, we have a bunch of electric charge.
Yeah, but it dissipates really quickly if you're transmitting the science.
Yeah. So one thing I really want to try is just sending a rocket as far away as we can. Like no return trip kind of stuff.
Yeah. So a bit like Voyager. Just send it past a Pluto gravity assist, take some pictures, and it's gone.
Yeah.
You're gonna need a lot of Delta V for that, and I don't think you have enough science to
so
accomplish that without some very specific Kerbal engineering.
But we could do that in Sandbox because Sandbox has everything, right?
Yep.
Ooh, that's a pretty sharp angle. Are we gonna be okay?
Yeah, it should be fine.
Okay.
It actually means your horizontal velocity is very low already.
Where the hell is our ship? Hello?
Zoom in all the way.
Oh, okay. Very dark. Oh, I didn't close those.
Don't forget your parachute. The height meter might not be accurate because it's set to sea level and you're not landing in the sea. You can actually click on the altimeter to set it to surface. Don't forget to.
What do you think, like 1200?
You just deployed them a bit later already. Yep. Yep.
Love how chat was like, do it, do it, do it! And by the time it showed up,
He did.
man.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I recommended science mode. No worries about going bankrupt, but
I mean,
still slow progression through the parts.
I
Getting
really need
familiar
to
with it.
change my staging so that we don't have to automatically do it. But back the fly? I don't
I
know.
don't know what they meant with that.
I feel like I wanted to take these fucking legs off.
Yeah, those legs are not doing anything for you.
Yeah, they're ruining things for me. And I want a pilot.
Yeah, that was a pretty hard crash.
Best bits for the best. Yeah. Kerbins?
Thank you, Gearbox, for the biddies. We're learning. We're learning. Okay. You know? I think we're... Have we made it to the moon yet? Nope. Nope, we don't have the science for it.
Well, if you know what you're doing, you have the science for it, but
Do we
it's
now?
gonna be hard. Yeah,
I had a feeling.
yeah, it's gonna be hard if you want to do it with what you currently have. But you have unlocked some science point, and you haven't been back to the R&D place yet. So you might have some things you can unlock. Oh yeah, the revert flight. That's what you were talking about. Yeah, you did that. That bill's still alive. Don't forget your SAS. No, don't steer too much. Just blow in the.
Hey, you set point at 90.
Oh, yeah, not that direction. Like, if you're doing it semi-perfectly, you would be reaching about 90 degrees when you are at 10,000 meters up. That's plus minus dependent on your craft, how aerodynamic it is, how much thrust to weight ratio you have, and all that kind of stuff. Oh, in the bottom left, you see that purple button next to the pitch. Oh. Now it's already open. And there you can also see your apoapsis and periapsis.
Periapsis 100? No.
Yeah, that's perfect. Yours still burning, it seems. Or, oh, your turtle is set to full yet, still.
What?
So watch. Your throttle is fully open. So once you stage, it will fire immediately. Like you haven't activated the next engine yet,
Correct.
and you are at full throttle.
I'm not at full throttle.
Yeah, you are.
I don't see
On
any.
the left side of the navigation ball, there's a little arrow pointing all the way up at the throttle.
How do I reduce that?
X.
Interesting. Interesting. I didn't know it worked like that. Okay.
You can adjust it gradually with shift and control. Shift for up, control for down.
If I've done an EVA.
Right click on your Kerbal, then EVA report.
Yeah,
what,
yeah. I'm pretty sure I understand that hitting Z makes it go.
and before you burn, make sure the Kerbal is inside again.
Oh yeah, that'd be terrifying. Pretty sure we've already done the goo.
It's a little bit.
Okay, so now we can do a crew report, I guess. I think we've already done one here. Yeah. So now we just make a re-entry maneuver.
You haven't circularized your orbit yet.
Okay.
So you're still suborbital.
So we
you could re-enter.
we go to our maneuver.
You can also try and do it by hand. It's also a lot of fun. It's good to learn how to do it.
That's how I did the first one.
Yeah, you can configure the parachute while you're in orbit. Gives you a bit more time.
Yeah.
Compared to
So
while you're
I've tried to have it work automatically, but I haven't gotten it to work correctly. So if I do like 1400, we're good.
Then it will deploy fully at 1400.
Great.
But usually 1000 is more than enough. Like adjusting that is only useful if you have very specific crafts or landing on different atmospheres. The service bay is attached to the capsule. It won't get staged away.
Hello, please activate. Jesus, I missed it again.
No, you're still fine. You're too early still. But it works.
Beautiful.
There you go.
All right, so now we still have fuel, and we can configure re-entry.
Yep.
Right.
And now you can, when you're above different biomes during your orbit, you can do EVA reports as well and get signs from that as well. That's your normal. That's gonna adjust your orbit to a polar orbit. Yeah, just push the top purple or the bottom purple down.
I'm just trying to... What in the world? I'm just trying to reduce the...
It might be worthwhile to first do a full lap around Kerbin.
Oh, because we still have a lot of momentum.
Yeah, you're in a stable orbit. You can stay there forever.
Yep.
But each time you enter a new biome, you can do a new EVA report and get more science from that.
How do I know what biome I'm in?
Looking at where you are.
Oh, it's just a physical inspection thing?
Yeah. Later you get tools that allow you to differentiate between biomes and everything.
Then we can just speed up. Oh.
Yeah, there's no
Speed up.
place to store the crew reports, so you can only do one each flight.
Then I go back out, and then I do another report. And then I get back in, and then
And if you read the message, you saw that the last one was above the grasslands.
Oh. You recorded your observations. Wait, where do you see grasslands?
Oh no, you're in high space now. That's over 250 kilometers high.
Oh, we have to get closer.
Yeah.
Okay, so we need to get in a tighter orbit then.
So at your periapsis, your lowest point, you burn retrograde a bit to lower your apoapsis, which is your highest point.
Whoops.
Yeah, you can also click on the orbit somewhere and then just warp to here.
Oh. Well, that's nice.
And if you make a maneuver, you can also maneuver or warp directly towards that maneuver. That's a bit too much. Like you want to raise your apoapsis to lower than 200,000.
I just want land.
Oh, you want to land? Yeah, then what you're doing is perfect.
Okay.
It's actually better to do that at the apoapsis, but you have more than enough fuel to do this.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I want to land like in not Africa here. So then I warp to the... I don't remember how I did it. Let's slow down here. There was like a warp to maneuver.
If you see the delta V requirement for that maneuver on the right side of your nav ball, there's also the green fast forward button.
Ah, okay.
And it will put you
How do I
at
know,
about
how do I
1
know if
minute
I'm in the
out.
right stage? Because last time I wasn't in the stage and I missed my opportunity.
That's just knowing your craft and seeing on the left side what stage you're on.
So it says that I'm in 2, right?
Which is your engine. So the next stage you do is gonna activate stage 1, which is decoupling that engine. Yeah, you can test out your engine as well before trying anything by just increasing your thrust a little bit, see what happens. So just press shift for a little bit and then
We're
you
good.
see that it works. Yep. Yeah, exactly. The Obert effect is really useful to manipulate, to take advantage of. So you just saw the camera change as well. That means that you're suborbital again. So make sure you stage and you're pointing
I should
retrograde.
probably do an EVA. And
They might get ripped off your vessel if you're not quick with that.
Get in. Okay. And now we want to pass a little time.
You can stage already and just point retrograde just to prepare for everything before you fast forward.
We're trying to figure out where.
Stage
It's
and
not staging.
point retrograde. You're in time warp. And you can stage in map view.
Then we go to retrograde. And then the parachute should activate automatically, right?
Nope, you have to stage it. Or when you stage it, you arm it basically, and then it will go off based on parameters.
But it looks like we're on that stage. Am I wrong?
You are on that stage, but it's not activated.
So there's still timing to it. What's the point? What's the point of making it automatic if it's not automatic?
The thing you just adjusted was when it fully deploys. So it has stages of deployment. The first is just very slim. That will slow you down to about 200 meters a second. And after that, when it reaches the 1400 meters, it will deploy fully and slow you down to about 6-7 meters a second.
So when should I press space?
Once you are slowed down by the atmosphere and a bit lower. So right now you're going through very thin atmosphere, so it's not slowing you down that much. But as you go lower, the atmosphere is going to thicken, and you're going to see re-entry heating.
Now I'm slowing down now. So when do I activate it?
Once your ship is no longer on fire, and you're slowed down, your parachute will turn yellow or white when it's safe to deploy it. Or to arm it. Like if you would stage it during the re-entry heating, it will just rip apart due to aerodynamic
That's
forces.
what I was worried about. I thought that it was automatic. I thought that it was fully automatic.
No.
Okay, so now we're good, right? Because it's gray?
Yep. As you see, it's very slim now. It's going to slow you down a little bit, but not fully. Once it reaches about 1400 meters above ground, it's going to deploy completely and slow you down all the way. You can also change the...
In EVA right now?
You could, but it's dangerous. But yeah.
Oh my god.
Actually, it's not that dangerous while you're parachuting. But yeah, once you land, do an EVA, let go of the craft for a bit and go onto the ground, and you can collect a surface sample as well.
Does that answer your question, Smitty? It's both, yeah. People say I look like white Jesus. You have to specify white Jesus. You see, this is the look of a Dwarf Fortress player. I play a lot of Dwarf Fortress, so you gotta look the part, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Weebow, do you have facial hair?
I have a beard, yeah.
Oh, there it is. There it is. Excellent. They're very in style. Come on, don't die. We fucking did it. So you said do an EVA.
Yep.
And you said let go, right?
Yeah, and go to the ground and collect ground sample. The same way you do a EVA report.
It's another
Yeah,
graph.
you can actually... Yeah, but it's landed on the grassland now. So that's different science.
Oh my god, you can walk around?
Yeah.
No fucking way. Take surface sample. Delicious. Alright.
Yep, looks like dirt.
Plant the flag.
Yeah. You can plant flags.
ASAN. Excellent. Just Earth. I'm sorry, the sovereign peoples of this land. I can remove my helmet and lower my visor?
Yep.
Pathetic jump. I can't wait
can
to
also-
explore other places. This is gonna be so fun.
Yeah. On some planets, if you jump, you just almost reaching orbit already.
What do you mean it's not
Really
a
fun.
sun? That's what it looks like. It looks like a sun. Look at this. I don't know if you can read. This is clearly a sun. So we
Yeah, that's a space program, right?
do we recover our vessel now?
First go into it, otherwise you have to recover the vessel and your Kerbin.
And
So
then,
if you jump to it or press F to climb, F to grab,
oh, whoop.
yeah, that's kind of buggy sometimes.
I'm trying to jump on it like a platformer. Oh, well.
Yeah, it's not made for platforming, this game.
Board. Okay. So we're good. We have delivered all the shit. Yeah, this game is really awesome. This is my first time. That's why the stream title says "First Day at NASA." I mean, Asan. Anyway, do we recover our vessel and get all of our science?
Yeah. This should have given you a shit ton of science.
I'm learning so much about like the periapsis and the apoapsis and retrograde, prograde. Woo! My brain is growing.
I think the next step would be a flyby for the moon.
I think that sounds great. I need to do my classic music nerfing. All right. So I think the moon would be really cool, like Minmun.
Minmus or the moon.
Yeah.
This planet has 2 moons. The moon is just literally the same as our own moon, and then there's Minmus, which is even smaller than that and a bit further out.
I have not heard of the Seven Neves code. I haven't heard of that. Damn, Smitty, you've been around a long time, haven't you? Once you reach the moon 50 times, you're entered into a draw to actually be sent up in a ship you design. I'll give that to someone else.
I think I'm gonna refer from launching space missions to the moon.
Yeah.
And don't forget to research with your new science you just unlocked.
Yeah, let's do more science. Yo, Fire Phoenix, I wish you good luck, my dude. My wife and I are going to put in for a house as well.
Ooh, nice.
Very exciting stuff. Ooh, more crew. Struts.
Yeah, but only at night.
Yeah, only at night. When the sun is nice and cold. Right?
Yeah.
That's rocket science. I don't know if I want aviation. I think basic science might be better.
Basic science is very useful to unlock more science points quickly.
Yeah,
And it has batteries in there.
Very wise, honestly.
Yeah. The biggest part there is that it has batteries.
Well, we can get advanced rockets and we can get basic science because we have 100 points. So let's do both.
And advanced rocketry unlocks the Terrier engine, which is really useful in outer space.
Hell yeah.
Like it has low thrust, but it's really efficient.
So next mission.
Yeah, let's try and land on Jewel. It's fun.
Can we send a spacecraft like way far away? Like, will that help? Will that help us with our advanced science now?
No.
No.
You can do it, but it won't help.
Okay.
You will need relay network to send all that science back.
Got it. Oh, so this experiment storage unit means that we can crash and still get our experiments home.
You can store your science data in there. Yeah.
I feel like we need like a new ship here. I'm gonna save this one and we're gonna make a new one. Start with our pod. Ooh.
The Sputnik is a unmanned probe that's able to fly your ship without any Kerbals in it. It requires electric charge to function, and as it's a very low science probe, it has almost no SAS options.
All right,
I think the only option it has is
we're doing that
opposite.
because I want to see if I want to do a simulation run to the moon. We're doing a simulation run here. So what kind of fuel is this? Liquid? Perfect. Well, actually, we need some other things. We need like decouplers and whatnot. Yeah, decoupler. Actually, we don't want the decoupler there. Hey, Smitty, thank you for the follow. Most of the time, I play Dwarf Fortress. We're trying something different here, something outside my comfort zone. And man, there's a lot to this. There is so much to this.
So I just linked something in your chat from the Kerbal Space Program wiki.
Okay.
It's a delta V map. It maps out how much delta V you need for different maneuvers.
Okay.
So it's not that important just now because you're not close to getting those numbers yet.
Really not. I'm really not.
But you can use it as a reference to see how much you need in a ballpark. So according to that graph, to go from a low Kerbin orbit to a flyby of the moon, you need 860 delta V total.
Oh my.
To circularize that orbit, you need another 280, and to land, you need another 580 on top of that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, high
You
antenna. Yeah, we're gonna need that.
the Communotron is
We
enough.
can put a nice little crown on it. I love it. Look at that.
Yeah,
No.
if you right click and deploy, see what happens
Oh.
on those more extent.
We're gonna. So it's like shy and it has hair right now, and then when we extend it, no, that's not a crown. That is unacceptable. Now it's a Pikmin. That's what I'm talking about, baby.
They will drain your electricity all at the same time, and these
So we actually
drain
don't
a lot.
mini.
Yeah, and for the moon, just a simple Communotron is enough.
Oh, okay, fine. It looks.
There will be an issue during this mission,
Yeah.
and that is that once you are on the other side of the moon, so the moon is between you and Kerbin, there will be no direct connection to the space center, so you have no control of your probe anymore.
When the moon is in between us and home, it has to be on a good route.
It blocks you. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you do a insertion burn to get into the sphere of influence of the moon, you have more than enough time to circularize that orbit before you are out of comm range.
That's so interesting.
But you can't change that orbit once you are in there on the other side of the moon.
No, that's a heat shield.
You don't need a heat shield for anything on the moon.
So are we planning on just like landing this? Okay, I need to make some decisions. If I just land it on the moon and I just do a bunch of science there and send it home, do we have enough batteries for that?
Yeah.
Good. Good. So we also need... Because we're not planning on getting any of this stuff home.
So in that case, you won't need the heat shield. Heat shields are really heavy.
I had a feeling. So these Science Junior.
Mm-hmm. Science Junior is just a science experiment as well, but it's a very heavy one and can only be used once. But it does give a lot of science. So yeah, now it's actually connected to the bottom part or the top part of that surface bay you just placed. Like it's clipping, but it does look better. But you do need a way to slow down. There is no atmosphere on the moon.
Yeah, so we need some small rockets or something.
Yep.
Oh, and we need a barometer. We need a thermometer.
So what I would do is put a fuel tank and a Terror engine underneath, then attach the legs to that. Set your delta V settings to the moon, and then you can see how much delta V you will have there.
Bring your ship home gives a lot more science. Can we make another ship to go and pick it up?
You can, but that is a lot harder. That would mean you have to land it, put it back into an orbit, and then you have to send another craft to intercept that orbit, and interceptions are really hard to learn.
I think it would be cool to bring this home. I think I'm just very pessimistic about how this is gonna go. Let's try and be a little more optimistic. Let's say, fuck
if you're
yeah.
going for realism, the first moon landings were done with unmanned probes, which didn't go back. You want to land that whole thing on the moon?
You're right. We don't need
the way you're building is from your last thing you want to do backwards.
You're right.
So
if this is the very final stage,
yeah, what is the stage you want to land?
You need an engine.
Yes. The Terrier is more than enough for what you're going to do. So now you see you have 3.2k delta V. That is enough for an insertion burn, synchronization burn, landing, takeoff, and going back to Kerbin.
Oh wait, we have even smaller
engines
engines here.
Those are not smaller, those are a lot stronger, actually.
Really?
Like if you look at the thrust those deliver, I think those deliver about 120. The Terrier will give you about
Whoa! I was
60.
just thinking bigger is better, but Jesus.
Yeah, you want to control your thrust to weight ratio really finely
This is
when
crazy.
doing that.
So then we need a decoupler for sure. And then we need our leaving atmosphere engines.
Yeah.
So this is very lightweight, this service bay. And then we can put some science stuff in there.
Make sure your craft is not too top heavy, because it can topple over when you land. Once it's toppled over, you're fucked.
That does sound like a really bad situation.
Yeah.
How can I tell? Is that with the center mass?
Center of mass? Yeah.
Doesn't seem too top heavy.
No, but your fuel's gonna empty out.
It's gonna add a lot for sure.
When you fire those engines to do your burns, you reduce the amount of fuel you have. And the fuel you have is the most heavy part of this craft. So if you burn about half your fuel tank away, you'll see that the center of mass will go up really fast. So you can actually right click on that fuel engine you have installed, then reduce the fuel in there, so you can see what the center of mass is going to do.
Oh, it doesn't go up that much at all.
Oh yeah.
I think it's
And
actually
don't
okay.
forget and the oxidizer. Yeah,
Yeah, this one seems all right, actually.
pretty decent.
So now we just need to find a way to just jack this thing up into space very fast.
Yeah.
So we will add more coupling units on there.
So now you can set that delta V calculation to Kerbin again, so you can see how much delta V you're adding for that.
Excellent, excellent.
Can you look in your fuel tanks tab and see if you have fuel lines? No, you don't.
We don't know. Good God.
This is gonna go up.
It's gonna go up. It will probably go back down too. We need to really make sure that it's nice and aerodynamic. Don't get too fast or otherwise you'll explode on ascent.
Yeah.
Scaring me. Alright. So maybe we get some swivels here. And then we need some goddamn aerodynamics. Lots and lots of aerodynamicism. Oh,
You
I'm not
could
even...
replace half of those swivel engines with the non-swivel ones. They are a bit more efficient in the atmosphere.
Okay, okay.
No. Anything below 8 is not enough. Come on. It needs to be as a bullet going up.
So this here says 6,400. Is that just the sum of everything here?
The lower number is the stage. Oh yeah, that's the total, but I don't know what it's calculated to relative
like
to
the
what
sum.
body.
Yeah.
To what body is this calculated?
Okay, so let's think about these stages. So that's gonna fire off first. And then we decouple, and then this needs to be down here, and this needs to be in a league of its own. Okay, so that's all the fuel that we have with this craft here. Oh my god. This is very exciting. That is just a lot of rocket power.
Yeah. So if you press on the third stage, you can see more stats about it, like the thrust to weight ratio, TWR.
That's 2 point.
So it's at 2.7. That's a lot. Like you might actually burn up on ascent because you're going too fast.
So let's maybe reduce this a little bit. Maybe not like 6 of these, maybe like...
You could do it by adding more weight. You can reduce the amount of power that engines deliver. Like you can set the thrust limiter on those. Oh yeah.
This needs to be... Oh, okay. And then let's take this here. Oh, thrust weight ratio is still 2.7. So we need more weight on this. I mean, we can stick more science bullshit on there.
You can also reduce the thrust limiter on those engines on the bottom, so they will fire for longer, but less thrust rate. So if you right-click on the engine itself, Ctrl C to undo what you just did, or do it again.
There we go. Yeah, so you said right-click on the engine, not the fuel. Thrust limiter, and then this will change our TWR, right?
Yeah, and it will do it for all those engines, you just place at the same time because their symmetry locked.
Uh,
Like 1.3 is perfect.
1.3 is perfect.
Yeah, you can throttle, but it's a lot easier to just throttle them before you ascend.
You guys are so helpful. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate all of your assistance.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It takes some know-how to get used to this game, but once you're past that point, it's so much fun.
Yeah. Okay, so the plan is we shoot the shit out of these, and it's probably going to take us to the atmosphere, and we'll be in space. Just
Yeah. Can you press on the Delta V button on the bottom?
that's more than 3,000 Delta V. That's a lot. That's a lot. He's talking about sandbox mode, Zercom. Okay. You know, I think it's also good to just learn by doing. For me, you know there are different learning styles out there, right? There's kinesthetic learning, which means learning by doing things. And if I send this into space and I really feel the controls, I think that's going to help me a lot. This needs a name, though. This is the... Let me think. It's the unmanned space pan. The unmanned bedpan. We're just gonna see what happens. See, Nerdthagoras, I really want to try career mode, but as you can see from the stream description, I am literally on my first day. So, wish me good luck. No SAS modules. Fascinating.
Yep, that's the probe core you have. It has no SAS at all.
So the mun. That's just the mun. I want the other mun.
Yep, zoom out a bit more.
That is the target.
Yep.
Here we go. That seems very slow.
Which is not a bad thing at all.
I appreciate
Gives
the
you a lot
recommendation.
more control. Yeah, I'm partial to what's his name again? Goddamn.
So here's my idea, right?
Yeah. You are veering off to the bottom left. You are about to crash.
I want to use the Earth to slingshot myself at the moon.
Yep.
I want to like rotate around it and zoom.
That's called a Hohmann transfer, which is the most efficient way to transfer to different bodies.
Great.
First, you need to be in a stable orbit, and once we're there, I'll explain you how to actually get there.
Works for me. So I'm going to turn us a bit. Oh yeah, we are gonna crash. We're gonna fucking crash. I can't turn it.
Nope.
I have no control over this thing. I don't know why.
+1. Scott Manley, thank you for telling me. I'm partial to Scott Manley's tutorials. He's amazing in explaining.
It just jettisoned the wrong thing. Well, that was the most impressive explosion, I gotta say. No, there is no SAS. You can't do SAS with this. It was telling me that I can't. Check it out. I did forget parachutes, yeah. Yeah, let's go back to the drawing board and put a parachute on there. That was really impressive. That was awesome. That was awesome.
Mm-hmm.
A reaction wheel. I don't know what a reaction wheel is, I'm gonna be honest. It would be nice to recover it. I don't know.
You have more than enough Delta V to recover it.
That's
That
awesome.
shouldn't be an issue.
Star shot. The fuck?
That's fireworks.
Boo. These look the
Yeah, he
same.
doesn't have any module for SAS yet. The only probe core he has is the Steputnik, which doesn't have any SAS control. But if you want it to re-enter, you have to worry about re-entry heating again.
Okay. So
So I would put a
Why the
decoupler
heck?
with a heat shield underneath your Science Junior.
what did you say?
I would put a decoupler with a Science Junior, a decoupler and a heat shield underneath your Science Junior, so you can actually re-enter.
You have a good point. You have a good point. We keep going back and forth between like, do we recover it? Do we not? I think we recover it.
Yeah, build it for recovery, and halfway through the flight, you're gonna know if you'll be able to recover or not.
Very true. I like the way you think.
Build for success, blend for failure.
Yeah. God damn, this thing just has nonsense all over it.
Don't forget the landing legs.
Oh,
Oh no, wait, they are there.
Hold on a second. I need to reposition something.
Yeah, you in the control tab, do you have a reaction wheel there?
I don't even know what a reaction wheel is. I don't think I have it unlocked.
It might not be. No, you don't.
Yeah.
The probe core has an inbuilt reaction wheel, but it's really weak, so it will only be helpful during when it's the only thing that's flying.
Homer actually brings up a really good point. If we don't have SAS, how the fuck are we gonna aim our
You have a little bit, and it is you do it manually, basically.
But we do have control? I didn't know that.
You have a little bit of control. If you look at the stats of the Steputnik probe core in the right menu in the part picker, you can see that it has a reaction wheel on the left side. Sorry. So under pods, then Steputnik.
I don't see
Wait,
it.
it doesn't?
No, it doesn't
No,
look like
it
it.
doesn't have any.
So
Ooh.
I'm just basically planning on us not getting this thing back. That's
Yeah.
what I'm thinking. Okay, let's try another launch. Clear it. Try again. Maybe, Homer, maybe. I still need to just practice launches.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to build is just recoverable booster stages. Like the last set I made was actually able to be fully recoverable without any parachutes at all. Like I used heat. Oh yeah,
We can't
you're
aim.
not steering.
We can't
You're
aim.
not steering.
I was steering.
what-
It just refuses to
What?
be steered.
What engines do you have? I think these are all Reliant ones, not the swivel ones.
You know, I think you're right. I think that's the problem. I think that's the problem. We don't have any way to. We don't have the right engines.
Yeah.
That's it. Okay. Yeah.
Well, parachutes have been tested now. They work.
Yeah, the parachutes definitely work.
Yeah, basically I like the SpaceX ones, but instead of using the standard stock air brakes, I used the I don't know from which expansion that is, the movable robotic parts to move out heat shields to work as drogue shields, which was really fun.
We got data from that? Okay, sure.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
So we're missing gimbals. You guys gotta understand, I am learning so much terminology about space and aeronautics and everything. Like I'm blown away. Blown away by
Yeah,
the things that I've learned today. Like gimbals, I didn't know the fuck a gimbal was. Gotta learn a whole bunch of new controls and everything. Like,
Yeah, if you press X, it's gonna use radial. Yeah, great.
okay, I think we can actually aim now.
Yeah, you actually have flight control now.
Let's try it. Let's try it out then. You know, there's a decent amount of people streaming Kerbal Space Program right now. That's pretty nice.
Nice.
All right, full throttle. Wow, actual control. Oh, it's
Yeah.
definitely hyped from 2.
Oh yeah, a lot of people are hyped up for KSP because of 2, and then they saw 2, and they're going back to 1.
And they're a little disappointed.
Yeah. It's a extremely rough early release.
Oh!
Uh-oh.
I know this is really bad for. Oh shit! I hit the wrong button. All right.
Oh yeah, that could be as well.
Why is the engine didn't work?
Yeah, they work. They were
The
you very well.
engine that was hooked up to this module wasn't working.
No, I don't know. Maybe something in the staging.
Yeah, I think it's something fucked up in the staging.
Yeah, you can also press escape now and just revert flight immediately.
Yeah.
You'll wait for.
I wanna
No,
I wanna take a look at the staging and see if it makes any sense.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Okay, so first we fly, and then we eject those guys, and then we we just jettison the engine before we get to use it, I think.
Yeah, that engine needs to be moved 1 down.
Oh, yep. So I don't think do okay. I think that makes sense. Is there a way to save this staging from this screen, or do I have to go back to the?
It needs to be done in the Fuke assembly building. Yeah.
Let's go do it back in the other one.
Yeah, it looks like there's too little error control as well. That's why you are tipping over.
How do we achieve that with more fins?
Add more fins.
Easy. That must be a stat that I can look at somewhere. That has to be a stat. Okay, so I'm going to move these just temporarily so I can understand my staging. So first we lose those, and then honestly, I don't think we even need this in a stage. I think it can share with this one because it's all the same thing.
Yep.
Okay, so that's all in the same one. And then this is where we launch. Yep, and then we need a new stage like this. And then we drag this back in. But we want lots of them. And then we can do a little bit of.
Don't forget your center mass and center of drag buttons.
You are right. Not bad at all, but we need more fins. More fins. So let's get some more. A lot of fins. Where do I look at the arrow?
How do you mean?
You guys were talking about arrow forces.
Yeah, that's the center of drag, what you're looking at right now.
The center mass?
Center of drag, the blue one.
Oh, is it too low?
No, it should be fine there.
Okay.
But it's just really hard to control without any SES stability.
It's so true. Alright, let's give it another practice launch. I gotta understand how these stats come together and form flight personality, let's say. Hey, what's up, Mass? Alright, we're just gonna give this a go. Full throttle, let's go. Well, it took off a lot quicker.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to practice. You know, no, fuck it. We're going to space.
So now very slightly lean it over towards the 90 degree. Keep it at about 10% that way. And then at about 4,000 kilometers or meters, start angling it so that you reach the 90 degree point at 10,000. Oh. Slightly too aggressive.
Yeah.
Yeah, for a lot of designs, sometimes trial and error is just the best way to go about it. See if it actually goes up or sideways.
I don't understand what the WAS and D do. I just kind of press it and hope for the best.
It moves the king according to the nav ball. So D moves your nav ball towards the left.
Why is my engine not going? My engine is not going. Does it have no fuel?
It has fuel. It's not staged. It's not activated.
This is what you want out of a spacecraft. You want to be spinning like this. This is the optimal. This is the optimal flight.
Exactly.
We want.
You can cut the engine as well now. You are going to reach space. Then just plan out your circle-ice burn.
We made it, guys. We made it. All right, let's add a quick little maneuver here.
Not that one. You want to burn prograde, not normal.
I want to land.
Okay.
I want to land.
If you want to land, just do nothing.
Oh god. Yeah, just do nothing. Okay. See, this looks fine. Everything is fine.
So you're rotating a lot towards the... I'll explain the nav-flow controls when you're on the ground again.
Sure. This is...
That's basically how orbital mechanics work, 5 Phoenix.
Can't throw yourself at the ground and miss.
Yeah.
I feel like I have
Like
control right now.
If you press W, so up, you cancel that rotation, and to the right.
I feel like we're just completely out of control right now.
A bit to the right.
We've been spinning the same direction despite my attempts. I think it's because we have no fins.
Yeah, you have fins won't do anything. You're not in atmosphere
Wait, we're
right now.
still going up.
Yeah.
Oh, because we haven't reached the FWAPs, that's why. Press Q to stop your roll. Is that true? Listen, guys, I don't know how many times we gotta say it. There's no SAS on board. There's no reaction wheel, there's nothing. This is the Stay Put Nick. We can't do any of these things that we want to put on.
Oh, that's the wrong person. So I just sent you a small screenshot of the nav ball with how the controls interact with it.
Oh my
You're-
god, I wish I had that from the start. That is extremely helpful. Yeah, that's really helpful. I think we're just gonna fall.
Actually, I am wrong. S&D is inverted because flight.
So W and S are inverted, you say?
W and S. Yep.
Hey, we actually
So
have
if you-
control now.
Yeah.
Wait, I don't think that this engine has a gimbal either.
Oh yeah, it does. It has about a 3-degree vector range, same as the other ones you have, or the swivel you use. Then to get to stage and use your parachutes, you can use the engine now to slow down as well.
We'll just hope this goes well.
But yeah, because you have no reaction wheels on your ship, the only way you have control is if you are firing your engine. It doesn't have to be full throttle, just a little bit will allow the gimbal to change your direction.
I think that's a little advanced for my current skill level.
Yeah.
I
As
don't like this.
SAS,
I really don't like this ship.
yeah, it's really hard to learn to fly a ship without SAS.
It's really hard. Yeah. I think I might take this design and just man the craft.
Yeah.
Man, this goes very, very slowly. Look how slow this thing moves. This is as fast as I can move time. I feel the same way, Nerdthagoras. It's gonna be a lot easier. A lot easier. You know what? We're in the water. Now is an excellent time for science. Excellent. What if we took the temperature of the water? And what if we took the pressure at sea level? Wouldn't that be cool? We also have the science. Excellent work. Good stuff. All right. I think that's all the science we can do here. HerbNet access? Okay.
I honestly have no idea what Kerbnet access is. It's something.
All right, recovered. Yeah, I had a feeling, Zercom. I had a feeling. I didn't know that you played this game, by the way. Well, hey, we got 33 science. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
So, I hate this thing. I hate this craft. We're still gonna save it, though.
I think you can get away with just replacing the probe core with rescue pod or a command module.
Put one of these guys in there, and then I go like.
Put it underneath the probe core, and then put everything underneath that, then reroute everything to
it's
the
gone.
capsule. Oh, yeah. Place the capsule again.
Are you watching my Discord stream? Because the Discord stream is
It's not
not. Oh, it's not on. I'm sorry.
because you restarted the game because
I'm
your
sorry.
mouse downloaded.
Thank you. I thought we had been on. My bad. That was my mistake. We'll get two of these. We will get one of these guys on the top. And I don't want to cover the hatch. How do I know if the hatch is covered?
There should be a line that shows you what the hatch itself is. It's very hard to see on the... Oh yeah, that's easier to see. So anything that crosses that line has a chance to obstruct the exit.
We're probably good then.
Yeah. One shoot might not be enough for the amount of payload you want to bring back.
What do you think about two? I got two there. Think we're good? I think we're probably good.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. This is not the unmanned bedpan. This is the...
Make sure you have a pilot in there and not Bill Kerman, which is a scientist or not, or something else. But he's not a pilot.
Where did our legs go? I think our legs are gone.
No, they're still there. They're in between your stages. They're just hidden.
It just seems like a very strange shape.
Also, your legs are deployed right now, so they're gonna produce a lot of extra drag. So start retract them. Yeah, perfect.
That was probably causing some issues.
What you can do now, if you look at the top left next to the name of your spacecraft, the second blue button is actions. And you can set up your own action groups. So if you click on the legs now.
Oh my fucking god.
Then on the left you click on custom 1. And then you extend and retract underneath selection. No, not that one. There you go. So now if you press the number 1 key on your keyboard, that action group is going to fire, and all that's in the action group right now is extending the legs.
Holy fuck. Oh,
You can automate.
God.
You can automate completely, automatically deploying bases and everything through
You
that.
could do every... Jesus fucking fuck. You can put doing science on these? I want to do that. I want to do that.
Yep.
Oh my god. There's so much to this. This game is... I feel my brain growing. Okay, we can't put anything there, but we can put our stuff here. Do we have our goo? We have our goo. Holy shit. Yeah, let's do some science here. So log pressure data, log temperature.
So, one small warning I'll be giving you in advance when you're going to try and land. The command capsule you just placed is about 500 times heavier than the probe core you just you had before. So the center of mass might be off now for landing. It might be really high, so it can topple over.
So what I should do is I should remove...
It should be fine, but it's just something to be wary of during the descent. Just takes a bit more time to control that.
See, look, now it's fucked.
Yeah.
So should I put some fins up here? Would that help?
No. Oh, you did remove the engine from that. The engine is quite heavy as well.
Yeah. It's still fucked.
So what you could do is use a smaller fuel tank, because you already have a lot of delta V to do everything
Right.
you need.
You're right. Almost. I wish I had solar panels. That'd be really nice. This is fine, but if I remove it, it's still fucked. So I need an even smaller fuel tank is what I'm saying.
Well, you do need enough fuel for landing and everything. So what you can also do is build outwards instead of down.
That's what I was thinking of doing originally, but I don't
So
know.
instead of this fuel tank, you can place the smallest fuel tanks just radially underneath.
Let's just launch this. I think this version seems excellent. All right, there we go. So you're saying we can attach something to it. What would we attach to build outward?
Yeah, instead of the engine you're using now, just place the smallest fuel tanks radially around the Science Junior, basically.
So like this.
Yeah, like 4 should be more than enough.
We're just keeping them there. We're not really using them.
You will be using them. Remove that middle.
Fuel connect?
Yeah. You can remove the original fuel tank, move those small fuel tanks higher, and then place engines underneath those fuel tanks and put landing legs on those.
Jesus Christ. Okay. Jesus.
You have to make sure that they are able to decouple when you're landing. Those are a bit big, those engines.
Yeah.
I would use the Terrier. And then just right-click one of them, reduce thrust to 50% because you have more than enough thrust with 4 of those engines.
Holy shit. Holy shit.
And then landing legs. Oh, you're talking about the Kraken? No. He's gonna find it on its own.
This is insane. I don't even know what the fuck you guys are talking about.
I still need to build a Kraken powered ship once. You can also put the legs on the engines or the fuel tanks. So you have a really wide landing base.
Oh, see, that's what I was hoping to build. Outstanding.
Like, this has no chance whatsoever to topple.
Yeah, seriously. I think you could hit this thing with a fucking tsunami and it would be fine.
Yeah.
All right. This is the wide stride.
Is the capsule able to disconnect from everything and keep the science?
I think so.
Otherwise, it's a lot of weight to re-enter with.
Oh, are you saying like these should have radial couplers?
Yeah.
They should.
Yeah, and after that, go through your staging and make sure everything is correct.
Yeah.
Like especially after you started changing stuff, it gets fucked up really
I believe
fast.
you. I believe you.
And I think those radio connectors are actually on a part that is gonna get jettisoned early on.
We'll see. Okay, so this is our... No, that is not the first thing that happens. Thank you. Okay. These go off. And then... Mr. Weibo, you're a very patient teacher, and I respect that greatly about how you handle things. You let me do things, but you don't let me do things too much to my detriment. Does that make sense?
I want to see you fuck up, but I don't want to see you fuck up in a way that's just a waste of time.
Thank you. Thank you.
No
Do
feel
you run into this at work or in your personal life or something? Because I really feel like this is something that you have trained in a way.
Yeah. I've been teaching my about my work to new people. I used to do weekly training sessions and everything, which I organized. Yeah, I have a lot of experience in teaching.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. I can tell.
Thank you, guys.
I can tell that you are good at this. Okay, so we fire.
Thank you.
And then we lose them. And then this engine needs to be below. Yeah, my last supervisor was not good at the whole letting me do things, and then he would overcorrect and he would let me do too much and it would fuck things up really badly and waste time and everything. He didn't have the same mind you did.
Yeah.
It's bad stuff.
It's actually the reason why I started teaching people in my own way, like I'm doing right now. Like I used to have higher-ups that were exactly like you just described, and it's gonna stop any grow, it's gonna stop anyone from learning anything. You're not gonna learn anything if someone is gonna correct everything before you make the mistake.
Yes. Okay, so in between stages 4 and 2, I'm just trying to think what we want to happen here, because obviously we want lots of possibilities here with our engines.
Oh, you still have that Terra engine in the middle. You don't even need that one anymore.
We don't even need it.
No. You have 4 Terra engines for that same stage already.
And the fact that they clip is totally fine.
That's mostly fine. It might get screwed up when you're decoupling. You might want to move those boosters down a little bit.
Wow. Yeah. I knew I would like this game. I knew I would like this game, and I'm just kind of surprised at how much I'm liking it. Okay, so we fire, and then we decouple. I don't even know what this is. I think it's just fuel. That centerpiece.
Yeah.
It's a fuel tank. Okay. So this stage, go away. We fire, we drop, and then we drop the other 2. You know, we don't even need that. That doesn't even need to be on there. We could just drop the whole thing in one. Can I just remove this?
Yeah, you can right click on it.
Okay.
And that is...
Maybe not.
Maybe if you click on the object itself? Or it might be a mod that does that for me. I'm not sure.
It might be a mod.
Yeah, it's a mod. 100%.
Okay. That's okay. I mean, this is probably the responsible thing to do. Okay, so then we have our quad engines, and then, really, these should activate at the same time. We drop our extra weight, and we can fire these. We don't need this extra stage. And then, I don't know why we would drop... Oh, we would only drop these on re-entry.
Yeah.
And then this
Yeah,
would be our parachute.
you're going to use those engines for the burn to get to Minmus, to orbit it, to land, get back into an orbit, and get back to Kerbin.
Yeah.
And only then you're going to decouple them.
It's exciting. It's exciting stuff.
Yeah, what you have just built is a direct ascent, what they call it. It's less efficient to do that because all the fuel you need for that re-entry back to Kerbin and everything, you need to burn more of that fuel to stop all that mass from crashing into Minmus first. But in Kerbal Space Program, it's not that big an issue, but it's why, for example, the Apollo mission, they fired a big payload into orbit of the moon that decoupled. So they had a return vessel in orbit of the moon, and they had the lander that was that touched down on the moon itself. After they did everything there, it went back up into that moon orbit and rendezvoused with the first spacecraft. And with all the fuel that was in that, they were able to return to Earth. So they saved about 50% of their fuel by doing it that way, but it's a lot more complicated.
So, is there a way that I can set a target to the 90 so that I get a perfect takeoff?
No.
Okay, so I have to do that manually.
Yeah.
All right. Oh shit! That's Claiborne! Yo, what's up, Claiborne? Playing Kerbal Space Program for the first time ever. This is some fun stuff. This game is extremely complicated. Oh, damn, Wretched. Damn. Where do you live where the snow is 8 inches right now? See, I thought I lived in a pretty snowy area. It's not that bad here. How many meters is orbit?
50,000.
50,000? Oh, so we got a ways to
70. 70.
70.
That's where the atmosphere just stops filling.
This craft is working so much better. Whoever said that using SAS is gonna feel like cake was so right. So we're out of fuel. Jettison. And then are we gonna use these now?
Yeah. Not yet. Look at your map. See where your apoapsis is.
Good point. Yeah, so we're gonna want to set a maneuver here.
Yep.
And then we need to set a crazy maneuver that takes us all the way to Minmus?
Yeah. First you circularize the orbit so you're stable.
Oh, right. We need to get a standard orbit first. That is not a good orbit. I will check chat in a second. This is just a time-sensitive moment. So like that?
Yeah.
Okay. So then in 3...
you might want to make it a bit lower to make it just really circular. The more eccentric the orbit is, the less efficient your burn is going to be.
That's what I was about to ask.
You can make a really eccentric orbit if you start flying up at a very specific transfer window, so that your apoapsis is at a specific spot, but that's really advanced.
I gotcha. Okay, so we're set up for our maneuver now. Alright, I can check chat for a second. Nothing warmed up, it melted, froze again. So it's basically a layer of ice covered by snow. Oh, that's awful wretched. That actually sounds pretty wretched. I've been around a lot of snow in my life, and that is a way you don't want to have it, especially on the roads. I'm sorry. Alright, Claiborne. Hey, thank you very much for stopping by. I hope you enjoy Vampire the Masquerade with your people. Sounds fun. So circular orbit. We can probably adjust this a little bit. No, that's too low. Okay, that's good. So we are almost there. 39, oh gosh. 39, 39, 60, 78. So that's a minute and 18 seconds. I bet you've gotten really good at multiplying time by 2 playing this game a lot.
Yeah, a lot, yeah.
Yeah. So am I staged and ready to boost? It seems that way.
Yeah.
So all I do is hit that Z.
But I'm looking at your Delta V that you have, and I don't think you're gonna have enough.
I don't think I can make it to the mun.
No.
Shoot.
You need at least 844 to circularize this orbit, and then you need at least about 800 just for an intercept. And you only have 1200. So
Damn it. I wasn't staged and I just fucked that up.
yeah.
Yeah. I pressed Z and nothing happened.
Oh. That's weird.
I don't know why it does that. I'll revert my flight.
But it actually looks like you don't have enough fuel in that last upper stage.
So we need more.
Make those fuel tanks a bit bigger. Yeah.
Yeah.
So what you can do is set the Delta V button on the bottom to body, or not even body, just vacuum. And then remove everything that's not the lander.
The one thing that I remember is we set the thrust to 50% on these.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's just to reduce the thrust to weight ratio. That's not going to do anything for Delta V. Oh, just put those engines back. And just remove the lower stage, so you only have the lander part. Yeah, then put in fuel tanks and engines, so you can see how much Delta V you're going to have with just this part.
And we're looking at vacuum Delta V.
Yeah, but you need engines for the calculation to do it.
Right. Because there is no thrust otherwise. And do we want efficiency or do we want strength? What do we?
Efficiency, 100%.
So that's
So
26.
2.6. Yeah, that's fine. That's perfect.
Okay.
So if you go to that Delta V button again, you can set the body to minimus. Then you can see the thrust to weight ratio you have. If you press on the right click on the 4th stage on the right. Thrust to weight ratio 44.4.
44. I don't know.
Like that's a huge amount. Like thrust to weight ratio of 1 is or 1.01 is enough to get you up. I usually go for about 15 thrust to weight ratio on minimus, and that's because I try to do suicide burns, which you need a lot of thrust to weight ratio for. So you can just put the power of those engines down by a lot and still have a very controllable flight and landing.
Oh my gosh. Okay, where are these?
Like basically, what that trust to rate ratio says now, you have enough trust to counteract the gravitational pull of Minmus 44 times, which is going to go higher as you burn because you get lighter when you spend your fuel.
Okay.
Okay, make sure your staging is correct.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. So
Like
many
all the engines are-
considerations to make. You know, it is literally rocket science.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all fucked up. That's very fucked up. Okay. First we burn, and then we jettison our extra weight, and then we can burn this stuff. We can jettison all of that. And then this is when we burn, and then we decouple those, and then we land. I think that's good. Do we really have that many couplers? Is there a way to look at the list of my parts that I have?
Yeah, in the bottom right, you see that wrenching tool.
Yes.
That's the engineer report. So you have 95 parts. The whole craft together weighs 63.5 tons.
I want to know if I have a heat sink.
A heat sink.
Heat shield. Heat shield.
Heat shield. Oh yeah, can't really check that like that. The place your heat shield should be is on your very last stage. Down there, yeah. And it looks like
So it's a
there, but-
decoupler. And I think I have 2 decouplers.
Hmm.
Unnecessary weight. Oh,
Oh,
no,
yeah.
I was about to decouple our quad stuff.
Yeah, that might explain why it didn't fire last time.
I think that is exactly why. So I'll just put this up here. And then we can stick that back on. I think we're good now. Good lord. Good lord. Alright. Well, hell, we'll give her a shot. Exciting stuff. Every time I launch, I get excited.
Believe me, after 1,000 hours of KSP, it still is exciting.
Yes. Alright, let's maybe retract these. That's a nice noise. Here we go.
So if you press Q for a little bit, you rotate counterclockwise. So the 90-degree gets pushed towards the right angle. But actually this slightly skewed ascent is actually going to help you, I think, for Minmus. Because Minmus is in a inclined plane compared to Kerbin. Okay, if you press on the purple button in the bottom left, you can actually see your periapsis and apoapsis from this screen.
Don't know which button. Which one?
The purple button in the bottom left, it's called the maneuver node, I think. Yeah, apoapsis, 87 kilometers. That's perfect, that'll get you out of...
So after this, we will add a maneuver because we wish to reach an orbit. 61. Perfect.
You need to move it a little bit more towards the apoapsis. It's a bit off.
So now we are way off.
Make sure the marker is right dead center on the apoapsis.
It is.
A bit past it now.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Like the more precisely you burn at the apoapsis, the more efficient this burn is going to be.
That's good. Let's see what we can do here. So that is not good enough. 68, okay. That'll work. That'll work.
Yep.
Okay, so then 40 plus 40 is 80. Oh god, we need to start now.
Now you need to burn at 20.
Burn at 20?
Yep.
Oh, I did my math the wrong direction, okay.
You did times 2 instead of divided by 2.
Pretty vital, if you ask me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I see that my throttle was up all the way. Nothing's happening.
That's really weird.
This is not the first time. This is not the third time. This is probably the 6th time this has happened.
Stage. First page.
I'm so afraid. Okay.
Yeah, there it is.
When the fuel appears, that's a really good visual indication. Thank you, Fire Phoenix.
Yep.
Appreciate that.
Yeah, that's a great one, yeah. Perfect.
Awesome. So,
So,
here we are. Now we need to plan a maneuver to get to Minmus.
to Minmus. So, first left click Minmus instead of started.
Excellent.
Now, if you look from top down on the world map, with Kerbin in the middle. Oh, and don't forget to remove this marker.
I didn't.
Press the red X next to the delta V on the right side of your map. Or navball. There you go.
I did that. Okay. So,
now you look top down at the system and zoom all the way out so that you can see Minmus.
yes.
So you want to start your burn at about 90 degrees away from Minmus.
So 90 degrees would be like here.
It's about where you just
90, or do you mean minus 90?
90. Like if you rotate the world map a bit counterclockwise.
Rotated. I can't figure that shit out.
Yeah. If you tilt your head to the right.
Okay.
So that the you see that line that's going through the middle.
Yeah.
If that's just line that up, that it's up and down.
Okay.
You can
This would be nice.
see that it's just over 90 degrees. It's about 70 degrees right now.
Yeah.
So you would need to create the. Wait, I'm gonna make this easier. I'm gonna make a screenshot and I'm gonna draw on it.
Okay. Okay.
I'm gonna rotate this. No. Yeah, black isn't gonna show up on this map. So it is extremely rough what I just drew, but it should help. around where that red line starts, if you make a maneuver node to burn prograde for about 800 meters a second, your orbit is going to look similar to that red line. And if you angle it at or place that maneuver node at the right spot, you are going to touch the sphere of influence of Minmus. So so it grabs onto that gravitational pull. That would be the first goal to.
There is no way in fuck I have enough fuel for this.
You only need 800 for that, or 860.
What? Vacuum is crazy.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay, I do not understand where to put this maneuver node.
Zoom in a bit. Around between the descending node, the DN, and your ship. If you place a maneuver node there.
And then I can just crank this thing out and...
That maneuver. Crank it out for a bit, for about... with the nav ball up so that you can see how much delta V it's going to expand. Set it to about 850. That's the wrong way. That's retrograde.
Oh.
That's slowing down.
Where is the delta V?
It's on the nav ball. It's the little arrow all the way on the bottom of your screen.
I'm sorry, I'm not seeing it.
Middle of the screen, there's that little box with the triangle. Absolute middle in the bottom. It's right next to the moon on your screen right now. There you go.
Oh, the nav. Oh.
Yeah.
Delta V is in here?
Yeah. Top right, you see 809.7 meters. Yeah.
Okay.
So if you move that maneuver node prograde all the way to reach about 860, 880, somewhere in that range, you have you expend enough fuel to make sure you get an encounter. Then you zoom out a bit. Put in more delta V. Oh wait, 860 is for moon. You need a bit more. You need 960.
Wow.
Yeah, you need more prograde still for this, or retrograde.
I can...
You can also do it a bit easier to edit the nav ball. You see that second menu that popped up in your left, bottom left?
Yes.
There are two options there in the graphical maneuver editor. So,
oh my god.
that's a big one. You can even adjust the sensitivity of that with that slider right next to it. Yeah, a bit more prograde. Till about 850 or 950, I mean. Oh yeah, that's enough. 900 is enough. Then you move start moving the maneuver node towards the left and right with those buttons in the middle of that graphical editor. So you see that that you get an intercept. Yeah, you need to go a bit more to the left, I think. Oh, to the right? Yeah, to the right. Quite a lot.
My brain is exploding right now.
You can also hold your mouse over that button you want to click multiple times and use your scroll wheel.
Is this teaching me? It's Mr. Weebow. Yeah. Holy shit.
You want some tea?
I would love some tea.
Okay.
I'm losing my mind, dude. Holy shit. My wife just opens up the office door and just sees this look of like perplexion and confusion on my face. She's like,
Yeah.
Trash. What kind?
you know the kind. Oh yeah.
Okay.
There we go. All right. So when you're talking about an intersect, what color of line are we trying to intersect? Is it the yellow circle?
Yeah, you want to intersect Minmus when it's still moving, of course, the whole time, and it's moving counterclockwise. So what you want is to reach its sphere of influence by the time its orbit is at that spot you are as well. Like the travel time from Kerbin all the way out to the sphere of influence of Minmus takes about 5-6 days. So you have to take that into account. So.
I'm sure I can geometrically, visually just make things link up, but I don't know what I'm trying to link up. Obviously, this gold route is me, but
Yeah. That purple dotted line, just ignore it completely.
I can ignore that.
Yeah.
But this thing right here, target position at closest approach.
Mhm.
Am I trying
Like
to?
that's where Minmus is when you are closest to it. No, we didn't adjust the inclination. It's way easier to do that mid-flight, halfway through the omen transfer. I'm actually gonna create one myself. Maneuver notes. Says target. Right here, maneuver. Control locked. Fuck you, game. Switch to this one.
I'm just glad we're in orbit and I don't have to worry about anything except like the 1 in a million chance of collision with Jebediah.
Yeah. Those orbits are not intersecting at all. There's no chance of collision.
Lovely.
Okay, it's just there, maneuver.
I want to line those markers up. It doesn't seem like that's even possible. Also, I'm gonna get carpal tunnel if I have to click this every time.
Hold your mouse over it and scroll your mouse wheel.
That wasn't doing anything, but clicking it and dragging it sure does seem to work.
Oh, yeah. That works well. This is how a maneuver plan looks like when I do it. When you have an intercept, you get all those extra marks you see underneath the red arrow.
Yeah, I haven't gotten that yet.
Yeah. So you can also see the angle at which the maneuver node is. So you are way overshot now, so you want to move it the other way.
What do you mean? I'm getting closer to it. Wait, I saw a bunch of symbols.
Yeah, that's probably because you touched a sphere of influence somewhere from something and get flung out of the system by gravity assist.
Oh. This is some advanced stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Oh my god. Okay, so...
So what you have now is a Kerbin escape trajectory, which means you are going for an orbit around the sun instead of an orbit around your own sphere of influence. So you are way overshooting.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Fire Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the
So
one
this
with
would
the
be
one with the X through it, is that prograde or retrograde?
what the X through it is retrograde.
Okay.
So what I just drew for you is the angle you see at which I'm burning. I'm burning at exactly 90 degrees of its current position. So you would need it. You need to move your orbit counterclockwise.
I am struggling right now.
More. It's probably just past that dotted line. You see the white dotted line. But that's because you are encountering the moon, the first moon. So you
Yeah,
actually have an intercept course for the normal moon right there. You need to be a bit more counterclockwise, and then you dodge that one and go for Minmus.
to be honest, I don't know what I'm looking for, and I don't know how to get it.
Yeah. Yeah, you need to move that orbit way more counterclockwise still. Like in the current orbit you have, Minmus is going to be past that orbit. That's clockwise, not counterclockwise.
I thought that. Oh, it does move that clockwise. Damn. Okay.
Make sure you zoom out.
Yeah, I
So
mean,
you want to
it's
be
perfect
90
for the
degrees.
current position. Like the current position
Yeah.
in Minmus is excellent.
Yeah,
But
you want that at 90 degrees away from its orbit.
wait, is this
Or ahead
line
of it.
only there because this is my target?
No, that's ascending and descending node. That's the inclination. So how skewed the orbit is compared to what you have now. Oh, now you're targeting the moon.
I was just going back and forth between them. I'm trying to understand the relationships between different UI elements.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like the inclination is how skewed the orbit is. So if you look, take a frontal view. You need to move further. You are now encountering the moon, not Minmus. Bit more. Bit more.
Wait, that looks good.
That's actually pretty close already.
Okay.
But as you see, you are entering the sphere of influence of the moon.
Yes.
It's actually in the way for what you're going to do.
Yeah.
So in the bottom left, next underneath the graphical editor, you see the orbit minus and plus sign.
Yes.
Press the plus once. So that now you are projecting this.
Oh, like an orbit in the future.
Yeah.
Gotcha. So then,
You
like,
might have to do it a couple of times to make sure the moon is out of the way. Yeah, the moon can be very useful if you want a escape trajectory.
yeah.
You are actually pretty close now. Do a bit of retrograde. So against the, or reduce the delta V. Look at that. Don't touch anything. Just click on Minmus.
I wish I could move the damn camera over there. That'd be really.
Right mouse on Minmus and then focus view. On the true one. Yeah, now you zoom in. And then you see the actual path you're gonna take.
See, I want to go over there.
So as you see, you have that very little line in the sphere of influence with the periapsis. So what you want to do is very carefully do a bit of retrograde as well, so that you get a bit closer. So you have to click that previous maneuver node again.
Is there any other way to select it?
Not really, it's really annoying.
I don't know how to move the view either.
Press backtick.
Oh my god, thank you.
But you really want to focus on Minmus when you are adjusting this maneuver.
We had a maneuver.
Yeah, you have it.
There it is.
But
Okay. So you said a bit of retrograde so that we...
while looking at Minmus so that you can see exactly what you're doing. So focus view again.
Got rid of my...
Yeah, you should be able to click it when you're...
I don't have to click that thing.
Oh yeah, right, there. Yeah,
I don't have to click that damn thing.
That
Oh my god.
exists.
Okay, focus view. Maneuver. Oh my god, that changes so much. Okay.
Make sure you put the scale all the way down so that you are making very tiny adjustments and a little bit of retrograde now. Right click on the periapsis so that you can see the value of it. The periapsis on Minmus itself. Like that very small PE you see next to Minmus, the real one. You're focused on right now. There you go.
Right click?
Yeah, you already did, I think.
I did a left click.
Oh. Make sure that menu is gone. Yeah, there it is. Now it stays in yours.
You wanted me to like show it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now you can adjust and see exactly how close you're gonna get to it. Then you adjust your orbit a little bit by going retrograde. And as you see, it's very small adjustments. But as you are very inclined right now, it's not gonna get very close.
What am I trying to get? Am I trying to get the periapsis to be right next to it?
A bit closer, not a lot. Like about 1 million meters should be enough. Because we're gonna adjust the rest of your orbit halfway through. Oh yeah, that's perfect. Don't touch anything.
Cool.
Now all you need to do is execute the maneuver.
This
so now
is
you're actually
as close as we want to be?
Yeah. Because of orbital mechanics, when you are halfway through the journey there, if you start making small adjustments there, it's going to be a huge difference in what you get.
Very true. We don't want to use any of the other controls to get any closer at all. This is what we want.
Yeah. No. Final approach. You want to do that closer to it to be more precise. Like if you want to change this inclination issue because you are going underneath it now.
Yeah.
If you want to go next to it, it would require about 600 delta V right now. And if you do it halfway through the way there, it's going to be about 5 delta V.
5?
Yeah. 5.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So all you need to do now is perform the maneuver.
Here I am thinking space is like a boat. No, space is not.
F5. Very important. Press F5. Quick save.
Honestly, yeah.
You can reload back to it when you press and hold F9. Like there is absolutely no shame in this game in quick saving, quick loading.
It's a single player game. I feel the same way about that.
Yeah.
So now we have our maneuver. Holy cow. There we are. Flying over Kerbin. I've had my SAS on this whole time.
Oh, it should be fine.
I
You
hope
have a
we
lot of
don't.
batteries.
I hope we're not going to run out of electric. No, we're
Electric charge. Yeah.
throttle down at the end of the maneuver, burn to get it more precise. Yeah, that sounds like what the plan is. That sounds like what we're going to do. Oh my god. Okay. So we have our maneuver figured out. We can use our SAS to get us in position for the maneuver. And, you know, it's going to be a while. It's going to be a while. So do we set an alarm for that?
No, if you press the fast forward next to the Delta V requirement, you are gonna time warp all the way to the to about 1 minute out.
Okay. So our burn time is 26. So we need to burn at 13.
Yep.
13 till. Okay. Oh my god. And it's not going to kill us if we keep SAS on the whole time?
No. SAS does absolutely nothing during time warp. So while you do the burn, you really want to keep an eye on Minmus, especially when you get towards the end of the burn, so you make sure that you're precise.
I want to get that Minmus escape to go away, but I don't know how.
Right-clicking it, but
Yeah,
it might activate other nodes. And
it's okay. We'll be fine for now.
the UI can get messy, especially if you have mods installed, which adds another 50 million overlays and menus.
So it's as simple as just doing the maneuver like we have a few times before, and then we will make some more adjustments on the way.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that the in-game tutorial explains this route planning well?
No.
No? Shit. I might need to watch some YouTube videos or something.
Big no. I highly recommend Scott Manley, his tutorials. They're very old, but they still work perfectly. And he explains everything in a very concise way.
I like that. I like concise.
Yeah. I've heard that the tutorial in KSP 2 is a lot better. So start
Yeah.
throttling down, you don't want to overshoot.
We overshot.
Yeah. That's fine. We can
Adjust, right? Am I deleting this maneuver or am I just sliding it along?
delete it.
Okay. So now we're on borrowed time.
So click about halfway through the way there. So just past the moon basically. And then warp there.
Warp there?
Yeah. Or you can start planning.
I would
That's
like to
also
plan
fine.
first. I'd like to plan first. So, are we just?
Yeah, as you see, you need a little bit of retrograde because you did too much prograde on the initial burn. Make sure you focus on Minmus so that you can see it exactly what's happening there. So focus view.
It is my target. Focus view.
So you still need more retrograde. Okay. And now you need to burn a little bit normal. That's the triangle pointing up, the purple triangle.
Only very little is changing.
Yeah, that's the plan.
Am I trying to move the ascending node to intersect this circle here?
It's basically, yeah.
We are almost out of fuel.
Oh yeah, that's pretty low. It should be enough, but it's gonna be tight.
I don't know if we're gonna get back. Okay.
Luckily, Kerbals don't need any life support. They can stay on the planet for the next couple of millennia without issues.
What am I trying to do here? I know I'm trying to intersect this thing. Do I just fuck around with these until I get it? I just feel like that's terribly inefficient.
No, everything you're doing at that location is extremely efficient. That is actually the best place to adjust anything in your orbit.
Oh my god.
Bit retrograde. Yeah, it's very.
Fuck. It's
You
so
see how little?
it's so
Yeah.
touchy. I do
That-
nothing and
Yeah, and the difference between those two things you just had was about 1.5 meters a second.
well, that's not doing anything. Oh, let's go, Babs. I'm very, very proud of you. This shit is so hard. If you were able to do that, hats off. I don't even have a hat on right now. Seems like I keep clicking this and it doesn't change my route that much.
No, it's changing it by 0.1 meters a second each click. So you can change the scale a little bit up or down if you need it.
Oh,
It's
my gosh.
not intersecting at all. It's annoying. First, burn a bit normal. So the purple arrow triangle pointing up.
I mean, this is looking better. Wow, 24 meters per second. That's tiny.
Yeah.
Tiny.
Like you are extremely far away from the sphere of influence of Kerbin, or the gravitational pull of Kerbin. So what is happening now is you don't have to fight the gravity anymore there, and you are at a really high speed at that point.
True. So, what do I need to add to this? Do I need more normal, more retrograde, more prograde? Do I need to go left and right? I don't even know what to do with this.
Yeah, just finnick a bit around till you get an intercept. What you can do is look dead on, so that you can see the plane of the orbit and the inclination
How do I do that?
by rotating your camera. And down a bit. So now you see your orbit is not intersecting and it's very low. So to go up with that orbit, you need to burn a bit normal. And now you see it's very close, but you are overshooting it, so you need more retrograde. Oh. Yep, wait there. Stop it. Focus on Minmus again. Zoom in on it.
I thought we were focused on Minmus.
Oh yeah, just zoom in on it then. And there you see your periapsis. So just
Oh, that's
move
us.
around.
That's us.
Yeah. That is your current.
Oh. See, I wasn't
So,
thinking purple was me.
oh, okay, yeah. The purple is your projected orbit with a sphere of influence change. So a sphere of influence is just the point at which the body you're closest to has more direct gravitational influence on you than another body. So once you reach that sphere of influence of Minmus, you are not affected by Kerbin anymore, but only by Minmus.
So I think it's right
So
now.
what-
It's just us getting to this periapsis by using our maneuver, and then
Yeah.
we make another maneuver in, right?
What I would do is burn a bit anti-normal, so that's the
Yes, the one down.
bottom. Yeah.
Are we trying to
So now
get?
you see- yeah, you want to try to get as close an approach edge as you want during this stage. And also, the way you're inserting right now, you're inserting in front of Minmus, which means you are the orbit you're going to get is counter to the rotation of Minmus. So you will need more delta V to counter that rotation as well when you want to land.
Oh boy.
So you want to burn prograde as well, so that your periapsis and that purple line gets on the other side of Minmus.
Groucho, I can't do complex space maneuvers if you're on the desk. I'm sorry. I really want you here, and you really want to be here. But we're going to kill Kerbals. We can't let that happen. Okay, buddy? Oh. Also, for those asking, I did not get a hangover from that night. I did not get any hangover. Okay. Were you saying that I need to come in behind it? Like I'm going to enter its path. Should I be going behind it?
You want to go behind it.
Okay, I'm
Let
gonna.
it,
I think I'm gonna quick save. What do you think?
Absolutely. Quick saving is your best friend. So to get behind it, you need quite a lot of retrograde actually now.
Like
Okay,
that.
and a bit anti-normal again.
A bit more. Oh yeah.
That looks amazing.
That looks pretty good for an approach.
Mm-hmm. So when you, what you see now in the bottom right, next to your nav ball, burn time 1 second. So what you want to do is burn very little. So just tap shift a couple of times so that you get a little bit of thrust, but your burn time is going to be longer, but more precise once you get there.
Okay, so we're gonna warp to this then.
Yeah, you're ready to warp there.
Okay. I forget how.
Next to Delta V requirements.
Oh,
next to
that.
your nav ball.
Thank you. Zoom.
No worries. So what is actually quite fun once you've done this burn, just zoom out and look from the top down and see what's going to happen in your orbit, how it's going to change once it hits that sphere of influence. Because once you've finally seen that a bit, it's a lot is going to click
Thank you for the follow.
about what we just did.
So we're just doing a light burn with shift. We're not doing a full
Yeah.
burn Z. We're not doing any of that.
No.
Okay.
Just light burn with shift. You don't have to hold it. If you hold it, it's going to up the throttle the longer you hold it. So it's just, if you just tap shift once, it's going to be very little throttle, and it's going to keep that throttle until you cut it out again.
Thank you guys so much for the follows. I feel like we're all on the edge of our seats right here. So is it like tap shift then X to dethrottle?
Or control to dethrottle slowly, and X is just cut throttle immediately.
See what happens. What the fuck? I don't know if I did that right.
You're fine. You're fine.
I'm fine?
Yep.
Am I good to keep my hands off the controls now?
No, you need to burn. You still need 52 meters a second to go.
Like I'm doing something
Just
horribly wrong.
Just press shift, hold it for a bit there. Now you see that Delta V requirements going down,
Yeah.
and all that stuff in the background you see, just ignore it. That's
Igno-
all just chaotic
what do I
orbits.
look at? I'm very
Um,
nervous, right?
You are looking at the marker you have, the blue marker, which you are aiming at, and the delta V requirements right next to it. So you want that 23 meters a second to go to 0 by burning.
Okay, so just burn
Or
until that's
close to
0
zero.
and then stop.
Yeah. So now you see that yellow line come in, and that's your actual orbit. So right now it's actually intersecting Minmus itself.
Yeah, I don't
And
want.
now you can remove the maneuver node. You don't need it anymore. It's just in a way now.
That's where we are. Control lock.
Control locked. You're out of comm range. That's annoying.
Yeah. Poor doggy, you're fucking funny. Oh my god. Holy shit.
So you might want to tap a very small amount of more trust. Yeah, perfect. So now you can actually time warp forwards. And what I recommend, just watch your orbit and how your orbit changes from the top
So
down.
can I just put a maneuver here and be like, hey, I would like to warp here, like add a maneuver and then warp to it?
Yeah, due to the fact that maneuver can't be removed. Wait, press escape. We're just gonna edit some settings for you to make this easier.
I appreciate it.
Settings, difficulty options. I'm looking at my own game as well to see where it is.
Sure.
Under basic, difficulty options normal, click on that. Then under basic, enable comm network, turn that off. It will give you infinite comm range.
I like it. It's a bit hard right now. Babs says you can click the green check to remove the extra node info. Where is that check?
The red X turns into green check when you're dead on for that maneuver.
I don't see a green check.
On the right, where you see 1 meters a second, there's the green fast forward button and the red cancel button.
Yes.
The red cancel button turns into a green check when it's when you have the maneuver executed perfectly. But if you just press that red X, it's good.
Okay.
So what I would recommend, look top down, zoom out a bit so that you can see your yeah, perfect like that, and then just fast forward slightly or place a maneuver close that you can actually see what happens to your orbit, because it's quite important to have seen it at least once to see what is happening.
Seems like nothing is moving. I know we're out at space and things are very wide and vast.
Yeah. You can also click on a path or part of your orbit and just warp here.
I'm okay. I'm okay. I'm very nervous right now about what's going to happen.
You can quick save again, like you have a perfect insertion burn right now. It would be a waste to have that go away.
Which is so low on fuel. I don't even know how we're getting home.
Actually, if you do the rest close to perfect, it's enough.
Okay. Okay.
You need about 300 to circularize that orbit and land, and about 150 to get back.
Do you think we'll actually be able to land? Or is this just
We're gonna attack.
we orbit and then come back?
What you want. We can attempt an orbit, or you can go back. Like as I said, the Kerbals won't starve. They're expendable.
Of course. I would ideally like to land.
Yeah.
I would like to land. I'd like to attempt that. That's right, Crazy Mohawk. That's exactly what this is. Okay, so they reduced the time warp.
So now
It's
you're...
a 87. Thank you for the follow.
So now at that periapsis, you want to burn retrograde until you circularize that orbit.
I need to slow this down. So we need to set up another maneuver, right? So we're getting pulled in. We're getting pulled in because of the gravity.
Yep.
That's what's
Exactly.
happening here. And you're saying that we should be setting up a maneuver
At
close to
periapsis.
periapsis.
Yeah.
And I want to focus on the
Burn
move.
retrograde.
That's okay. So we do a retrograde. We are a little precise here.
Yeah, your scale is very low, so you might want to raise that. So you're going to see a lot of chaotic orbit shit going around. Just ignore that. Just keep burning.
Okay.
Retrograde.
Oh, I see what I'm supposed to be looking at.
There you are.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful.
And that's an orbit.
Oh my god, we're almost there. Okay.
Yeah, what you just did was called a bi-impulsive Hohmann transfer with a circularization burn at the end to capture.
How many
By
meters do
Hohmann,
you think we should be to make a
if you want to be if you want to do fun stuff, you can go down all the way to 10 kilometers, and you will be safe.
You say fun stuff, but I know that you're a Dwarf Fortress fan. Fun, you
Oh yeah, it's a bit more dangerous, but at 10 kilometers, no mountain will hit you. It will be 100% safe, I guarantee it. But you have to be precise to hold that, to get that. Like if you overshoot it just a little bit, you will crash into a mountain.
18. I'll raise you 18.
Perfect. Just
Okay.
go as low as you dare to go. But don't go past 10.
And our apoapsis is 188,000. Good lord. Yo, what's up, Genesis Buddha? Good to see you.
So once you reach the new periapsis again in that orbit, you can burn retrograde to lower that apoapsis again. So you can get a more circular orbit that is less eccentric.
So what we're going to do is we're going to reach this. We're going to perform the new maneuver, and then when we reach the periapsis, we're going to do another maneuver to get in, right?
Yep.
Okay, that much is pretty clear. And if I wanted to get over there, we would just hit this right here. We need 221,
Mhm.
and we're still going to be able to get home after landing?
It's going to be tight. Yeah.
I want to make this as efficient as we can. This just seems like a really big chunk here.
Mhm.
Could we do such a thing where we change our trajectory, and instead of coming in around this end, we come around the other end? Because we're really changing our trajectory quite hard. And I feel like
Yeah.
that's where a lot of our delta V is lost.
What you can do is just do the orbit and return after that orbit, so you can actually see how much you need for return.
What I'm saying is, couldn't we achieve an orbit with less delta V lost?
No.
No? Fuck. Alright, here we go.
Like you are going to burn at the periapsis, which is in this case the most efficient point to burn.
5-second burn.
Yep.
Well, that's as far as we can go in. Where's the... Oh, there it is. So we're on our maneuver. We're going to be doing the maneuver soon. I burned for 5 seconds. Would you recommend using the light thrusters?
Nah, just go full. Just when it's circular, it's good. That's when you're safe. You can take your time with everything.
Sorry, there was something loud in my house. Full burn?
Yeah, just full burn. Make sure it's at least circular your orbit, so you have an infinite amount of time to plan your next house.
Very true. And I forget again. Do I burn at 2 seconds?
Yeah, just about. As you see, it's gonna change really quickly. There we go, done.
Excellent, excellent. I'm not gonna burn anymore. Not gonna burn anymore.
Don't forget to remove the note.
Yep. Let's get rid of it, and then we're gonna go to the periapsis and set another.
So what you can do now is actually set up a new maneuver node, so you can actually test out how much you're gonna need to return to Kerbin. Like, you don't have to perform it immediately.
What do you mean
What?
control locked? Oh, it's like off the screen, but there's a little accept button.
Yeah.
Apply, accept. Here, I want to read chat just for a second. What he's saying is you can do a note after you get there to peek at how much it would take to get back without actually doing the burn. Okay. Thank you. For both of you. Thank you for both of you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, make sure you do some science while you're in orbit.
Very important.
Very
Yes.
important.
Should we do it like right now?
Yeah, you have high orbit science and low orbit science that you can do in high orbit right now.
Okay, so let's fire off some science. Get rid of our nav ball. Goo. What the goo do? Goo
The
do.
goo feels right at home here.
What the barometer do? The barometer do 30 science. What about the temp? Excellent. And then we had that entire fucking module. Did we fucking jettison that?
It's in there. It's hidden pretty good between your boosters or search engines, few things.
That's a service bay. Science Junior, there we go. Conduct materials. Damn!
Yeah, that's a strong one,
Holy shit.
but it has insanely diminishing effects when you transmit it. And you can only do it once unless you have a scientist to reset the experiment again.
Oh, Lazarus, this is a very, very fat lander. I called this one the wide stride. It's like that meme about Putin where he's very wide and he's walking. That was not the inspiration, but I can draw comparisons. Okay, we have our comms there. We could do a crew report. Keep large Marge. That's right, Smitty. Holy shit.
So what you can also do,
do an EVA.
what you can also do is just land straight away. Just don't do anything about it. Doesn't matter how much fuel you're going to spend for it, and send the rescue mission, which is also really fun to do.
Does sound really fun. I want to see what attempting a landing is. I want to see what that's like.
Make sure to quick save.
Yeah.
Always.
Yes. So we've done a bunch of science. Is there any science that you can remember us needing to do? I think that's all devices.
Did you do EVA?
I did EVA.
Okay. The next thing you're going to do is wait until you're low in the orbit. So I think your periapsis is, it's at 21 kilometers.
Yeah, it'll take some time.
So once you reach that periapsis, you're in low orbit, and you can do new science. What you can also do right now is EVA and activate your thruster pack of your Kerbin.
That's scary.
And
right.
And move around your vessel. So
I don't know
let's
any
go
of the controls for it. I know 0 controls for it.
That's why you quick saved.
Okay, cool.
First press space to let go, and then you press R to activate your thruster pack. And then WASD.
What are we gonna do around here?
You can move to the science experiments that you have. Right click on it when you're right next to it. Then you can take the data, and then when you move back into the pod, it's going to be stored in there, so you can do the science again.
Go.
Shift and control to go up and down.
Bonk. It's a very odd shape for a craft.
For example, if you right click on your barometer now, you can take the data out of it.
Close enough, I don't think. And then I clicked on me. Oh, that's the battery.
That's the battery pack. Then you take data.
Oh, only from a sign. Oh, take data. All right. And then I grab it from.
Yeah, do that from for everything.
Take.
So that the science is stored in the command module instead of the science experiments
And
themselves.
then collect data from the Science Junior?
Absolutely. Otherwise, it's gonna explode.
Removing it renders it inoperable.
Yeah. The Science Junior can only be done once unless it's reset by a scientist.
Then we also have goo on the inside, so I can go touch those, right?
Yeah.
Oh, you can really zoom in there now, can't you?
Oh, yeah.
Observe. Nope.
No, observe is running the experiment.
I see.
And that,
So
and
I
only
need
scientists
to grab it. Get in there. Oh, wrong direction. Collect data. This renders that inoperable. We're fine with that,
Yep.
right?
Yep.
And then we grab a hold of this place and get back in?
Yep.
Okay.
So first you move to the crew hatch, then you grab onto it with F.
And then
And now you're basically on a ladder, and you can move up and down with W and S. So if you move up a bit, now you can board.
Okay. Jeez. That was a bit stressful. And I didn't destroy our route now, did I?
Nope. It might have pushed it off by about a meter or two. That's
okay. So I can get rid of our old maneuver because everything is successful now.
Yep.
Lovely. What do you mean control locked?
What the hell?
Our comm network is not even...
Maybe that option is something else. Look through some other things. Oh yeah, that's weird. Turn enable comm network on again. Go to advanced.
Here, I think I might know what's going on here. I made my interface giant.
Yeah.
So hold on a sec. I think that might be what's going on. My UI scale is probably destroying UI elements.
UI scale, there you go.
There we go, much better. Comm network is off.
Yeah. Should be fine. That's weird.
Yeah, that is weird. I don't know what it is. You know what, Wretched? You have a good point. You have a good point.
He's still at the insertion angle. Should be in the range of everything.
If that helps.
Yeah, there's the green line. You are in comm range.
Alright, so we were going to set one at the periapsis. Oh, I see two over there right now.
Yeah, just remove those. to make sure. If you have multiple nodes, they interact really weirdly with each other.
I'm just gonna make a new one. Right at the periapsis.
The dwarves just learned a little bit of new science. That's all.
True. This is Dwarf Fortress 3062. They finally introduced multi-threading, guys. Okay, so now I want a maneuver that probably introduces some retrograde.
Yeah.
See, some of this stuff is starting to make some sense. Here, let's go back to that maneuver. Excuse me, I said that maneuver. Here, we can turn the scale up a bit.
Yeah, you're now suborbital. That means
That's
you're
a
gonna
very
crash.
nice, gentle descent, right?
Yeah, but you have no atmosphere to stop you, so you will be hitting the ground at a really steep angle. Which
So what kind
is
of angle?
completely possible to do, but it is a bit harder on the landing burn. So you can actually look at how much this burn is going to cost you, and maybe on the, by judging that, you can adjust that burn.
49. All right, see you, Courtney Dogas. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, let's try adjusting and see if we can do anything better here. But here's the thing.
Also, you see those frozen lake beds. Those are 100% the best place to land on Minmus, because those are perfectly flat.
No,
The hills and everything, you could be landing on a hill and tip over because of that, and that's really annoying.
You know, I have heard the in-game music. I've heard a lot of it because there was this Dwarf Fortress mod called Sound Sense that introduced music that wasn't in Dwarf Fortress, and a lot of the music came from Kerbal Space Program. So I'm really tired of the Kerbal Space Program music at this point. There's like one track that I really, really like.
Yeah, to be honest, for me, it's still magical to hear that outer space sound starting up the moment you leave or leave an atmosphere.
On our next journey, I'll use the in-game music just to satisfy the folks.
Yeah, as you see with this burn as well, it's really small burn.
Yeah, that is a really small burn. What else can I do to make this landing a lot easier on myself?
Quick saves.
Yeah, all right.
That's about it.
Quick
Just
save. Let's
send it.
do this. Learn by doing. It really feels that way, Smitty. Jesus Christ. And his fucking accent just adds to it.
Exactly, Lazarus. That's why we're going for Nimbus. It's so much easier to land on that than the moon.
I'm not gonna land on the moon. Not yet.
Like, the moon has about 10 times the gravity that Minmus has.
I think I fucked that up.
Yeah, you're not aiming at anything.
No, I'm not. I'm not aimed at my maneuver or anything. Oh, Jesus.
You are pretty close to your retrograde angle, so it should be fine.
Let's do a fresh maneuver.
Oh no, you can still use that. Just burn retrograde. It's fine.
I don't know what you mean.
Just remove all your markers.
Move on.
We're just gonna do this by eye.
Fuck me. Let's do it.
Yeah, just send it by eye. Come on.
Send it. Hold on. I'm trying to delete this. All right, send it. So you said aim at the retrograde. Can do, and we're just gonna burn.
Yeah.
Or,
Look at your map, see where you're gonna land and how much you're burning.
we are running low on fuel.
Yeah, it should be fine. Just retrograde and send it. Maybe a quick save just before.
I'm not going to quick save again because I burned unnecessary fuel.
If you do everything decently, you only need about $160 fee to land.
Yeah, and how much to get off the ground and get home?
Yeah, you don't have enough to get home with this.
See? See? Oh god. Oh,
Like
good.
if you take out a couple of the mistakes you did, you would have enough. You would have had enough.
I think maybe we can go back to my most recent quick save and do something with it.
I don't think that's gonna be enough either, to be honest.
No? What was my mistake before that? I just need to reflect on it.
I think the biggest one was on your ascent from Kerbin itself.
Oh, yeah.
The flipping
Fucking
that happened
true.
there. You
Fucking
lost an
true.
insane amount there.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think you lost
Didn't we
about
like spin around
700?
a little?
Yeah, within the atmosphere, so you had insane amounts of drag.
Yeah. Who am I abandoning on Minimus? Why, Bill, of course. You know what? We wanted to get a low orbit EVA, right?
Yeah.
Remove helmet. See, we're gonna
So
get
these EVA reports,
pick it up.
these EVA reports are biome specific, so you can actually get multiple in one trip.
Yes. Okay, so we eyeballed this one.
Yeah. So you have two choices now. You continue with the landing, or you return the sites. But you can also do the landing, return to quick save, and then return the sites.
That's what I was thinking. That's what I was thinking.
I just do the landing just to have done it.
Yes. Okay. We're gonna fast forward a little bit.
So basically, that orbit speed you see right now, you need to cancel out that speed with your delta V to be able to land. So that's a very tight estimate of how much delta V you're gonna need.
Oh my. I'm not sure, Lazarus.
No, it's the amount you get from the transmission is going to be deducted from what you return.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, we did a EVA round already with collecting all the science into the capsule.
Yeah, that was a lot.
Yeah. Most important thing right now is keep it retrograde aimed.
Roger, Doug.
And the moment you're about to cancel out all your speed, make sure retrograde is off and you are back to normal SAS. Otherwise, it's gonna flip your craft instantly.
Jesus. Good tip. Good tip.
And make sure to extend your landing legs with your action key you set.
Oh, that was my science.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Wow.
time's collect. Just click through it. Spam click through keep.
I mean, don't we want to do this when we land?
Or reset. Yeah, you can reset as well.
That is so much science.
So
Yeah, we
at
did
the top you
that one, but people are saying that G
Yeah.
is already set.
He also works. Now at the top of your screen you see your height meter, but that's for sea level. So if you click on the waves next to it, it's going to be aimed at ground level.
Oh god, we have mountains. Fun. Yeah, we're headed straight for that mountain. Yeah, oh
Yeah.
Jesus.
Burn a little bit. Just full throttle for half a sec. That's enough. So now you're gonna drop straight down. Click on orbit and where you see the speed.
It's adjusting my.
Yeah.
I don't think I want
click-
stability right now.
Next to the SES button, click on orbit. Now it's gonna measure relative to the ground. So if you enable SES again, the very bottom left button you have, that's radio out. I think it's called radio out. Yeah, that one.
Oh, out
That's
from
gonna keep
the
you.
surface.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
So
radial
you want
out.
to look at the ground now and find your shadow.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a reference point. Your SES is off again. You're very close to the ground. Burn. Remember, your legs only can take a 10 meters a second impact. So you need to be below that when you touch down. You're moving sideways really hard. Click prograde real quick. Burn a little bit that direction. Or not prograde, retrograde, my bad. You want to cancel out all your horizontal movements. Perfect. Stop burning. Yeah, radio out. And now it's smooth sailing all the way down.
Oh my god. Wow, the gravity here is very not like anything.
0.02%, not percent, 0.02 times what you have on Earth.
Don't bring out the hype emotes yet. I haven't hit the ground yet.
Well, you're gonna hit the ground, that's guaranteed.
Okay, okay. Oh,
Should be fine, your SES should keep it straight. Well fucking done.
holy shit. Whew. Oh my god.
Well fucking done. Your first landing. Exoplanetary landing.
That's true. We landed on another body.
Yeah.
Oh fuck.
Uh-huh.
You should come
You
back.
can use your RCS thrusters here. Press R to enable them. And shift and control.
A
to-
big jump. Do they take wounds? Like if they land?
No, but they explode if they land too hard.
My god, they explode?
Yeah, a little small explosion. Yeah.
Holy cow. Oh my god. A 150.
Yep.
Oh.
Yeah, surface samples are the most valuable thing you can do.
Asan. Most excellent. Okay.
So, have you tried jumping yet?
I did. I jumped off of the spacecraft and I felt like I was going to leave.
You can jump higher by holding space.
You know, we were going to try and do the return trip. So I wanna try a couple things here first. I want to try a couple things. I want to see what it takes for us to take off. I really don't think so, Laz. I really don't think so.
Now we have about 180, I think. If you do it perfectly, it should be possible, but this isn't going to be happening perfectly. Like even I am not able to do a 160 DV return trip from Inmus. I plan for at least 300 for that usually.
Am I out of fuel? No, okay.
Orbital rendezvous are really hard though. Oh, you're stuck.
You know, Rax actually brings up a really good point. If I get him into orbit, it might be easy to make a...
Yeah, that was what I was just saying, but a orbital rendezvous is really hard to pull off. I think it's easier to actually land a vessel somewhere in the vicinity of this one for a rescue.
I'm having a hard time getting in there.
RCS thrusters are your friend. What you can do is look at the map a bit and see if there's any biomes close by as well. And then collect an EVA and ground sample from those.
How do I know?
For example, that lake bed to your north is a different biome. I think the slope going towards that is also a different biome. But make sure you enter the lander first so you can store the signs you have right now.
You have a good point. I'm having a hard time getting in it. Can you add ladders?
You can add ladders, yep.
But I just don't have the science for it yet.
Exactly. Yeah, you can also just take off with the RCS thrusters themselves.
Right. Yeah, we have 133. I really don't think we can get back with that. That doesn't sound.
Yeah, that's not enough.
How do you find north?
On your nav ball, you see that orange yellowish line. That's the north line.
Oh, I gotcha. So then if we hop on out.
You're very soon found.
Oh, this way.
So your camera is pointed north now.
Okay. Oh wow, I have a lot.
Yeah.
Lot. Holy fast. Zooming.
Remember what I said about exploding Kerbals? Oh wow, it survived that? That's
He's doing
a tough Kerbal.
He's doing fine. Remember what I said about exploding Kerbals? Yes. Oh gosh.
The EVA propellant is a finite resource. So watch out for that.
You will kill Bill. Possibly. Alright. Report. There we go. Wow.
That's the slopes.
Alright, let's go back.
That was just a surface sample. You didn't do the EVA report.
Wait, what?
And also, if you jump and you can also do an EVA report as if you're in a low orbit.
Wow. So EVA report. And we did the surface sample already. So we got the two things that we needed.
Yeah.
Alright. Game is super cool. I can't believe I didn't play it. This
Yeah,
would
you
enhance my life.
Yeah.
This would have
So hold
actually
S
enhanced.
to counter all the horizontal. Yeah, perfect.
I occasionally forget the controls. This music feels oddly appropriate. Oh!
You know, actually, I am not sure about the orbital velocity here. When I take a look at my satellite network there, that's around 1.5 million meters out. It's 3 meters a second. Yeah, you have a cheat menu if you want to use that. You can add in infinite propellant to make sure you return.
Wait, can I just fly back to Kerbin? With my jetpack?
No.
I didn't think so.
No, but if you are in your ship, if you press Alt and F12, you can enter the cheat menu and add in infinite propellant for your ship. So you can make a return trip. But yeah, that's cheat menu. Not everyone likes to use it, but it's good to know that it's an option.
Okay, so...
Yeah, take your time. You just did a huge accomplishment.
That...
This was your first landing attempt, and you landed without crashing. And your ship is fine to take off if you had enough fuel. Like, this is textbook, except for the fuel.
Yeah. So if we just keep it landed here, we could do a rescue mission.
Yeah.
I think I want that to be our next one.
Yeah. Just press escape and go back to the space center.
I mean, that's a lot of science to pick up.
Yeah. You might want to get inside the capsule and try and transmit as much data as you can with the limited amount of electrical charge you have. You have a lot of battery packs, so you can actually send quite a lot.
I mean, the vessel that we sent seemed good. If you were looking at this with your expertise, how would you make changes to this to give us a higher chance of survival?
I would add a extra intermediary stage. So right now you now have a stage for landing and returning, and a stage for getting into orbit. So what you want now is have that stage to get into orbit, and a small stage underneath that to do your transfer maneuvers. So I think about 2 of those rocket or fuel tanks and a swivel engine is more than enough.
1 swivel engine?
Yeah. Like that gives you an extra 800. Yeah. A long boy.
Is a very long boy. This is the longest. My goodness. Alright, so we have the intermediary one. So this is not our first stage, and that is not our second. So I'm going to make a new stage. It includes this. I'm going to make a new one. It includes this. 5 goes over 4. This launches, and then we need to decouple it. Okay, let's think here. So 7 fires, and then we need to disengage all the stuff connected to 7.
Yep.
And then 5 fires, and then we disconnect 5. Oh.
Yeah, make sure your trust rate ratio is correct, but it should be fine. You had quite high.
Down here. Yep, all that comes off at once. And then this fires, and then we have an empty stage, and then afterwards we ditched it. Yep. And then we have...
what you can do is remove that 1 fuel tank all the way in the bottom, in the middle shaft, because it's not doing anything except holding those boosters in place. So just move those boosters up to the... Yeah.
So you're saying get rid of this fuel?
Yeah.
But it does have a decoupler above it.
Yes, just move those decouplers higher to the fuel tanks of your intermediary stage.
I don't understand why.
Because you have extra dead weight at the bottom now, so we're trying to compact it a bit and get rid of that fuel tank that is not doing anything for you except adding more weight.
It's not even giving me more fuel?
No, by default the decouplers do not enable cross feed of fuel.
So I get rid of this guy.
Yeah.
But we still have
get
the decoupler there. And then
yeah, you can get rid of that as well.
get rid of the decoupler. And then we attach this to the engine, I guess. Or I guess it could be, hey, we don't have to make it so long. Oh, but I want that to have mini friends. Hello? Mini friends? Mini friends? Okay, so then let's check our stages. So first we fire, then we lose them, then we fire, and then we lose that big one, and then we have this. I think this looks good.
Yeah. One issue.
Yes.
Where are you gonna put Bill?
Ooh, do we need another pod for that?
You can also put the probe core on top, but then you don't have SAS. You can see if you have enough science to unlock a better probe control.
I don't think
Might be useful.
I don't think we do, but let's check. So close. So close. I mean, I heard that there are little biomes at each of the facilities here. So if we do a tiny little EVA sample on each of them with just like a crew pod and just fly around our facility, we'll have enough to buy it, won't we? 45?
Yeah. Yeah.
We're gonna do that.
That's actually easier to build that in the spaceplane hangar.
I don't know what that is.
At the top, where you can also select your action groups or your Kerbals, the last blue button is the switch editor. This is the spaceplane hangar. So just make a new plane in here, make sure your longest is saved.
No. Command pod. Because I think that's the minimum that we need.
Already placed. Yeah.
And then that's it, right?
Do you have wheels?
I don't think so.
No. Okay. They're on the ground. If you would have, if you have them.
I'm gonna give it batteries for fun.
Make sure there is a science storage module on there. Experiment storage, yeah. And it's actually a good time to practice upright maneuvers and flying upright. I would just plant it on the top, the container.
Why can't I do the count?
It's in a different symmetry system. It's radial symmetry now because it's the spaceplane hangar. But I recommended the spaceplane hangar because I thought you had wheels, so you could make a car, but you don't have wheels. So it's actually easier to go back to the normal vehicle assembly building.
Give me one.
No, it's only mirroring left to right, not radial. Switch editor again to the normal vehicle assembly building. You have something in your hand, you can't click it.
Same.
Yeah. Yeah, I was planning to tell you to build a a small car, but you don't have the wheels for it yet. Yeah.
You might have got the house fire?
Yeah,
Really?
Right.
How do you know? Okay, so we do an EVA. Let go. Oof. I don't think we've done a surface sample.
Not here, no. That's an easy 9 already. 2.4. I don't think you are able to get back in.
What do you mean? Did I cover the... No, we wouldn't have been able to get out unless we could. Wait, you can't jetpack here?
It's not strong enough.
Ah,
There's too much gravity here. What you could do is mount a small fuel tank underneath and place some radial engines pointing down. So you can make a small hovercraft and just fly around everywhere.
we go back to the space center or the tracking station?
Exit the escape menu. Just at the bottom of your screen, there is a recover vessel.
Huh?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at least having a place to live is pretty awesome. The housing market in general is absolutely brutal. At least in America it is. I'm pretty sure it's brutal everywhere.
It's absolutely fucked over here in the Netherlands.
Well, we got
So the
33
sign-
signs from that. I feel like we...
No, that's how
Zero
much you
earned.
have.
0 earned.
Yeah, you stored everything in the experiment module.
Gotcha. I'm over-
So, you see that marker on your launch pad now? That's where the ship is still is. So if you recover that, you get the science.
We got exactly 45. That's exactly what we
That's
needed. Oh my
insane.
god.
Yeah.
So we wanted... Is it this one? Yeah, that's the one. Crew capacity 2.
You can do that, or take a look a bit lower. Lower the tech tree? No, okay, never mind. The better probe cores are all 90.
There's the
Yeah, there they are.
spotlight.
The
So
electric's the top left.
will
is the
this
one.
work for us?
Yeah.
Cool. All right, so now we can recreate the longest dongus. Yo, congrats. I'm over in Washington State, Smitty. I don't know if I answered that or not. Okay, we're gonna open the longest dongus. 97 parts. And I'm assuming we want to just take that off. Oh, and add a crew cabin. So we can fit 3
Exactly.
people in this.
Yep. Other way around. So you have one part which is your root part. In this case, it's the command module,
Yeah,
and everything needs to be attached to that.
understood. Let's take a look at our overlays here. Nice. Looking good. What if we go to some of our staging bits? That is not good.
What
Yo,
is it?
Laz, thank you for the follow. I wonder what we could do to make this a little better.
It's actually pretty good like that.
Really?
Yeah, you don't need any aerodynamics on that, so that doesn't matter. And because you have a very wide base, the chance of you tipping over is very small, even if you are a
Right.
bit taller.
We're gonna be space lads. Okay.
What you could do is add a double set of legs so that you have the legs now outwards at 90 degrees, but you can place legs at 270 and no, not 270, in between, so that you have 2 pairs on each lander.
You know,
Or
I
each,
really like that. I really like that a lot. So we can go like that, and then grab another set of legs.
You can hover over a part you want and then alt-click.
Oh my god,
Copy.
thank you. That looks very stable. I wonder if I can change the offset of these a little bit. Oh, not that one. Oh,
The 2 key for offset.
that's what I want. I wanted that to go down a little bit, and I want to take this one. I want to take this thing and go down a little bit. Just to give us more space in case we're on something rocky.
Exactly.
Cool. Save. I think we're ready to launch.
Alright, good luck. I'm gonna leave you on yourself for that. I'm gonna grab something to drink.
Awesome. What are you going to drink?
Probably some water and then some beer.
Heck yeah. Heck yeah. I think I'll probably drink some beer later. We gotta catch up with chat here. Smitty says,
Don't drink too much.
All right. Smitty says, I think Texas is going to recover pretty quickly. Market is averaging out, a bit higher than before COVID. Still better than some parts. Very true. Idaho is kind of destroyed by the market. Wretched says best things about Canada. We have government funding for students to live cheap as hell. I like the sound of that. And you're a full-time student. Sick. What? You get electric, water, and appliances for 130 Canadian? I'm assuming you have to pay for your internet, though. Good lord. Hey, what's up, Spooky? Good to see you. We're, doing a new game. I haven't played this one before. It's a lot of fun so far. Oh yeah, we were gonna listen to real Kerbal music. Let's try it. I might have to exit out of this individual launch. Nope, there it is, music. My TWR. I don't know. Can I check it? Can I check it from this menu, or do I have to go back? Found a VAB. All right. Oh, by the way, Fire Phoenix, I learned a really, really silly thing. Okay, it's not a silly thing. I learned that I am silly. I thought that New Zealand was on the northwest coast of Australia. No, it's 2 islands east and a little south from Australia. I'm really glad that I learned that eventually. That's right, Disco Geek. Yeah. Sorry. Why is there no music? Yeah, right? Fire, right? Okay, let's see what we have here. Hey.
Tonight, just pick whatever. I'm gonna leave last night's dinner for you.
Okay.
If you want it.
I mean, it was super yummy.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
Aim big. Launch wasn't successful, I think.
People wanted to know what the TWR was. There you go.
Trust to weight ratio.
Yep, there it is.
It's the most important on the first stage, so number 6 that you haven't opened.
There you go. 38.
38. What the fuck?
That's good, right?
I think that's wrong. Go to your Delta V settings on the bottom. It's actually correct. Oh no, it's corrected now to 1.5. There you go.
That's weird that it wasn't showing. Well, here we go then. I already had one out on the... Already had one out.
Make sure it's a pallet that's in there.
Correct, Fire Phoenix. Trust me, my edification. I'm very thankful for what people said. All right, we're gonna try not to fuck this one up so hard. So here we go. Okay, we're staged. And then we go zoom. When I hit 1,000, I'm gonna start angling.
Perfect. Do you see how much control you have with this one?
A
Because of the
lot.
swivels?
Is this game joystick compatible?
It's actually on console as well.
Outstanding.
Don't go too diagonal. You should leave it at that angle for a bit.
Trying to maintain it.
Lower your thrust a little bit, because you have a lot. And are still pushing through a lot of atmosphere. It's a bit inclined, but he's going to minimus, so this inclination is working pretty well.
Oh fuck.
Uh-oh.
We fucked it. We fucked it. Recover? Recover? No. No, we fucked it. Alright.
Turn your engine off.
I don't know why that happens every time I jettison. Every time. Any mods? No, just visual mods. You're going too fast and too shallow too soon?
Yep.
So I should start with max thrust and then toggle it down a little bit?
Also, the reason why you started flipping the moment you staged is because your engine is not firing the moment you stage.
Is there a way to make it do that? Because I would love to do that.
Yeah, just move the engine to that decoupler stage.
No way. God damn it.
So,
Alright. Well.
that's it.
That's nice. Alright. Let's try it again. Turn the throttle a little bit down.
Yep. Yeah, with your current shape and how it works, this craft, I think it's best to start angling at about 10k height.
Let's start angling.
Yeah, like when you lift off, you give that little nudge towards the east, so 90 degree, so that you will go that way in any case. And then at around 10k, you start moving it over. Because you have a really high thrust to rate ratio, it's actually better to do it that way. For some, it's better to start really early. It all depends on how your plane handles or rocket. Yeah, reduce your throttle a bit, because it's stage it away. Okay, kill your engine now. Look at your map, see how high your apoapsis is.
We got 78.
That's enough.
Cool. Whoa.
That's the wrong way. Perfect.
Works for me. All right. So we need to angle to our maneuver, and then we do a burn. And I can fast forward.
I believe the delta V calculation right now is a bit off because you are inside an atmosphere. It's going to correct the moment you hit the outspace.
Oh, I should be burning.
Yeah. Very low thrust to weight ratio on this stage.
Should I be on max speed for this burn?
Yep.
Okay.
And make sure for your next staging you have to press enter twice because your engine is not on the decoupling stage. Never mind.
Solve that problem right away.
Yeah, you can't stage when you're in map view either. So
See,
make sure
I
you're...
thought we would be... I thought this trajectory would be...
Right. Your tank is empty stage.
Boom. And it didn't start. I don't know why it didn't start.
Stage. There you go.
Okay. I just feel like we're burning so much fuel.
Mm-hmm.
Did I fuck up the launch?
Yep.
I fucked up the launch?
Yeah, you started really at a really weird angle, and you corrected that halfway, and that cost you about an extra 600 dV again. You can stop burning.
Damn.
And back into orbit.
Yeah. Orbit's easy. Orbit's easy.
So right now you have 1454 delta V to get to Minmus, land, and at a precise location and return. Do you think that's enough? When looking at what you did the last time.
Can you give me the numbers one more time?
Of course. I'll actually give you the delta V map yourself. Wait. Copy image. There you go. So it's a bit weird. You start at the bottom of this map. There you see Kerbin. That's your home planet. It's about 3400 to get into a orbit that's 80 kilometers high. Then you need 930 to intercept Minmus. That's the path towards the right. Then another 150 to circularize that orbit, and 180 to land. It doesn't show any return trips, but in my experience, and according to other calculators I've used in the past, it's about 130 to 160 for a return trip from Minmus landing, which is very tight. I, for myself, take about 20% extra on those calculations to give myself some breathing room. For you, I think about 50% extra delta V is very useful to bring. Yeah, set it to about 950 Delta V used on that burn. And then you start moving the nodes around until you see that you can get an intercept. Yeah, what Lazarus says is also a really good choice. You can launch again.
I'm
see if
gonna
you can
launch
get
again.
the
I feel really
pieces out.
shitty. I feel really shitty about how that one went.
Yeah.
I'll be back in a sec.
No problem.
Thank you.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Lazarus. It's really hard to get it right. To learn how to do a correct launch and get into orbit with the least amount of Delta V loss. Like, I'm still perfecting it for myself.
Okay. What is a good launch?
A good launch.
Yep.
It really depends on what your how your ship handles, but on average, somewhere between yeah, I think for your ship, it would be best to start the moment you leave the launch pad and are at about 20 meters a second. Nudge your ship very slightly towards the 90 degrees. So just tap the D key once and you're done. Then just keep letting it go all the way up by its own. And at around 7K, start angling. Try and hit the 90 degree mark, or yeah, the 90 degree marker at around 15,000. It's not the most efficient way to do it, but it's easier to control and it's still quite efficient. Like, it might be a difference of about 5%. Yeah, that's the most important part. Make sure you only go east. No up, no down.
So when do I angle hard east?
Around 7K. Give it a little nudge to the east again. As you see, your retrograde mark is going westwards, which you don't want. You want it to go towards the east. So you're slightly tilting towards the west now.
Okay,
Just
so
make sure-
I need to tilt it more than pressing it once.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it really depends on how much control surface you have. Oh, that's really aggressive.
All right.
I would say when you are angling, stay about just outside of that retrograde marker. Just a bit ahead of it. Like, this is called a gravity turn, and people still are debating how to best do it. That's very aggressive, but that should work if you hold that angle. Never mind.
I don't think that
Yeah,
20
good.
meters per second is correct, because when I do that, it's very aggressive.
Yeah, it's a guess. Like, I don't know how it handles. Usually for most of the ships I make, 20 is about correct to start nudging it really lightly. Like, this is perfect. Make sure you have SAS on. Yeah, Lazarus, but that's for a hard gravity turn, which I don't recommend just yet. They're really annoying to control, especially with these shaped early crafts. Reduce your throttle a little, because you are going pretty fast. You can actually open your thrust to rate ratio now as well, and keep that at around 1.5.
I didn't hear what you said about 1.5.
Oh, you can open your thrust to rate ratio, your TWR, while flying, and you can adjust your throttle to keep that at about
Where is
1.5.
that? Where is that?
Right click on your stage. Now just set it at prograde and keep it there. Perfect.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah, staging behaves really weird sometimes. Cut your thrust. Look at your map, see if you're at 10k or 70k or higher.
It is.
That's perfect. Now you can circularize from there. Like, you don't want to fire your engines too much while in an atmosphere.
Yeah. And the music just starts. Okay. Do I still want to be on prograde?
No, marker
Right.
or your node.
Oh, I know that, Laz. I know that, Laz.
So for how my ascents launches usually look, I usually aim to hit the 90-degree mark on the nav ball. So that's 45-degree incline at around 10 kilometers up already.
I've already lost all my fuel.
Yep, that's just what that stage is for. Drift again. Yep,
Great. And then at
Perfect.
the apoapsis or at the periapsis, should we be firing again? I'm assuming apoapsis because it's further away from the gravity.
Most efficient to change orbits is at apoapsis.
Okay.
Because you're going fastest there and are furthest away from the gravity pull. But you don't want to move it there because you're trying to. Yeah, that's what happens if you already have a node active.
I can't delete it. I think I need to like reinstall my game or something, or just restart it. Something. It is not saving my settings.
Really weird that it's doing that.
Now it's gone.
Hmm.
I just gotta keep doing it. Very strange.
Yeah. Yeah, a bit more might not hurt, or just add some solid fuel boosters to the first stage as well. Just to get that first stage you're using right now higher up in the atmosphere before firing those. Or research what you call it really soon, fuel lines. They allow something called asparagus staging, which is kinda unrealistic, but it gives you can actually use your old rocket design and it will give you a free 400 or 500 extra DV. So do you remember how to do this?
See if we can figure it out.
You are using the normal and anti-normal just now?
Yes.
So that's gonna cost you an insane amount of delta V.
Is there a way to
Got
reset?
to reset.
Is there a way to reset?
Yeah, just remove it, make a new one. So actually, the place you want, you're going in the wrong direction with that one.
What? Huh? I don't understand.
Like the way you're inserting now is behind Mimus, where you're gonna end up. You want to end up in front of Mimus, as in where it's orbiting.
I didn't think I was anywhere close to Minmus.
No, but this insertion burn you're gonna do is gonna get you there. But this insertion burn is getting you behind Minmus instead of in front of it.
This song is in Dwarf Fortress Stone Sense mod. I don't see the...
Yeah, it's gonna be tight with the amount of DV you have right now.
Our launch is so hard.
Instead of launching this, just add a couple of solid fuel boosters to it.
Yeah, this is fucking
Just
ridiculous.
to give it some more DV. Second stage also works, or on the first stage, whichever you like more. Like the thing is, you're using swivel engines on your liquid fuel right now, which are really inefficient in the atmosphere.
Oh, we have a scientist right now. I don't think we want that. I think we want a pilot.
Yeah, that's actually a good thing to aim for. What Lesworth is saying. Try and aim for getting the second stage into orbit completely.
Does it matter how stupid they are?
Nope. That's just flavor for the portrait you see in the bottom right.
Excellent.
So if they're more stupid, they react differently to other things, and if they're more courageous, they act different as well. So actually, the one you just hired has a white suit. The orange suits are the starter Kerbals, and that's the base crew.
So you were saying we need more thrust.
Yeah. Well, not more trust. You need more delta V, so more fuel.
Fuel.
So this extra fuel you just added does mean that you will need more fuel to get into orbit because it's heavier. You see how that first stage delta V went from 2500 to 1700? That's because of the extra weight you just added.
So then, do we just bring small fuel?
Just add more boosters.
Word.
Like, it's very normal in the first couple of missions that you're just that you have like 3 layers of boosters on your first stage just to get up into the
Crazy.
air.
This is crazy. The sheer amount of boost we require here.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what it's like when you're going to, I don't know, Pluto.
Mm-hmm. But by that time you have more science, better boosters, better engines, and everything like that. You also have nuclear fuel engines, which are extremely efficient, but have very low thrust to weight ratio. The Terrier engines are very efficient, but they have very little thrust, so they are useless in early stages.
Are they?
Yeah. And also the way they're set up right now, they're not gonna do decouple.
I know. I'm going to separate. Oh, we're talking about the first stage. God damn.
What you could do is put that first stage back on there, those boosters you made, those liquid fuel, and then just add solid fuel boosters outside of those.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Just make it an onion. Or an ogre. Let it have layers.
So like that, and then fuel tanks. But it's not liquid we want. Solid.
Keep in mind you're using 8 times radial right now, and the last design you had used 6 times.
Thank you.
Make sure they have decouplers on those. Otherwise it's just dead weight once they're empty. Yeah, Lazarus, he doesn't have fuel lines yet for asparagus staging, sadly.
I'm so confused. How many did we have the last time? Did we have 6?
6.
I think that was part of our problem because I put 8 on there for our last flight.
Oh yeah, that could be.
And then we want decouplers on those. And then solid fuel on those.
I would put them lower so your center of mass is low. And your solid fuel boosters are not burning up your winglets. Yeah, this seems fine.
Like that.
Um,
Lord.
Check if they have enough thrust to weight ratio to get everything up. Otherwise you also have to fire the liquid engines at the same time. Or just do that immediately. Yeah, all works.
So we have 1.6 on there.
Don't you have bigger boosters than these?
Not for solid fuel.
I think so. I think
Oh, we do. Oh my god, we do.
Yeah. That dumper is huge. They're really good.
Further reading, this game is so complicated. This game is so complicated. For those who don't know,
Usually this game boils down to just add more boosters.
which is dumb in my opinion. Like there's so much to this game. Why is it literally just add more zoom? That's
That's how real rocket science works as well. Like you've seen those insanely huge rockets they used for Saturn missions and everything, or the Saturn V mission, or just SpaceX launches.
we haven't.
All of that size is just to deliver a payload of at most 1 ton into orbit, and not even make any burns to planets or anything. Yeah.
Lord, this is such a strange design. I feel like adding more fuel.
Honestly, this should be fine.
Don't believe you.
Oh damn, Smitty, I'm jealous of that. I would really want to see one of those rockets in real life as well. Those things are insanely huge.
How do I put these bastards on?
Angle your camera a bit more to the right. You want
Dude,
the
you know
attachment?
what to do. You really know how to get this to go.
Yeah, the attachment point at the top and bottom of the fuel tank. That needs to connect with the top or bottom of the part you want to connect it to. So not the point where your mouse is. It's kind of unintuitive, but once you know how it works really well.
Okay, so should these be on the same stage?
Check your thrust to rate ratio and see if you need it.
2.7 and 1.16, so if I add them together, it's 1.9.
No need. Yeah, no need to add those together. Just keep those solid boosters on their own. You know, once you ditch
We'll fire
those,
off the solid ones, and then we'll fire off the liquid one. God, it's like a 4-stage rocket now.
yeah,
Holy cow.
just you wait until you're launching 110 ton payloads.
Oh. I have no idea where this game goes, because when I was watching early footage of this, they had like the Mun, and I think that was it. All right. Max throttle. Oh wait, never mind. This is just.
You can already put it on max throttle for when you're gonna do that.
Here we go. I can't even steer this thing because we don't because they're solid.
Yeah, that might be an issue. You might actually have to send them all at the same time. Yeah, you can't control this.
No. No.
Let's revert then. Stage them all at the same time. And just keep the thrust or the throttle low. So all they do is add a little bit of thrust.
I can't even angle these. It's too
No.
far gone. Look at that.
Yeah. Really, Lazarus? That's insane. That would make a lot of designs a lot easier.
Wait a minute. I think I have. Oh, and they're dead weight. I don't jettison them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, multiple issues here. We'll call this a test.
Absolutely.
Uh,
A life bet, I guess.
And then jettison that, and then we're in the comfy stage. All right. Revert flight. Vehicle assembly. Okay, so there they are. Yeah, that can actually stay in that stage, but we need all of this to go at once. So all these are firing, and then I hope that's how the stages work. I hope that's how the stages work. We'll test it.
Yeah. Then just throttle for about 25%. That should be enough to give you enough gimbal control, but not burn out that stage too early.
You know, I think you're right, Crazy Mohawk. I think you're right.
Yeah.
This is incredibly, incredibly complicated. I hope this works. It does. We're gonna throttle down a little.
Make sure you aim 90 degrees.
I don't know how. What the fuck do you mean 90 degrees? Where
On
is...
your navigation, you see the 90 on your right.
Yeah.
That means 90 degrees from north.
So
So
like,
that's east.
so like this.
Yeah.
Jesus. Sure, I was thinking I pressed D to do that. Do I want it on the number 90 or on the line 90?
On the number 90. You should cut your engines now. Look at your height.
118, that works. All right.
So 1 minute 39, you need to start burning at about 50 seconds. No need for daylight at the moment, he doesn't have solar panels.
Yep. And the next test.
Yeah, you see that blue edge of the Earth right now? That's Coriolis effect of the sun scattering through the atmosphere, which is added by one of the mods I advised you. Gives that really nice shine where the sun is coming up.
It's very pretty.
Yeah. Like launching during a sunrise is one of the most magical moments in this game.
Oh, what's up, Daft Tongue? Good to see you. Playing Kerbal Space Program for the first time. This game is crazy. There's so much to it. Incredibly complicated game. We're gonna need a jettison.
Yeah, you see that white line on your delta V? That's when your fuel's gonna run out on that stage.
That's so cool. I didn't know it worked like that. You know, I feel like I'm getting the premium treatment right now. Mr. Weebow on the Discord call really knows his stuff.
Happy to help.
He was the one that gifted me the game, so he's more help than just an advisor. This game is something else entirely.
I'm an instigator for a new addiction, I guess.
I think so. I think so. I think we're gonna keep playing this one on stream, frankly.
Yeah, I'd be happy to see you stream it more.
Am I gonna get the
And
second?
I'm really curious about what kind of wacky contraptions you're gonna end up with once you're
Same.
comfortable with this game.
Same. And once I have like a developed tech tree and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was very
Like,
into Gary's mod.
Oh yeah, that's also insane. Yeah, and once you are at a certain point in which you need to lift insanely huge loads, I'm gonna teach you about making engine clusters and all that kind of stuff,
Oh,
which
baby.
helps. Like all of those engines you just had all radiating outwards, there are ways to make that really compact.
Good. I don't know why it keeps saying control locked, because we have gotten
Really weird. Yeah.
we have gone in here. I'm going to save, and I'm going to try and reload the game. Because it keeps
Oh yeah,
messing up the music and everything too.
this is enough DV to get you to fucking Mars.
Really?
Yeah.
Did I do a better launch this time? Or is it just because we
launch-
literally strapped more rockets on?
The launch was pretty good, but it was mostly those extra rockets.
I had a feeling. Okay, we'll power this back on.
Yeah, the weird thing is the control locked message only should show up if you are flying a unmanned probe and it has no connection. But you are flying with a fucking pilot in your vessel, so it should work. Yeah, of course, Lazarus.
It's really not letting me reload the game.
Damn.
Come on. There we go. The command line was running twice.
Ah.
Yeah. I wonder what kind of issues that was causing. You know, obviously it was causing my bad launches, like for sure.
Absolutely,
Definitely
yeah.
what it was doing. Now we can really play the game.
So now you have a little bit of time to look back at one of the images I sent you, the one with the nav ball with the WASD painted on top of it. If you look at that nav ball, you see the yellow line on the S ladder. That's north. The D line, that's east. That's 90 degrees. So right next to that D, you see that 90.
Yeah.
So all around, you see, if you go counterclockwise, you see 135. That should be 180. It's not really visible. 225, all the way around. And then you see those smaller increments. So if you start at the middle and go outwards towards the east, so the 90-degree vector, you see that first line, that is 0, 0. You can ignore that. The first, oh no, wait, that's 10 degrees on the vector. The next one you see is a 70. So that means you're 20 degrees out, 60, 30 degrees. Then you see that circle all the way around. That's 45 degrees. And that's the part where you want your where you want to be aiming at once you reach about 10,000 meters height.
We want to aim to the right of the retrograde?
Yep.
Interesting.
Just slightly.
Gotcha.
Like you want
So
to
you'd say,
aim it.
like, line it up dot on dot and then move your dot, you know, my own dot just a little bit to the right is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
So basically you want to stay just to the right of that prograde marker. Just slightly out of it, so you nudge very slightly and not too much out of the direction of travel.
Okay, okay.
So if you do it correctly, you reach about the yellow marker for the retrograde will reach the 90-degree point or the 45-degree point at the 90-degree factor at around 10,000 kilometers. That would be ideal.
We had a flight in progress. Yeah, there we go. Quick save. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Daft time.
Yeah, mine can barely handle like SP1.
I didn't realize that we were so far along in our stages. I thought we had more rockets. Okay, so we are in orbit. Please let me. It's still fucking control locked. We got rid of that.
We're just time warp around a little bit and remove it. For some reason, when you time warp, it usually worked.
It refuses to die. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay.
There it
So we were going to use the apoapsis to send us to
Nope.
the promised land.
No.
No?
It would be most efficient to do that, but if you're doing it right now, your apoapsis is not in a place where you will get that insertion burn.
I see. Should we wait a few days for the apoapsis to be in an optimal position? Because we
gonna be
most out of our delta V.
It's gonna be a difference of about 100 delta V, and you're gonna shoot it by about 1.5K with what you have. You're fine to do inefficient.
Okay. So, do you think we should use the apoapsis, or should we just place a point arbitrarily and just try and send it?
Yeah.
Okay. See what we can do here. Oh, that's the wrong way.
That's actually pretty close.
So we'll go back into the graphical viewer, turn down that a little bit. So
and your Discord stream ended again.
My Discord stream, thank you, thank you. Yeah. Okay. So if we are there, that's our ascending node. Target position, closest approach. That's a pretty close approach.
Yeah, you're using way too much delta V though. About 950 is enough. So burn more retro.
So how do we... Oh, burn more retro.
So yeah.
Okay. One thing that I am struggling with the UI, how do I know where Minmus is going to be on our journey?
You don't.
Really?
You need to know. Yeah.
You need
to know or calculate it. So you see how your line is going outwards?
Yeah.
At about 90 degrees away is the capture angle. So if you move the marker a bit counterclockwise, it will go, the angle will change. That's clockwise.
Okay, so this way. Oh, I saw a good line.
Way further.
Maybe not. Yeah, maybe not.
Way further. I think.
Oh, I saw some good one. Wait, that's the... fuck. The colors mess me up. The colors are rough. I'm sure this becomes second nature, but I don't even know where to start.
Mm-hmm. Just doing it a lot. So if you want, you can use that reference image I sent earlier about how a efficient angle looks like. I think it's the third angle I showed you. There you see how the apoapsis is 90 degrees out of from Nimbus.
Our apoapsis is right there.
Yeah, the apoapsis of your predicted burn.
I don't even know
So
where
the yellow line.
I don't even know.
It's going all the way out of the system.
Alright, let's reel it in. So there's our app. And then we want it to be 90. When you say 90 degrees away, I mean everything is fucking relative in space. So what do you mean 90 degrees? From its current position? From me?
From its current position.
Okay, so 90 would be this direction. Do you mean negative 90 this way?
A 90 degree negative towards negative from where it is.
So I want my apoapsis to be right here.
So you're at about 100 degrees right now.
Yeah.
At least what I'm seeing.
Okay, so we want it to be like here. But we want the apoapsis to be closer. Like that.
Yeah, and now you have I would put it up a bit higher just to be sure that you get into the sphere of influence, and then just rotate around that marker, that maneuver node until you see that a capture is going to happen or a predicted capture.
This?
Yep. Just very slightly move it around and see what happens.
How do I know if a capture is going to happen? Does that shield icon show up?
No. Remember the last time how it looked?
Yeah, it showed a purple line.
Yeah, that's what you want. You're going to see a lot of markers, and the most important one will be a purple periapsis. And that purple periapsis will be your Mimus periapsis. Now it's going to be very finicky to get this right because your inclination is off. So there's a good chance that the closest separation you can get is actually at 90 degrees or at like a million meters. Like as you see, you're approaching it from really far above it. And you see those two blue markers. That's the one pointing down is the position you will have at the closest approach. The one pointing up is the location of Minmus during the closest approach. Right now it's getting fucked over because of the moon, which can be really annoying.
Yes.
Remember what we did last time? Just press that orbit plus button a couple of times.
Here, I'll put it right here.
You might actually get away with a gravity assist from the moon.
Yeah, we might. Oh, there we are.
Yeah.
We got it.
There you go.
Oh my god.
Just getting past the sphere of influence of the moon. Perfect.
But isn't that going to be terribly inefficient if we have to like mirror? Don't we want?
Remember how?
Don't we want to chase the moon?
You want to end behind Mimus. So if you very carefully adjust a bit retrograde and the angle, you can fine tune. So the important part is first getting that approach, and then you can fine tune it.
So you're saying that what we have right now is pretty damn good, and we can change it on the fly. Here's my question:
Yep.
How do we take what we have right now and make it more efficient?
Burn it or give it more retrograde and adjust the angle. So
I mean, that's pretty close.
Yeah.
That's pretty close. Let's take a look at our nav ball. 904. That's the best number I've seen so far.
Yeah, if you look at Delta V map, it says you need 930. So you're actually undershooting what you need, the average.
Yeah, I can't fucking understand that map you sent me. It looks like a railway map, and I do not
It is
get it.
actually called a metro map.
Yeah, it looks like a
It
metro
takes
map.
some getting used to.
Definitely. Is it like okay, so I understand graph theory. Are these nodes and edges?
Yeah.
Okay, so
So basically, the line has a number in it, and that number stands for how much delta V you need from the previous node to the next node. So where you start all the way at the bottom, Kerbin,
yep.
you need 3400 to get to the next node, and that next node stands for a low orbit. The number next to it, you see 80 kilometers, so it's an 80 kilometer low orbit.
To do an intercept, we need 930, but if we wanted to get a low orbit, we would need 1080.
Where do you see that?
Because between low orbit, sorry. I know that there's the 3400 initially.
Yeah, no, that's 3400 is to correct your plane, your inclination, but we're doing that halfway through the insertion, which reduces that 340 to about last time you needed 50. So that's 340. Just forget it. Just put an imaginary
3400 from Kerbin. So it's 3400 Kerbin, and then we reach the low orbit, and then we fuck around here, and if we wanted to just do an intercept, we'd need 930 dV. But if we want a low orbit, we would need 930 plus 150.
Yeah. And then for the next step, landing, 180.
Got it. Okay. So I think we're good to go on this on this. I'm pretty happy with this approach right here.
Absolutely.
Cool. All right. So we want to go towards our maneuver. Okay.
Oh, that's one of the alarms you set up by misclicking somewhere.
All right. So we're going to be burning in a bit. I thought we could fast forward. There we go. So we are going to have to jettison our last thing here.
Yeah, halfway through the burn. Remember how when you need to start the burn? That's
half the burn time, which is 25 plus 2, so 27.
Yeah.
This
you could also start it a bit earlier, so that the last part of that burn you can throttle down a bit to be more precise.
This is the one KSP song that I like in the Stone Sense pack.
Yeah, this is the standard orbit music.
I'm gonna be honest, the music is not appropriate at all for Dwarf Fortress, but it's still good.
Yeah. Like it's mostly good in there because there's a big overlap between Dwarf Fortress players and KSP players.
I think people just like simulation games and really difficult games too.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So from now on you want to watch the map and focus on Mimbus.
Yes.
So you can look really closely. Don't overshoot, because early, and then just give it a little bit of trust.
Great. So now we're on excellent approach angle. Let's go check out.
Don't forget to remove this previous node.
Good point. Please don't fuck up. please don't fuck up. I'm tired of having this thing fuck up. Oh, I swear to God.
God damn it.
So
There.
strange. So strange.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's go check out Minmus. Save.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
Good one.
got it. Alright, let's see.
Like, I'm basically mashing the F5 button constantly.
I wish. I mean, I bet astronauts wish they could do that.
Yeah.
The stream is not named from the Dido campaign. I checked it. It's called First Day at NASA. Highly responsive to chat. Try reloading, Crazy Mohawk. I checked it on Twitch too. Like, I look up my stream mid-stream just to make sure everything is right. Save early, save often. Damn true. So
What was the next step we did last time?
we set up a maneuver really close to the encounter. I remember that.
Halfway towards the encounter.
Halfway. Very strange, Crazy Mohawk. It knows you were in the campaign. Alright, so from here...
Yeah, just zoom in on Minmus so you can get really close.
Ah, yes. This was it. Thank you.
So now you're close, so you need to, on the right side, you need to burn prograde a bit and a bit anti-normal, because you're above it. And now you're going over it, and now you end up on the other side, which you don't want.
Oh, I was misunderstanding the perspective there.
Yeah, perspective is a difficult thing in space sometimes.
Yeah.
It gets me every time.
I still thought we were good. So we're gonna have to do the anti-normal, which is gonna be a little weird. Let's see. Oh God, look at that. That's nothing. Yeah. Space travel is crazy.
Uh-huh.
You burn no fuel and you go forever.
Yeah. Hit normal again. Just a shot.
This has completely changed the way that I look at space, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
It took a day, and
so what you can do now is
just change.
Yeah, you can now fine-tune that periapsis so you can get an encounter of about 10 kilometers height if you want. And if you do that, it's actually really efficient to do it now instead of while you're in an orbit.
We need a lot of efficiency if we're going to come home. So I really like what we have going on right here. It's also really close to picking up our good friend. We're just going to go in a nice little orbit. We're going to scoop him up. Oh my God. Oh my God.
I fucking learned the orbital mechanics due to this game.
Alright, so we need to orient to the maneuver.
Yeah, and as you see, burn time 0.9 seconds, so make sure you're very careful.
Tiny. I think I'm just going to use the gentle thrust, because we have wiggle room. We have wiggle room.
Absolutely.
Okay.
1.9k delta V, that's more than enough.
Let's backtick. Oh my God, and we're still right here. This is crazy.
Like if you do it right, you could land on Minmus, take off, land on the moon, and go back, and have some wiggle room left.
Oh my God.
Well, once you're out in space and have your insertion burn done towards a faraway place, everything becomes so efficient.
Tiny burn time.
Mm-hmm. Like once you go into planetary, if you do that same trick, the bimpulsive Hohmann transfer, so making that first burn for an intercept and then halfway through correcting that. About 1 delta V will give you a change of about 5 million meters in apoapsis height if you're going to Duna. Duna is the Mars analog.
Forgot.
Make sure you're looking at Minimus.
I forgot my controls for a second there. I throttled longer than I wanted to.
No, you're still fine. You can throttle for another 7.3 delta V.
There we go. All right, so
Yellow line is your true orbit. Purple is predicted from the node.
okay, so
if you
I
burn-
messed this up a little bit.
No, you just need to burn a little bit more. 7.3 meters a second. Look at that.
Wow.
Perfect.
Wow. Wow. All right, save.
Like you can almost shake hands with the Kerbal on the ground right now.
You could probably use his jetpack to jump up and meet us.
Yeah.
All right, so I think we should plan a nice little orbit maneuver here. Oh, we should probably get rid of our other node, right?
Yep.
Because everything gets
Otherwise,
fucked up.
there's still somewhere one hidden. There you go.
I love this. I'm gonna have to look up how to get rid of that. Control locked glitch KSP. Cannot delete it. Oh, someone said use F12 for this.
Oh. I don't know if there's
Wait,
anything in the
Press the
should
add
be-
orbit button when you right click the node and then you can delete it. Oh my fucking god.
Oh my god, yeah, that's great.
The internet. Alright, so where is Minimus? I want to make sure that my other... I don't want to add a maneuver. I want... Come on now. Come on now.
You're clicking on the ghost. You're not clicking on the real Minimus.
So the real Minimus is over... Oh, wow. Wow, we have quite some time, don't we?
Yeah, if you click on a part of that orbit, you can see how long it takes until you get there.
You can click on the orbit?
Yeah, on the line. Oh no, wait, that's a map that does that for me, I guess.
Damn, that'd be nice.
Like you can set a small temporary one maneuver node. Then you see the T minus for that as well.
I wanted to add a maneuver.
If you see that little, circle where the orbit suddenly ends on the blue line,
Yeah.
that's where the sphere of influence change is gonna happen. So if you warp to there, you're perfectly fine and safe.
So I want to make a new maneuver. I just want to get into orbit. That's it.
You don't want to do that there. You want to do that at the periapsis on Minimus. To remove that previous node.
Where is the periapsis? I thought I'd be able to see it.
It's right in the middle. It's the yellow line. B. There it is.
Oh, it's very, very, very close.
Yeah, it was obscured by the icon for
Got it.
Minimus.
Periapsis,
Sorry.
add
Really close.
maneuver, and then... Okay,
Full on retrograde.
we don't need to be so precise.
No. Just get it into an orbit, then you have the time to adjust everything. And an orbit.
Very tight orbit at
Very
8K.
tight.
I mean, that's good, right?
You might crash into a cliff.
I don't want that.
Safe distance for Minmus is around 10k.
Okay. All right. Take it slow now. That looks decent. That looks decent. So now we can position for the maneuver. We can fast forward, and then we perform the maneuver, and then we're happy.
Yep. But as you see, it takes you already 3 days to reach that point. From halfway through the transfer.
Okay. So we are achieving orbit, and then we are going to find a way to get straight to our lost man.
Yeah, and as you see, you're passing at about 12 kilometers height above it. You see it right underneath you.
No, Laz, that's something that could happen in Dwarf Fortress. You're triggering my noob Dwarf Fortress feelings. I am no longer a noob. Now I am the teacher. Dude, do I have any KSP fans in the chat who have wanted to learn how to play Dwarf Fortress? Just curious. If you figured out this game, you can figure out Dwarf Fortress, I promise. It's a different type of thinking.
Absolutely.
It's a different type of thinking for sure.
Yeah.
This game slaps. Okay, so we are in a nice little orbit, and my question is, if you wanted to land, like, I want to land on him. I want to land on him. Where should I start my maneuver? Wait, hold on. What do you think about me taking control of him and getting into orbit and meeting? Is that harder?
That's harder.
Okay. Because they're both
You
moving.
would, yeah. Then you would need to adjust your orbit so you can get an intercept, and intercept burns are really fun to do once you know how they work. But if you're still learning them, they are extremely frustrating.
Sure. I don't want to come all this way just to fuck it up there. So
Yeah. Don't get to a quick save.
I did.
Nice orbit is a good spot.
Good.
Yeah.
I just gotta say, I'm really surprised at how many times I've saved and how I've only loaded one.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Great.
good. So if I want to land, how far in advance should I plan my maneuver?
You
Plan
could
it like right above him, like right
you
up.
could,
there,
but then you need to burn a lot to cancel all your horizontal velocity.
That's what I was thinking, but I mean, we have an
So
ass load. We have an ass load.
absolutely,
So we could get away with it.
you
What
could
is-
get away with it.
What's the earliest we could plan it? I know that mathematically we could literally perform it like a year in advance. But what do you think?
I would say at about if you look from the top down, and your stranded victim is 0 degrees, I would say about 30, 45 degrees.
Oh wow.
Uh,
That's not as much as I thought.
Oh.
Okay, well
Like you could do it a lot earlier, but because you're already very low, it does mean that you will be flying low for a long time. So there's more chance of hitting something.
yeah, I
when
see
you wait
some
there.
mountains and stuff.
You don't want to hit them. That's right.
I think I am messing up my angle here. What? That doesn't look right.
You still have a existing maneuver node,
Oh my god.
so everything's fucked up.
Get out of here.
Right behind you. Yeah. Control locked. But keep in mind, the planet will be rotating around underneath you while doing this. You don't want to plan too far ahead.
You're right. So let's try for. Oh, that's our man. That's our man. So let's
Yep.
put it like here.
I would do a bit further.
A bit further.
Like as you can see, the nodes you will reach the node in about 40 minutes. And I don't know
It's
where you
steep.
can see that it's stuck.
It's steep.
Um,
What do you think about this one?
Locations, these.
Start the burn later. Really?
Yep. Yep.
Like that.
Yeah. You're going to be fine tuning that once you get closer to
for
that because of
sure.
rotation.
For sure.
Like that first burn is just to get you in the ballpark.
If we do science now, is it going to be good, or should we do science later?
You can do science now. You're probably hitting some biomes you haven't hit before during this current orbit.
I didn't say my. Oh, I did say my hotkeys. Okay.
Reset that one. Yeah.
Great. So now we fast forward to where we were going. Zoom.
Don't forget
And
to
then we
aim
are
at
going
the,
to do a retrograde, I believe. Oh wait, we need to do the maneuver first.
So look at your map first before you burn, so you can see how far it moved out.
Yeah, we're gonna need to adjust our mission, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that
Yeah, just drag it all the way
hard
over.
to go for him. You
By
mean
far.
drag it like that?
Walking that distance or even doing it with your thrusters will take you about half an hour.
Wow. We do have space for Bill. Yes. We made sure we had space. That was one of our pre-flight checklist items.
So you want the predicted spots where you land to be past where you want to land, because you will be burning
Right.
during the descent.
Right. You're totally right. You're right.
Now that's a bit much, but if you burn a bit more, it should be fine. Yeah.
So if I just edit this a little bit and say,
Oh no, just do it by eye. That first part is just to get ballpark, figuring out how far should it be.
exactly,
Don't forget to extend your legs if you haven't already.
extend my,
Landing legs with the G built in. There they go.
it's so hard to see.
Mm-hmm. And burn.
So now, oh, landing in,
Turn retrograde. Yep, perfect.
retrograde means opposite the direction you're traveling?
Yep.
Okay. Oh, we are
If you ever had any 11 class, you know that pro means with, and
Yes.
retro means against.
Yes.
In grade is the direction of your traveling factor.
So we're going in, and then we're going to go radial out, and we're going to go retrograde to kind of counteract.
Retrograde first to counteract all horizontal velocity, and then radial out to make sure that you point away from the planet at all times.
And this is our altitude.
Yep.
There we go.
And once you touch down, it doesn't have to be very precise. You can still just use it as a hovercraft on the surface, which is really fun to do. And if you use radio out, it's really easy to control.
I just don't like how fast we're going.
60 meters a second is nothing.
What do you mean? I want to be going like 10.
Like you're still 7.5 kilometers above the surface.
It's true, it's true.
And with your current thrust to weight ratio, you can get away with burning at, or doing a suicide burn at like 1k. But I wouldn't recommend doing a suicide burn. Those are hard, and they are called like that for a
Do you
reason.
burn your face towards your target?
Have you ever seen a landing from the SpaceX shuttles?
No.
Those self-landing things that land top right up?
I haven't seen any footage of SpaceX. No.
Burn?
None.
Burn full. You're crashing. Okay, cancelled out. Oh, you're going up now. Just keep it at radio out. And keep a close eye on your height.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a shadow now as reference point. Oh yeah, radar out is that way now. It's annoying because you're going up. Correct.
Okay, maybe not radial in.
No. Burn a little bit retrograde, just to cancel all momentum.
The darkness is very hard to work with here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Lazarus, that's the one, the Falcon 9. That's amazing to see that.
This is, I think, a suicide burn.
No, not even close. Like you're 2 kilometers out. Oh, you're pointing straight into the planet right now?
Yes, that was the plan.
Okay, great.
And then, okay, why are we moving away from?
Just worry about touching down first. Like you're going down very slowly right now. You could also revert to your last quick save and just wait until you have daylight.
No, no. Challenges away.
Yeah.
I'm going up?
Yeah. You keep burning.
I keep seeing my speed and oh, that's what I needed. I need to align myself to okay.
Yeah, you're moving horizontal now though. So burn retrograde to cancel that movement. Like as you see, your retrograde marker is all the way that way. You don't want that. A bit more.
And I'd be
As
down
you
for
see,
that.
it's going down now. You're still going sideways at about 26 meters a second.
My God. I don't even know what direction I'm going. Whoa, wrong button.
So if you do this correctly, you see the retrograde marker goes slightly towards the middle with every bit of burning you do. So what you want to try and do is get that retrograde marker to sit right on top of the nav ball. At that point, you're going straight down.
I see.
So right now you're going at a about 30 degrees angle towards the east still.
Seems like we're doing all right.
Okay, you're 900 meters out. Like, this is a complete blind landing. Those are really hard.
We don't have the tech to invent light bulbs.
Nope.
So now I guess radial out,
Out. Yeah.
and then
Slow your descent. You go coming in hard. You're coming in very hard. And you crash. Oh, wow, you live?
are we fine?
You're tumbling around. Yeah, there you go. You lost one of your engines.
Hey, but
And
the
you're
other three
flipped.
are fine.
Yeah, you're flipped on.
The other
what did you
two
say?
are fine. The other two are fine.
And you're flipped on your side, so taking off can be really hard now.
Everyone get out.
So yeah, I recommend going back to your previous quick save and just time warp until it's day in the place you want to land.
I wanna save an alternate timeline.
Ooh, I don't know if that's possible. That's probably gonna override your quick save.
Why does it say quick save? I wanna do normal save.
There's no normal saving except the autosave.
How do I have multiple quick saves then?
Because the game is weird.
How do I...
Maybe if you name it something, you can revert back to it if you use loading, but I'm not too sure. I never really bothered with it.
I want to pass a lot of time so that I can actually see what's happening around here.
Yeah.
See, everything's fine. Look at it. Totally...
You still have 954.
Oh my god, my
total.
landing gear wasn't down.
Yeah. So yeah, that's how low the gravity is. Your landing legs are actually enough to get you up.
That's hilarious.
You actually still have enough delta V to get back.
Is it the Minmun? Minmun?
Minmus, it's called.
All right. Let's... I want the man himself to come and say hi.
Yeah, go to map view, then select the other vessel, then fly. Then you have control over them again. Or switch to. My bad.
It's a very phallic shape, Smitty. I think it needs to be called the thickest dickus. I think that's appropriate. By that I mean it's inappropriate, but whatever.
So make sure you collect all the signs you have on the ship before you go towards the other. So right click your pod. Don't forget your RCS thrusters, they're really useful.
I was trying to save some of that for the journey back.
It should refill if you re-enter the pod.
Really?
Yep.
That changes everything. That changes everything about how I've been using thrusters.
Mm-hmm. Like there's a small supply of monopropellant fuel in the pod.
No one is more excited than I am about this. Service bay. I don't even remember where it was. Is it up there? Restore?
No, doesn't work. You need a scientist for that. Right click on the pod if you're close enough to it. You're stuck again. Ooh, that's a little bit of Kraken action. Big data.
I have all the data.
Yep. So now all the science data you have collected with this ship is stored on Bill. And now you just need to bring it to the other place.
Is there
you
like
can
a
actually-
way I can set a
Yeah, set as target.
and then I gotta go 6 kilometers.
Yep. You could, if you're really, if you're feeling ballsy right now, you could try and fly the other ship that way with the 133 Delta V you have left in that.
I mean, what's that gonna do besides flex?
Nothing.
No need.
It's fun.
It does sound fun, but I would like to get home.
So remember, you're in a vacuum, so you keep all your velocity. The only thing you have to keep in mind is that you are going down because of the gravity very slowly. So sometimes you need to boost up a little bit.
Wait, Laz is saying we can't get both their science. Really?
You can store an infinite amount of science if every piece of science is different from each other. So you can do 100 different EVA reports in your capsule, as long as those EVA reports are from different biomes, different places, planets, moons, all that stuff. So you're traveling at 100 meters a second right now. You need about 160 to reach orbit.
Really?
Yeah, you
Oh.
almost reached orbit just with an EVA suit.
Hi guys. Bye guy. Oh shit. Oh my god. Oh
Ooh.
no. Oh no.
As I said, you're in a vacuum. You keep all your velocity.
I think Smitty said it best.
Vacuums suck. Yeah, absolutely. They're so very counterintuitive. Annoying.
You can't believe he's alive? Yeah, me neither. We're on normal difficulty.
Yeah.
I didn't change any settings.
Bill is one tough motherfucker.
Hello.
Yeah, these Kerbins are just made of something else, just impacting the ground at 100 meters a second, and he's just walking it off.
He looks really excited right now.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Bill is the most stupid one of them all, right?
Oh my god. So we just climb in, right?
Yeah.
Here, let me just jump to the top. Oh, overshot it.
You might want to place another commemorative flag here, if you like.
Here.
If you're playing career, it's really useful to do that. Because your Kerbals get experience points from flags, and like a lot of experience points.
I'm gonna get him in first. Where's the hatch? Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Oh no. Oh, you're out of it. That's good. You almost had a really annoying bug.
So the module's full, so we got
Yeah.
go into
Press.
crew space.
You can use the square brackets to switch. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
We did it.
Oh, he's in.
We did it.
What the hell?
We did it.
That worked.
Okay, so we're gonna take Sigurd out, and you were talking about planting a flag.
Like you're playing science mode, so crew experience doesn't matter. But it's nice to place flags everywhere you land. Just to at least keep a reminder of what biomes you've visited already. So you don't try and extract science from place you already did. It is quite fitting that it is Bill that gets stranded.
Because I'm a noob, Laz. That's why. Literally my first time ever playing this game was today.
Like all this wouldn't have been possible in career mode because you would have not have enough cash to bankroll all of this.
I honestly feel like this was the best introduction because there's stakes. There's stakes to be had here.
Yeah.
Save.
It gives a nice sense of progression with the science. You don't get overwhelmed with all the parts at the same time.
Exactly.
You can still do the missions in career mode or in science mode.
All right, I'm gonna do a really silly thing to save some DV.
Okay, what are you gonna do before you lift off? Quick save.
There it is.
Ah, you just saved 1 DV.
We did it. We did it.
So make sure you're pointing towards 90 degrees. That's 5, 15, north. There it is. And then burn. You don't need a lot. Try and be accurate on the 90 degree.
I am
That's
trying
45.
to orient myself and my Venus rocket.
The S key.
Huh?
S key. Oh, you've burned more than enough already. Stop. Look at your orbit on the map.
Oh yeah.
You're already on an escape orbit.
Oh yeah. Jesus, I could have planned that a lot better.
You just wasted over 300 delta V.
No.
Yeah.
We can make it. No, we can make it. I live with my mistake.
Yeah, you can still make it. But you need to correct this orbit. You need to correct this
Like,
into an
big
orbit
time,
now.
Big time. So we need to go all the way back to Kerbin with this.
Yeah. Try to do it as far away from the sphere of influence as you can, because you're already going out of sight of it.
And it's not yet time for dinner. It is not.
A bit more.
Pitiful meow, yes.
You see that purple line going now?
Yeah.
That purple apoapsis you see all the way on the other side.
This one right here?
Try to get that as close to Kerbin as you can.
Okay, we can do that.
Oh, that's as close as you can get, I think. Or, yeah. Retro. Yeah, that's about as close as you can get.
Alright.
Once you've performed that burn, you're going to time warp to the next periapsis. And once you reach that, you go and lower the apoapsis by burning retrograde again until you reach about 30 kilometers.
A lot of our V.
For this last part, you will not need a lot.
I had a feeling. Just wanted to make sure. We can't time warp because we can't do the big fast time warp because we're in low orbit.
Yeah.
So I can just...
Oh, you already overshot the mark. Note in T+.
Oh, Jesus. Is that going to achieve the same thing?
Yep. Move it all the way out towards that little ball you see at the end of this blue line. Because that's as far away from the orbit you get, so you use as much of that velocity as you can that you've already wasted.
So like there.
And then you plan out how much you need. So you see. Oh, actually, that's not working like that. Ooh.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Yeah, but that's more than you have.
Oh, fuck.
I think you have a better chance if you just revert back to when you lifted off.
Yeah.
Got the right. If you hold F9, it should refer to the last quick save you made.
That's all
There
three
you
of
go.
us.
All three inside.
Okay.
So as you saw, very little trust that you need.
Yeah.
To just make a orbit first. First find your east direction on the nav ball, and then you're gonna have to aim towards that, so you get an eastwards rotation.
That's S. Okay.
Yeah, and a little bit of A. Yeah, just immediately point it the way you want to go. Just give it a short burst of full thrust, then cut it. Yeah. Now you have time to look at your nav ball or at your map and see how your apoapsis is going to be. That's still a bit low, I think. Yeah. A little bit more burn towards where you're going right now. Remove that previous node, because that's going to screw you over. And just in this map view, do it manually. It's a lot better to do. You're
Are we trying to
doing
get a
retrograde
around here?
Yeah.
Okay. That looks good to me. And then when we hit the apoapsis, we can burn it on home?
Yeah, but this marker is completely the wrong way around. You're going against the travel direction now. How you are pointed at right now, burn a little bit until that apoapsis raises to 10k. Just ignore the notes you've set. Just remove it. We're not going to use them.
And I'm not skilled enough to know how to angle this. Like
just
into this,
burn.
no idea where I am.
Yeah, just
no idea.
Look at the map.
This map I can.
And yeah, you see the apoapsis.
Yes.
And burn in the direction you're facing right now until that apoapsis reaches 10k. Because you want enough clearance to get free to not crash into anything.
Great.
Okay, great. Now when you reach the apoapsis, you just point it prograde and just burn. Or do that. Like, it's good exercise to try and do this without the maneuver notes as well. Like, as you see, it's now just a retrograde burn all the way until your circular rise, however you pronounce that. You can burn full on this if you want. And done. Periapsis is a bit low, I think.
I keep forgetting the controls on my throttle,
Yeah.
and I keep just like mashing a bunch of keys. That's literally what's going on. Okay.
Set for full throttle, X for closing it off completely.
So if I just
Shift.
if I just run it, am I gonna crash into anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like you can't even time warp fast enough
You're right.
to do anything useful right now
You're right.
because your periapsis is below 8.5.
Okay, so then I'm just gonna add a maneuver to get us home.
First circularize that orbit so you don't crash. So go to the apoapsis, your highest point. Then you burn prograde a little bit. That's retrograde you just clicked. If you burn now, it's not going to do a lot. It's mostly going to raise your apoapsis and not your periapsis. So you want to time warp towards your apoapsis first. Yeah, this is fine. You don't have to be precise here. Like small burn now to raise that apoapsis, periapsis. That's enough.
And then should we float around and then use gravity to slingshot ourselves?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna do.
Okay.
Remove the previous nodes you made.
Can I just drag that node over here?
It's probably still attuned to your last orbit, so it might be screwed up.
Might be unreliable.
Zoom out a bit and look from above. What you see, the travel direction you have. The dark line, the darker part of the orbit is where you're heading. The lighter part's where you've just been.
Correct.
So what you want is to not do that. Just remove the node.
Really? Because
Yeah.
it seems pretty good.
It can be a lot better. And I want to teach you it the right way immediately.
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Like the position you are right now, about 25, 35 degrees away from the direction of travel of the moon. So if you zoom out again, you see the line which it moves. So you want about, if you look at how it's oriented right now.
Yeah.
If you go all the way up towards Kerbin, that's 0 degrees. All the way to the right is 90 degrees. So you want to be at about 60 degrees. If you put a node there and burn a prograde, you're going to leave the sphere of influence. And Minmus is going to drag you. It's going to drag on you, and that's gravity is going to slow you down for your approach to Kerbin. So it's actually the opposite of a slingshot. You're going to use it to slow your speed so you can re-enter into Kerbin. Zoom out a bit. And now you can fine-tune a bit.
Honestly, with a periapsis right where I just happened to drag it, seems alright.
And that's only just because of that angle.
We can make it better. Do we want to have a close periapsis?
Yeah. If you're able to, try and get that periapsis to about 30 kilometers. So that you enter into the atmosphere, and the atmosphere is going to slow you down.
30, I mean... Whoa. I guess when you reload a save, it changes your scale.
Yeah.
6 million?
Yeah, just prograde.
Did you say 30,000?
Yeah, 30,000. So the atmosphere starts at 70. If you go too shallow into the atmosphere, you're gonna skip off it.
Oh.
Like the last bit of fine tuning you can do on your way there as well.
So 65 is pretty good. Yeah, listen, Ratsamyar, I feel very blessed having Mr. Weebow helping me out here. He really knows his stuff and he is very patient. I'm sure he's used to training people like me.
I'm used to teaching people stuff, and I like teaching people. So yeah, and especially if it's
Your
something I'm
English skills
passionate
are
about.
phenomenal, by the way.
Thank you.
Phenomenal. Way better than my other languages. I only speak Spanish as another language. Otherwise, I'm just a dumb monolingual American.
I do have a little bit of a head start on that. I've lived in England for a little bit.
That'll do it. That'll freaking do it.
I've lived in Newcastle for about 1.5 years. I'm just very glad that I lost that insane Geordie accent.
I think I remember you telling me about that.
Yeah.
Can't wait to do this burn to take us home. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, absolutely, Lazarus, but it is the most efficient to do it during your exit burn. But it doesn't matter that much in this case. Like I think it's best to just teach the more efficient way first, and then after that you'll learn how you can also do stuff. Different ways to do it that's maybe less efficient, but you know what you're doing before you're making adjustments to the right strategies.
Dreamer.
Hello.
It is cat dinner time, and I am therefore reminding you
But it's
eat
me
stuff.
dinner time. I know. I didn't forget.
You know, you're not keeping up on your chat.
You talking about the Show Me Your Kitties?
Yes,
I did miss that.
you didn't. How dare you?
I have a really great support system, Smitty. What can I say? Do you guys want to see one of my cats? Joe.
Yeah, your perhaps is at the moment is a bit low at 16k. That's gonna be really tough re-entry.
60k is rough.
16 you're at right now. You can see that on the bottom left. So if you turn prograde or retrograde, my bad.
But it says 54k. What did I do?
That's
wrong?
from the node you planned out. And a very slight burn now.
Very slight burn.
Yeah, you see it in the bottom left. You see periapsis, 16 kilometers. No, 16,000.
It's getting worse. It's getting worse. Yeah.
Remove your previous node so we can actually see it a bit better.
This game is so much more hands-on
Mm-hmm.
than I expected. I expected it to be a chill-out game. No, this is like a high-stress game.
Oh yeah.
Okay, dinner. Yes. Come on.
I don't know.
Yeah, we can correct this burn halfway through. That's not an issue. Yeah, if you zoom in now, you can see your trajectory. You're going away from Mimas.
It's awful.
That's actually great because you're going away from Mimas. Mimas is still pulling on you with gravity, so it's slowing you down while you're escaping from it.
Yeah.
And that slowing down gives you a free 400 or 500 delta V.
Wow. Okay. So, should we add our correction maybe right here?
I would do it later.
Even later. I mean,
Around the halfway around the yellow line.
oh, what the fuck?
Remember backtick to focus on your ship.
I don't know what the fuck that was.
Yeah, orbital mechanics are insanely counterintuitive. Like, have you heard about that story about one of the first rendezvous they did in outer space? They had really highly trained astronauts on that, of course. And while they were trying to do a rendezvous with another craft, they pointed their ship towards the other craft. They were about 5 kilometers out, and they started burning a little bit to get closer to it. But it didn't matter how much they burned; they kept moving away from it, further and further each time they passed it. So what actually made them able to do it correctly was Buzz Aldrin was on that flight. He pulled out a protractor and a piece of paper, and he started to do orbital mechanics maths during that flight, the high stress situation, and he actually managed to steer the ship into the direction they wanted, which actually meant they had to fire their engines in the opposite way of where they wanted to go.
So, I don't know why the fuck it's not showing me more of a trajectory. I'm not just gonna stop there.
Yeah, it was this.
Oh, is it because I'm still in the sphere of influence, and once I pass that, we'll be good?
The sphere of influence will move you laterally a little bit, so that little ball at the end of the blue line ends up right there.
Okay, so now we have our new trajectory.
Yeah, and right now would be a great moment to burn. I think it's prograde. Not 100% sure.
Our periapsis is
174. That's okay.
Because I think that the periapsis we were looking at before was the orbit of Minmatar.
Yeah.
Or something.
That might be.
Oh,
yeah. So burn a little bit retrograde. Yeah, that was his doctorate thesis, right? For Buzz Aldrin. Like writing the book on space rendezvous.
I'm a little nervous about our DV.
It's fine.
I'm just doing a light burn. Should I be doing a heavy burn?
No, this is perfect. Like, be precise. Like, the bottom left, you see the periapsis, 96 kilometers.
Yes.
Try and get that at about 30, 35.
Oh, wow.
And this is what they call arrow braking. And you're going to use the atmosphere of Kerbin to slow your trajectory down, so that minus 45 gigameters apoapsis. It's pretty big.
And can I fast forward and get us closer?
You can fast forward all the way until you hit the what you call it? No, the atmosphere.
Oh my god! So do I just jack this all the way up and it will stop for me?
Yeah. Once you reach the atmosphere, make sure you jettison all your engines. And zoom in for glorious re-entry heating visuals.
Okay, so we jettison everything, right?
Yep.
And then
make sure you stay retrograde.
I almost hit that. And then I hit space when it's not gonna burn, basically.
Yep. Stuff is actually heating up. What the hell is heating up?
Did we just lose our experiments?
I think you lost your science junior, yeah.
Fuck.
I think parts were clipped into each other. And your heat shield wasn't protecting them because of that.
I think the heat shield is here, and it was on the other end of it.
Yeah. Should be fine.
How much science did we lose from that science junior? Like 100 something?
Everything's stored on your pod.
Really? So it doesn't matter at all?
Yeah.
Fuck yes.
As you can see, your orbital speed is dropping down insanely quickly now.
I don't know.
And all this change in velocity you have right now, that's all delta V. Oh shit. You are fucked.
Why am I fucked?
Aerodynamics. Your heat shield is gone. But all this slowing down right now you have is just free DV.
Are they just cooking inside there?
Yeah, slightly. And you just saw your camera change, so you're no longer on an orbit. You're actually on a crash course into the planet, which is the plan.
Which is good.
Yeah. And you're slowing down now, heat's getting less. You're good from now on.
Oh my god. Mr. Weebo, your calm demeanor and commentary are more than welcome to be on the stream, like anytime.
No worries. I'd be happy to be here.
Oh my god.
Just very slightly, yeah.
Also, thank you for correcting my pronunciation of your name. I
Yeah,
would
no
hate, I
problem.
would hate to have pronounced it a million times today without getting it right. It helps
Yeah,
because when I was
got
very young,
used to everyone mispronouncing it all the time, so I don't get bothered by it at all.
yeah, you don't seem like the kind of guy that gets bothered by much. Not, no time for that.
There is no more heat shield Lazarus. That blew off due to clipping.
I got nothing.
This was the crew pod.
Just raw crew hatch, you know, and batteries. The reason I remember how to pronounce your name is when I was very young, I did martial arts, and my instructor was named Mr. Skibout. It might have been
Oh,
Skibow, but
yeah.
everyone called him Skibout.
Yeah.
It's really close. Wouldn't surprise me if he was, you know, it's a very European name.
Actually, Wieboud is a pretty famous last name here in the Netherlands. I just happened to choose it as a online handle because I used to live in a street called the Mathilde Wieboudstraat.
Okay.
And Mathilde Wieboud, don't forget your parachutes.
I was gonna do it
Mathilde
later when they turned yellow, but nah, if it's safe to do it now, I'm doing it now.
Yeah. You're already at 4 kilometers high. That's low enough usually.
Can't believe everything didn't explode there.
Yeah.
Wow. And then we just safely descend into the ocean with nothing around. Holy cow.
Yeah, the moment I saw that the parts were clipping through the heat shield, I was worried by a lot.
Didn't know that would happen. I had no
Yeah,
idea.
it was weird.
And now they drown because it turned sideways.
Yeah. I don't think water's getting in there. That capsule is made to not leak any air in outer space. It should be fine.
You know, only a few explosions happened. Only
That's
a few.
your celebratory fireworks because you made it back safely.
Yeah, that's what it was. Oh my god, I need some celebratory dinner.
Enjoy it. Look at the science. You got 611.
And, What's a high science value for like mid game, late game?
You could unlock the entire tech tree just with the Moon and Minmus and Kerbal. Like there are mods that adjust that by a lot. Like to get some of the more mid-end game parts in my current modded playthrough, I need over 5k science.
Fuel duct, drain valve, fuel tank, fuel tank, fuel tank, fuel tank.
You want that fuel duct, 100%. That just gave you a free 3 to 400 delta V for every craft you're gonna make.
Maybe some bigger, badder thrusters?
Absolutely. More trust, more better.
Seems that way.
These small engines are really useful as well.
Precision propulsion.
And
Heavier rocketry.
yeah, I would go all the way to the bottom to
Okay.
electrics, for the solar cells.
Oh my god, can we do solar already?
Yeah,
Solar.
panels.
Yes. What else do we have here?
And it has lights in there. Yeah, if you have full tier 2 or some parts of tier 3, you have more than enough science to reach almost any planet.
I do need to watch the SpaceX launch. How about we watch that while I'm eating my dinner? We'll watch it together.
Oh,
I just
right
want to
now.
know, like, what should I buy with the rest of this? If you were doing it, what would you spend 250 on?
The one below that, control systems, is very useful. It will give you inline reaction wheels, so you can gimbal a lot more.
So this
Really?
involves like, so we were doing like pitch and yaw. Does this include roll?
Yep.
Okay, yeah, we need that.
Like that, this full 3-axis movement. The RCS thrusters are very useful a bit later.
I like the idea of landing on more things, but we're running low. What do you think about heavier rocketry to really go places?
If you want to go overkill, it's a perfect one. Like the middle engine there, the twin bore engine, is one of my favorites to use.
Yeah, we're doing it.
Like that thing gets anything into an orbit.
That's all I need here, and why not just take some aviation? I don't really give a fuck about planes, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, they're very fun to use later on if you have a lot of tech for them.
Hold on to my science, I think.
Yeah, like low tech planes are funny to build and fly, but that's about it. Not very useful. Later, if you get big engines for them, big cargo capacity for them, you can make SSTOs, single stage to orbit vessels, and which you can just use to deliver a payload of about 20 tons into the orbit and fly that plane back to the landing strip, all in one single stage without losing any parts.
I'm gonna go grab some dinner. Put on some music in the background. I'll pull out of this menu.
But yeah, you're already further into the game than I was after 50 hours of play.
I'm guessing you didn't have a master holding your hand and helping you along, telling you what to do, the controls and everything. I'd be so just control.
I did learn on myself. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I did play it back in the era that the moon was the only fucking planet in the system, other than Kerbin.
That's when I heard about the game. Anyway, dinner. I'll be back in a sec.
Yeah, SSTOs are really fun to make, Lazarus. But they're really hard to make. Like, I keep ending up with them flipping over the whole time. But space shuttles are really fun to build as well, even though they're... Oh damn, I haven't played it back then. Didn't even know it was in a playable state before Planetary Bodies. Damn.
And not a tree.
Yeah, the planes looked really fun in KSP2. I think it's gonna be one of the first things I'm gonna build when I get it.
That you meant trim didn't make it into the ditch. I'm like, no, they're still putting the shit on trim. So they were doing
Yeah,
it.
exactly. Those procedural wings are a big game changer.
I tasted it 2 minutes ago. It's fine. Before it's done. Would you like to read through the HOA chamber?
Oh yeah, you have just 3 color range and everything, right? That's amazing. I still paint my entire vessels just by either using fairings around the entire vessel, or just lots and lots of of full color flags. I think his name is Matt Lone. He's another really amazing YouTuber on that does KSP, and he makes some insanely good-looking and extremely efficient rockets just with stock parts, and it's really fascinating to see him build that.
And then not all of the ingredients are fast.
I'll look up his YouTube. That's his YouTube channel. SR-71, which one was that again? I'm very out of the loop on real life rockets. Oh yeah, the Lockheed SR-71. That one is insane. Somebody remade that? Damn. Yeah.
A mixture of tea, but all the same flavor.
Yeah, 1960s. That was how old it is. Damn.
Right. So, I was looking at some of the timestamps on the SpaceX launch Falcon thingy that you recommended, and I saw that it is a very long video.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, how do we best enjoy this without putting the stream to sleep?
I would go for the landing of the boosters.
Landing of the boosters.
Yeah, you can actually make stock shuttles now in KSP2. It's really nice.
Oh my god, this song is funny. Let's see. I'm trying to show Chrome on the screen so y'all can see too. So many Chrome windows open. No, no.
Yeah, the launch itself is pretty short.
It's really big. Hold on. This a little smaller. And then we will put here. Skip to lift up. We'll do lift off and landing. I think that'd be a good place to go.
Yeah.
However, despite its small size, Falcon 1 served a very large purpose. It was our roadmap to using modern technologies to engineer a vehicle that was not just more reliable, but was less expensive than alternatives. Now, we had 3 test flights of the Falcon 1 before we found success. But on that 4th Falcon 1 flight, it became the first privately developed liquid-fueled rocket to reach Earth orbit. Now, fast forward to today, and SpaceX has had 49 successful rocket launches. We have recovered 21 first stages,
Still
and we have
T
reflown
minus
6
40
of those.
minutes.
We have had 14 Dragon launches and have successfully reused
I'm sorry,
the
what?
spacecraft as well.
Still 40
Our
minutes
next
to lift
step on
off.
this journey is just minutes from now, when we'll attempt the first test flight of our heavy lift launch vehicle. Now, there have been many challenges along the
I think we're
Oh
onto
my God.
something big here.
Just the two of us.
and it has not been easy. But no matter what
And the Falcons have landed.
Wait, what?
That's touchdown. That's not
Oh, I want
takeoff.
the launch.
4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition.
It looks so small on cameras.
Is that slight angle like an optimal angle to reach orbit?
Yeah.
They're pointing east.
Oh, actually, they're not doing a perfectly accurate gravity turn, because they're gonna separate the boosters away at a very specific moment when they still have a bit of fuel left, and fly those back.
What the fuck?
Yeah. But to facilitate that, they need to go slightly off from a perfect angle.
You've heard the call out. Vehicle is supersonic. Side boosters are now throttling back up to full power. We're past max Q, the period of maximum loads on the vehicle. Next up, we'll be waiting for the side boosters to begin to throttle down prior to booster engine cutoff and separation 2.5 minutes into flight.
Imagine how small it is in the sky right now.
GNC trajectory looks good on the
Yeah, that
Falcon
camera
Heavy.
is zoomed in all the way in.
Oh yeah.
And there you see the
Reports show
ascent
that
curve.
The M1D engine performance is nominal.
Yeah, altitude you can
Side
see in the
boosters
top
have
right.
begun to throttle down in preparation for the upcoming shutdown in 20 seconds.
Oh my god.
Major event coming up with side booster shutdown and separation.
Shutdown. Side boosters. Deco. Center.
And then those are going to fucking land.
Yep. From a height of 65 kilometers. Not using any parachutes.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Booster base box started.
The landing of those is a perfect example of a real-life suicide burn, which is actually the first time a successful suicide burn has been done.
We're coming up on
I think this was the first one. I might be off. We might have tested before. Yeah.
Stay set. Good preparation for the fire.
So that's the fairing, that's
Hold on back ignition.
expanding.
Big burn looks good inside boosters.
Yeah, everyone said it was impossible to do, and they did it. It's insane. Like, as much as I do not like Elon Musk, his company, SpaceX, is doing insane work.
Side engines.
The people he hired are doing great work.
Yeah.
Good to hear.
Oh yeah, that was his payloads they had.
Who's this bell end?
That's just a dummy in a car that they just launched into space. It was mostly a promotional stunt for NASA and space, not NASA, for Tesla and SpaceX.
Booster boost back shutdown.
Like this thing is orbiting the sun right now.
Report boost back on shutdown.
This is super cool.
Oh, it went to Mars. Okay, my bad.
Wow. Wow. Did you guys see that? That was awesome. That's the only thing I can really say right now.
It's still orbiting. So what you're saying is they can have a fucking car crash with the International Space Station.
We could have
Goddamn.
the first crash in orbit.
Yep. Thank you, Elon, for contributing to
The two side boosters, pardon me, you can see the
Uh,
center core and you can see
it
MVAC
went to. Did it do a flyby?
Then the beautiful shots of Starman chilling in the Tesla Roadster. Just absolutely.
Alright, I want to see the boosters land.
On your screen.
Oh.
Both side boosters transonic.
And watch for the landing lights deploy.
Oh, it's still on its way.
They just fall ass first.
Yep.
And that landing burn has started.
Both boosters looking to be
How the
Not a
fuck
fire
is that
engine.
thing stable? How the fuck is that thing staying stable?
Very good PC
What the
computers.
fuck?
Landing legs out, and they're landing both at the same fucking time.
And the Falcons have landed.
Yeah, grid fins, air brakes, and a lot of gimbaling in the engines. Like they're able to land those things on a floating barge in the open ocean right now.
The autonomous spaceport drone ship.
Wow.
Yeah.
check on your screen. Sometimes this footage
What
comes out
the
when it
fuck?
Oh yeah,
the drone ship and the
there it
heavy
is.
vibrations make it lose signal. We're crossing our fingers that's not the case right now. Stage 2, nominal parking orbit insertion.
I'm so glad that we can share this moment. I don't know. I feel like this is a moment of pure humanity
Back shortly.
right now.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah,
It's
as Michael
insane
said
what
earlier,
people
with
are
the
able to
vibrations
do.
and how it shakes up the cameras that are on the drone ship. Sometimes we
I have
do
pie
lose
as
signal
well.
Or shakes up the antennas.
Nice, enjoy it.
It is strawberry rhubarb.
Ooh, nice.
Mm.
We're waiting to hear what happens, and so we're listening in, and we're still.
Yeah,
waiting
it's
to
mostly
hear.
those
We'll
grid
let you
fins.
know as
You're
soon
right.
as we find out. You'll know. People are cheering, but we'll get the call and know. hopefully
Is there other
how that center core is
cool space footage from SpaceX?
on that drone ship or not.
They probably have, but I am not very up to date on it.
Does anyone in chat know about this? This is the first SpaceX footage I've ever seen.
It's all looking good there. John Ike, come give us a recap of the full mission.
He stands.
SpaceX does a ton of promotional work, so you will be able to find a lot of cool stuff.
Three, two, one, ignition. We have liftoff.
Every 4 days. Damn. Oh, their first manned launch, you mean? That was a pretty good one, yeah. But yeah, what you did not see during this, during the previous video, the moment those booster stages separate, they turn 180 degrees and burn fully back towards the launch pad where
What
they just
the
came from.
fuck?
They're cancelling out all the velocity they just created for the payload, cancelling all of that out, flying all the way back, and then landing. Oh yeah, this is another very nice landing.
This is fucking absurd.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck? And it's like, yeah, we don't have to jettison this stupid shit. How about we
No.
save it?
Yeah.
Save a lot of money that way.
Actually, the space shuttle was designed for the exact same reason, but they found out that the space shuttle, every time it flew, they had to do so much work on it to get it back to flying again. That was actually cheaper to build a new one for every launch. And that's one of the reasons why everyone kept saying to SpaceX, you can't make reusable boosters. It's just not possible. And they're proving everyone wrong. Time and time again.
Good.
Yeah.
I think one of the strongest motivating powers is someone telling you no. Someone telling you can't do something. I mean that in a technical innovation sense.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't get over watching them flip around and land on their ass. Like, how?
And do you see how much those engines are gimbaling the whole time?
Yeah.
Just to correct for the slightest deviations.
Holy shit. They
And
launch on average
another
every 4 days now? What are they doing? Like, what is their
resupply missions to the ISS, Starlink satellites, and a lot of contracts from different countries to put satellites into orbit. Yeah, one of the things I find most impressive with those landings they're doing, like but first, in real life, they are not able to control the thrust like you do in KSP. Like it's full thrust or no thrust. There's no in between. Like there's no let's put it at 25% thrust. They have to. That's why you see a lot of engines there. You know, a very tight cluster, and they're firing. The more thrust they need, they they reignite more engines. Okay, it's not exactly true, but it's a good approximation.
Crazy. Okay. honestly,
That's
we had some success in Kerbal Space Program. I feel like this is a good place to end the stream. And we're gonna go raid someone who's playing Kerbal Space Program 2. And I will see you guys next time. I have not heard of this guy before. I really hope he is not racist. That has happened before.
That sucks.
All right, I'll see what they say. Thank you guys for being here, and I hope to see you again sometime.
So guys, we're basically trying to get an encounter with Mun
Oh
in
damn,
such a way
he's
that
doing
we
a
can
rescue
use
mission to
Mun's,
life.
uh,
So basically what you
graphic
just did,
tool to
but